A horizontal beam playing across the white wall, traveling slowly, dust dancing through it. Then it was gone, shut off like a light, leaving the room with the cool, dull glow of evening. They lay spent and nuzzling in a tangle of sheets, bodies slack, breathing low. Then he felt her smile again. She came up on one elbow and looked at him with the same teasing grin he'd seen outside her office building. "What?" he asked. "I've got something to tell you," she said. He waited in my official capacity. He focused on her face. She was still smiling, her teeth were white, and her eyes were bright blue even in the new cool dimness. He thought, what? Official capacity? She was a lawyer who cleaned up the mess when somebody owed somebody else $100 million. "I don't owe money," he said, "and I don't think anybody owes me." She shook her head, still smiling. As executor of Dad's will, he nodded. It made sense that Leon should appoint her. A lawyer in the family, the obvious choice. "I opened it up and read it," she said. "Today at work. So what's in it? He was a secret miser? A closet billionaire?" She shook her head again, said nothing. "He knows what happened to Victor Hobie and wrote it all down in his will." She was still smiling. "He left you something. A bequest." He nodded again, slowly. That made sense, too. That was Leon, he'd remember, and he'd pick out some little thing, for the sake of sentiment. But what? He scanned back. Probably a souvenir. Maybe his medals, maybe the sniper rifle he brought home from Korea. It was an old Mauser, originally German, presumably captured by the Soviets on the Eastern Front and sold on 10 years later to their Korean customers. It was a hell of a piece of machinery. Leon and he had speculated on the action it must have seen many times. It would be a nice thing to have, a nice memory. But where the hell would he keep it? "He left you his house," she said. "His what? His house?" she said again. "Where we were, up in Garrison." He stared at her blankly. "His house?" She nodded, still smiling. "I don't believe it," he said, "and I can't accept it. What would I do with it?" "What would you do with it? You'd live in it, Reacher. That's what houses are for, right?" "But I don't live in houses," he said. "I've never lived in a house." "Well, you can live in one now." He was silent. Then he shook his head. "Jody, I just can't accept it. It should be yours. He should have left it to you. It's your inheritance." "I don't want it," she said simply. He knew that. "I like the city better." "Okay, so sell it. But it's yours, right? Sell it and keep the money. I don't need money." He knew that, too. "It's worth less than I make in a year." He looked at her. "I thought that was an expensive area right by the river." She nodded. "It is." He paused, confused. "His house?" He said again. She nodded. "Did you know he was doing this?" "Not specifically," she said, "but I knew he wasn't leaving it to me. I thought he might want me to sell it, give the money to charity, old soldiers or something." "Okay, so you should do that instead." She smiled again. "Reacher, I can't. It's not up to me. It's a binding instruction in his will. I've got to obey it." "His house?" he said vaguely. "He left me his house? He was worried about you. For 2 years he was worrying, since they cut you loose. He knew how it could be. You spend the whole of your life in the service and suddenly you find you've got nothing at the end of it. He was concerned about how you were living." "But he didn't know how I was living," he said. She nodded again, "But he could guess, right? He was a smart old guy. He knew you'd be drifting around somewhere. He used to say drifting around is great, maybe 3 or 4 years. But what about when he's 50, 60, 70? He was thinking about it." Reacher shrugged, flat on his back, naked, staring at the ceiling. "I was never thinking about it. One day at a time was my motto." She made no reply, just ducked her head and kissed his chest. "I feel like I'm stealing from you," he said. "It's your inheritance, Jody. You should have it." She kissed him again. "It was his house. Even if I wanted it, we'd have to respect his wishes. But the fact is, I don't want it. I never did. He knew that. He was totally free to do whatever he wanted with it. And he did. He left it to you because he wanted you to have it." He was staring at the ceiling, but he was wandering through the house in his mind, down the driveway, through the trees, the garage on his right, the breezeway, the low bulk of the place on his left. The den, the living room, the wide, slow Hudson rolling by, the furniture. It had looked pretty comfortable. Maybe he could get a stereo, some books, a house. His house. He tried the words in his head. My house, my house. He barely knew how to say them. My house. He shivered. He wanted you to have it, she said again. It's a bequest. You can't argue against it. It's happened. And it's not any kind of a problem to me, I promise, okay? He nodded slowly. Okay, he said, okay, but weird. Really, truly weird. You want coffee? She asked. He turned and focused on her face. He could get his own coffee machine in his kitchen, in his house connected to the electricity. Is electricity coffee? She asked again. I guess, he said. She slid off the bed and found her shoes. Black, no sugar, right? She was standing there, naked except for her shoes, patent with heels. She saw him looking at her. Kitchen floor feels cold. I always wear shoes in there. Forget the coffee, okay? They slept in her bed. All night, way past dawn. Reacher woke first and eased his arm out from under her and checked his watch. Almost 7. He had slept 9 hours, the finest sleep of his life, the best bed. He had slept in a lot of beds, hundreds, maybe even thousands. This was the best of all of them. Jody was asleep beside him. She was on her front and had thrown the sheet off during the night. Her back was bare, all the way down to her waist. He could see the swell of her breast under her. Her hair spilled over her shoulders. One knee was pulled up, resting on his thigh. Her head was bent forward on the pillow, curving in, following the direction of her knee. It gave her a compact, athletic look. He kissed her neck. She stirred. Morning, Jody, he said. She opened her eyes, then she closed them and opened them again. She smiled, a warm morning smile. I was afraid I'd dreamed it, she said. I used to once. He kissed her again. Tenderly on the cheek, then less tenderly on the mouth. Her arms came around behind him and he rolled over with her. They made love again, the 4th time in 15 years. Then they showered together, the first time ever, then breakfast. They ate like they were starving. I need to go to the Bronx, he said. She nodded. This Rutter guy? I'll drive. I know roughly where it is. What about work? I thought you had to go in. She looked at him, mystified. You told me you had hours to bill, he said. You sounded real busy. She smiled shyly. I made that up. I'm well ahead, really. They said I should take the whole week off. I just didn't want to be hanging around with you feeling what I was feeling. That's why I just ran off to bed the first night. I should have shown you the guest room, you know, like a proper little hostess, but I didn't want to be alone in a bedroom with you. It would have driven me crazy. So near, but so far, you know what I mean? He nodded. So what did you do in the office all day? She giggled. Nothing. Just sat there all day, doing nothing. You're nuts, he said. Why didn't you just tell me? Why didn't you just tell me? I did tell you, eventually, she said, after 15 years. He nodded. I know, but I was worried about it. I thought you'd be hurt or something. I thought it would be the last thing you wanted to hear. Same here, she said. I thought you'd hate me forever. They looked at each other and they smiled. Then they grinned. Then they laughed and kept on laughing for 5 solid minutes. I'm going to get dressed, she said, still laughing. He followed her through to the bedroom and found his clothes on the floor. She was halfway into her closet, selecting something clean. He watched her and started wondering if Leon's house had closets. No, if his house had them, of course it did. All houses had closets, right? So did that mean he'd have to start assembling stuff to fill them all with? She chose jeans and a shirt, dressed up with a leather belt and expensive shoes. He took his new jacket out to the hallway and loaded it with the stare from the sports bag. He poured 20 loose refills into the opposite pocket. All the metal made the jacket feel heavy. She came out to join him with the leather-bound folder. She was checking Rutter's address. Ready? She asked. As I'll ever be, he said. He made her wait at every stage while he checked ahead. The exact same procedures he had used the day before. Her safety had felt important then. Now it felt vital, but everything was clean and quiet. Empty hallway, empty elevator, empty lobby, empty garage. They got in the Taurus together, and she drove it around the block and headed back north and east. East River Drive to 195 okay with you? She asked. Going east? It's the Cross Bronx Expressway. He shrugged and tried to recall the Hertz map. Then take the Bronx River Parkway north. We need to go to the zoo. The zoo, Rudder, doesn't live near the zoo. Not the zoo, exactly. The botanical gardens. Something you need to see. She glanced sideways at him and then concentrated on driving. Traffic was heavy, just past the peak of rush hour, but it was moving. They followed the river north and then northwest to the George Washington Bridge and turned their backs on it and headed east into the Bronx. The expressway was slow, but the Parkway North was faster because it was leading out of town and New York was sucking people inward at that hour. Across the barrier, the southbound traffic was snarled. Okay, where to? She asked. Go past Fordham University, past the conservatory and park at the top. She nodded and made the lane changes. Fordham slid by on the left and then the conservatory on the right. She used the museum entrance and found the lot just beyond it. It was mostly empty. Now what? He took the leather-bound folder with him. Just keep an open mind, he said. The conservatory was 100 yards ahead of them. He had read all about it in a free leaflet the day before. It was named for somebody called Enid Haupt and had cost a fortune to build in 1902 and 10 times as much to renovate 95 years later, which was money well spent because the result was magnificent. It was huge and ornate, the absolute definition of urban philanthropy expressed in iron and milky white glass. It was hot and damp inside. Reacher led Jody around to the place he was looking for. The exotic plants were massed in huge beds bounded by little walls and railings. There were benches set on the edges of the walkways. The milky glass filtered the sunlight to a bright overcast. There was a strong smell of heavy, damp earth and pungent blooms. What? She asked. She was partly amused, partly impatient. He found the bench he was looking for and stepped away from it, close to the low wall. He stepped half a pace left, then another, until he was sure. Stand here, he said. He took her shoulders from behind and moved her into the same position he had just occupied. Ducked his head to her level and checked. Stand on tiptoes, he told her. Look straight ahead. She made herself taller and stared ahead. Her back was straight and her hair was spilled on her shoulders. Okay, he said, tell me what you see. Nothing, she said. Well, plants and things. He nodded and opened the leather folder. Took out the glossy photograph of the gray, emaciated Westerner flinching away from his guard's rifle. He held it out, arm's length in front of her, just on the edge of her vision. She looked at it. What? She asked again, half amused, half frustrated. Compare, he said. She kept her head still and flicked her eyes left and right between the photograph and the scene in front of her. Then she snatched the picture from him and held it herself, arm's length in front of her. Her eyes widened and her face went pale. Christ, she said. Shit, this picture was taken here? Right here it was, wasn't it? All these plants are exactly the same? He ducked down again and checked once more. She was holding the picture so the shapes of the plants corresponded exactly. A mass of some kind of palm on the left, 15 feet high, fronds of fern to the right and behind in a tangled spray. The two figures would have been 20 feet into the dense flower bed, picked out by a telephoto lens that compressed the perspective and threw the nearer vegetation out of focus. Well, to the rear was a jungle hardwood, which the camera had blurred with distance. It was actually growing in a different bed. Shit, she said again. Shit, I don't believe it. The light was right, too. The milky glass way above them gave a pretty good impersonation of jungle overcast. Vietnam is a mostly cloudy place. The jagged mountains suck the clouds down, and most people remember the fogs and the mists, like the ground itself is always steaming. Jody stared between the photo and the reality in front of her, dodging fractionally left and right to get a perfect fit. But what about the wire? The bamboo poles? It looks so real. Stage props, he said. 3 poles, 10 yards of barbed wire. How difficult is that to get? They carried it in here, probably all rolled up. But when? How? He shrugged. Maybe early one morning? When the place was still closed? Maybe they know somebody who works here. Maybe they did it, while the place was closed for the renovations. She was staring at the picture close up to her eyes. Wait a damn minute, you can see that bench. You can see the corner of that bench over there. She showed him what she meant, with her fingernail placed precisely on the glossy surface of the photograph. There was a tiny square blur white. It was the comber of an iron bench off to the right, behind the main scene. The telephoto lens had been framed tight, but not quite tight enough. I didn't spot that, he said. You're getting good at this. She turned around to face him. No, I'm getting good and mad, Reacher. This guy Rudder took $18,000 for a faked photograph. Worse than that, he gave them false hope. So what are we going to do? We're going to pay him a visit, he said. They were back at the Taurus 16 minutes after leaving it. Jody threaded back toward the parkway, drumming her fingers on the wheel and talking fast. But you told me you believed it. I said the photo proved the place existed, and you agreed it did. You said you'd been there not long ago, got about as close as Rudder had. All true, Reacher said. I believed the botanical gardens existed. I'd just come back from there, and I got as close as Rudder did. I was standing right next to the little wall where he must have taken the picture from. Jesus, Reacher, what is this? A game? He shrugged. Yesterday I didn't know what it was, in terms of how much I needed to share with you. She nodded and smiled through her exasperation. She was remembering the difference between yesterday and today. But how the hell did he expect to get away with it? The greenhouse in the New York Botanical Gardens, for God's sake? He stretched in his seat, eased his arms all the way forward to the windshield. Psychology, he said. It's the basis of any scam, right? You tell people what they want to hear. Those old folks, they wanted to hear their boy was still alive. So he tells them their boy probably is. So they invest a lot of hope and money. They're waiting on pins 3 whole months. He gives them a photo, and basically they're going to see whatever they want to see, and he was smart. He asked them for the exact name and unit. He wanted existing pictures of the boy so he could pick out a middle-aged guy roughly the right size and shape for the photo, and he fed them back the right name and the right unit. Psychology, they see what they want to see. He could have had a guy in a gorilla suit in the picture, and they'd have believed it was representative of the local wildlife. So how did you spot it? Same way, he said. Same psychology, but in reverse. I wanted to disbelieve it because I knew it couldn't be true, so I was looking for something that seemed wrong. It was the fatigues the guy was wearing that did it for me. You notice that? Old, worn-out U.S. Army fatigues. This guy went down 30 years ago. There's absolutely no way a set of fatigues would last 30 years in the jungle. They'd have rotted off in 6 weeks. But why there? What made you look in the botanical gardens? He spread his fingers against the windshield glass, pushing to ease the tension in his shoulders. Where else would he find vegetation like that? Hawaii, maybe, but why spend the airfare for 3 people when it's available free right on his doorstep? And the Vietnamese boy? Probably a college kid, he said. Probably right here at Fordham, maybe Columbia, maybe he wasn't Vietnamese at all. Could have been a waiter from a Chinese restaurant. Rudder probably paid him $20 for the photo. He's probably got 4 friends playing the American captives. A big white guy, a small white guy, a big black guy, a small black guy, all the bases covered, all of them bums, so they look thin and haggard. Probably paid them in bourbon, probably took all the pictures at the same time, uses them as appropriate. He could have sold that exact same picture a dozen times over. Anyone whose missing boy was tall and white, they get a copy. Then he swears them all to secrecy with this government conspiracy shit so nobody will ever compare notes afterward. He's disgusting, she said. He nodded. That's for damn sure. B&R families are still a big, vulnerable market, I guess, and he's feeding off it like a maggot. B&R? She asked. Body not recovered, he said. That's what they are. KIA, B&R, killed in action. Body not recovered. Killed? You don't believe there are still any prisoners? He shook his head. There are no prisoners, Jody, he said. Not anymore? That's all bullshit, you sure? Totally certain? How can you be certain? I just know, he said, like I know the sky is blue and the grass is green and you've got a great ass. She smiled as she drove. I'm a lawyer, Reacher. That kind of proof just doesn't do it for me. Historical facts, he said. The story about holding hostages to get American aid is all baloney for a start. They were planning to come running south down the Ho Chi Minh Trail as soon as we were out of there, which was right against the Paris Accords. So they knew they were never going to get any aid no matter what they did. So they let all the prisoners go in '73, a bit slowly, I know, but they let them go. When we left in '75, they scooped up about 100 stragglers, and then they handed them all straight back to us, which doesn't jibe with any kind of a hostage strategy. Plus, they were desperate for us to demine their harbors, so they didn't play silly games. They were slow about returning remains, she said. You know, our boys killed in plane crashes or battles. They played silly games about that. He nodded. They didn't really understand. It was important to us. We wanted 2,000 bodies back. They couldn't understand why. They'd been at war more than 40 years. Japanese, French, the U.S., China. They probably lost 1 million people missing in action. Our 2,000 was a drop in the bucket, plus they were communists. They didn't share the value we put on individuals. It's a psychological thing again, but it doesn't mean they kept secret, prisoners in secret camps. Not a very conclusive argument, she said dryly. He nodded again. Leon's the conclusive argument, your old man, and people just like him. I know those people, brave, honorable people, Jody. They fought there, and then they rose to power and prominence later. The Pentagon is stuffed full of assholes, I know that as well as anybody, but there were always enough people like Leon around to keep them honest. You answer me a question? If Leon had known there were still prisoners kept back in Nam, what would he have done? She shrugged. I don't know. Something, obviously. You bet your ass something, he said. Leon would have torn the White House apart, brick by brick, until all those boys were safely back home. But he didn't. And that's not because he didn't know. Leon knew everything there was to know. There's no way they could have kept a thing like that a secret from all the Leons. Not all the time. A big conspiracy lasting 6 administrations. A conspiracy people like Leon couldn't sniff out. Forget about it. The Leons of this world never reacted, so it was never happening. That's conclusive proof as far as I'm concerned, Jody. No, that's faith, she said. Whatever. It's good enough for me. She watched the traffic ahead and thought about it. Then she nodded, because in the end, faith in her father was good enough for her, too. So Victor Hobie's dead? Reacher nodded. Has to be killed in action, body not recovered. She drove on slowly. They were heading south and the traffic was bad. Okay, no prisoners, no camps, she said. No government conspiracy. So they weren't government people who were shooting at us and crashing their cars into us. I never thought it was, he said. Most government people I met were a lot more efficient than that. I was a government person, in a manner of speaking. You think I'd miss 2 days in a row? She slewed the car right and jammed to a stop on the shoulder, turned in her seat to face him, blue eyes wide. So it must be Rudder, she said. Who else can it be? He's running a lucrative scam, right? And he's prepared to protect it. He thinks we're going to expose it, so he's been looking for us, and now we're planning to walk right into his arms. Reacher smiled. Hey, life's full of dangers, he said. Marilyn realized she must have fallen asleep because she woke up stiff and cold with noises coming through the door at her. The bathroom had no window and she had no idea what time it was. Morning, she guessed, because she felt like she had been asleep for some time. On her left, Chester was staring into space, his gaze fixed 1,000 miles beyond the fixtures under the sink. He was inert. She turned and looked straight at him and got no response at all. On her right, Cheryl was curled on the floor. She was breathing heavily through her mouth. Her nose had turned black and shiny and was swollen. Marilyn stared at her and swallowed, turned again and pressed her ear to the door. Listened hard. There were 2 men out there. The sound of 2 deep voices talking low. She could hear elevators in the distance, a very faint traffic rumble with occasional sirens vanishing into stillness. Aircraft noise like a big jet from JFK was wheeling away west across the harbor. She eased herself off the floor. Her shoes had come off during the night. She found them scuffed under her pile of towels. She slipped them on and walked quietly to the sink. Chester was staring straight through her. She checked herself in the mirror. Not too bad, she thought. The last time she had spent the night on a bathroom floor was after a sorority party more than 20 years before, and she looked no worse now than she had then. She combed her hair with her fingers and patted water on her eyes. Then she crept back to the door and listened again. Two men, but she was pretty sure Hobie wasn't one of them. There was some equality in the tenor of the voices. It was back and forth conversation, not orders and obedience. She slid the pile of towels backward with her foot and took a deep breath and opened the door. Two men stopped talking and turned to stare at her. The one called Tony was sitting sideways on the sofa in front of the desk. Another she had not seen before was squatted next to him on the coffee table. He was a thick-set man in a dark suit, not tall but heavy. The desk was not occupied. No sign of Hobie. The window blinds were closed to a crack, but she could see bright sun outside. It was later than she thought. She glanced back to the sofa and saw Tony smiling at her. "Sleep well?" he asked. She made no reply, just kept a neutral look fixed on her face until Tony's smile died away. "Score one," she thought. "I talked things over with my husband," she lied. Tony looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to speak again. She let him wait. "Score two," she thought. "We agree to the transfer," she said. "But it's going to be complicated. It's going to take some time. There are factors I don't think you appreciate. We'll do it, but we're going to expect some minimum cooperation from you along the way." Tony nodded. "Like what?" "I'll discuss that with Hobie," she said. "Not with you." There was silence in the office, just faint noises from the world outside. She concentrated on her breathing in and out, in and out. "Okay," Tony said. "Score three," she thought. "We want coffee," she said. "3 cups, cream and sugar." More silence. Then Tony nodded, and the thick-set man stood up. He looked away and walked out of the office toward the kitchen. "Score 4, she thought. The return address on Rutter's letter corresponded to a dingy storefront some blocks south of any hope of urban renewal. It was a clapboard building sandwiched between crumbling 4-story brick structures that may have been factories or warehouses before they were abandoned decades ago. Rutter's place had a filthy window on the left and an entrance in the center and a roll-up door standing open on the right, revealing a narrow garage area. There was a brand-new Lincoln Navigator squeezed into the space. Reacher recognized the model from advertisements he'd seen. It was a giant 4-wheel drive Ford with a thick gloss of luxury added in order to justify its elevation to the Lincoln division. This one was metallic black, and it was probably worth more than the real estate wrapped around it. Jody drove right past the building, not fast, not slow, just plausible city street speed over the potholed road. Reacher craned his head around, getting a feel for the place. Jody made a left and came back around the block. Reacher glimpsed a service alley running behind the row with rusted fire escapes hanging above piles of garbage. "So how do we do this?" Jody asked him. "We walk right in," he said. "First thing we do is we watch his reaction. If he knows who we are, we'll play it one way. If he doesn't, we'll play it another." She parked 2 spaces south of the storefront in the shadow of a blackened brick warehouse. She locked the car and they walked north together. From the sidewalk they could make out what was behind the dirty window. There was a lame display of Army surplus equipment, dusty old camouflage jackets and water canteens and boots. There were field radios and MRE rations and infantry helmets. Some of the stuff was already obsolete before Reacher graduated from West Point. The door was stiff and it worked a bell when it opened. It was a crude mechanical system whereby the moving door flicked a spring that flicked the bell and made the sound. The store was deserted. There was a counter on the right with a door behind it to the garage. There was a display of clothing on a circular chrome rack and more random junk piled high on a single shelf. There was a rear door out to the alley, locked shut and alarmed. In a line next to the rear door were 5 padded vinyl chairs. Scattered all around the chairs were cigarette butts and empty beer bottles. The lighting was dim, but the dust of years was visible everywhere. Reacher walked ahead of Jody. The floor creaked under him. 2 paces inside, he could see a trapdoor open beyond the counter. It was a sturdy door made from old pine boards, hinged with brass and rubbed to a greasy shine where generations of hands had folded it back. Floor joists were visible inside the hole, and a narrow staircase built from the same old wood was leading down toward hot electric light. He could hear feet scraping on a cement cellar floor below him. "I'll be right there, whoever the hell you are," a voice called up from the hole. It was a man's voice, middle-aged, suspended somewhere between surprise and bad temper. The voice of a man not expecting callers. Jody looked at Reacher, and Reacher closed his hand around the butt of the stair in his pocket. A man's head appeared at floor level, then his shoulders, then his torso as he came on up the ladder. He was a bulky figure and had difficulty climbing out of the hole. He was dressed in faded olive fatigues. He had greasy gray hair, a ragged gray beard, a fleshy face, small eyes. He came out on hands and knees and stood up. "Help you?" he said. Then another head and shoulders appeared behind him, and another, and another, and another. 4 men stamped up the ladder from the cellar. Each one straightened and paused and looked hard at Reacher and Jody, and then stepped away to the line of chairs. They were big men, fleshy, tattooed, dressed in similar old fatigues. They sat with big arms crossed against big stomachs. "Help you?" The first guy said again. "Are you Rudder?" Reacher asked. The guy nodded. There was no recognition in his eyes. Reacher glanced at the line of men on their chairs. They represented a complication he had not anticipated. "What do you want?" Rudder asked. Reacher changed his plan, took a guess about the true nature of the store's transactions and what was stacked up down in the cellar. "I want a silencer," he said, "for a Stair GB. Rudder smiled, real amusement in the set of his jaw and the light in his eyes. "Against the law for me to sell you one, against the law for you to own one." The sing-song way he said it was an outright confession that he had them and sold them. There was a patronizing undercurrent in the tone that said, "I've got something you want, and that makes me better than you." There was no caution in his voice, no suspicion that Reacher was a cop trying to set him up. Nobody ever thought Reacher was a cop. He was too big and too rough. He didn't have the precinct pallor or the urban furtiveness people subconsciously associate with cops. Rudder was not worried about him. He was worried about Jody. He didn't know what she was. He had spoken to Reacher, but looked at her. She was looking back at him steadily. "Against whose law?" she asked dismissively. Rudder scratched at his beard. "Makes them expensive. Compared to what?" she asked. Reacher smiled to himself. Rudder wasn't sure about her, and with 2 answers, just 6 words, she had him adrift, thinking she could be anything from a Manhattan socialite worried about a kidnap threat against her kids, to a billionaire's wife intending to inherit early, to a rotary wife aiming to survive a messy love triangle. She was looking at him like she was a woman used to getting her own way without opposition from anybody, certainly not from the law, and certainly not from some squalid little Bronx trader. "Stair GB?" Rudder asked. "You want the proper Austrian piece?" Reacher nodded like he was the guy who dealt with the trivial details. Rudder clicked his fingers, and one of the heavy men peeled off from the line of chairs and dropped down the hole. He came back up a long moment later with a black cylinder wrapped in paper that gun oil had turned transparent. $2,000, Rudder said. Reacher nodded. The price was almost fair. The pistol was no longer manufactured, but he figured it probably last retailed around $800 or $900. Final factory price for the suppressor was probably more than $200. $2,000 for illegal supply 10 years later, and 4,000 miles from the factory gate was almost reasonable. "Let me see it," he said. Rudder wiped the tube on his pants, handed it over. Reacher came out with the gun and clicked the tube in place, not like in the movies. "You don't hold it up to your eyes and screw it on, slowly and thoughtfully and lovingly. You use light, fast pressure and a half turn, and it clicks on like a lens fits a camera. It improved the weapon, improved its balance. 99 times in 100, a handgun gets fired high because the recoil flips the muzzle upward. The weight of the silencer was going to counteract that likelihood. And a silencer works by dispersing the blast of gas relatively slowly, which weakens the recoil in the first place. Does it work real good?" Reacher asked. "Sure it does," Rudder said. "It's the genuine factory piece." The guy who had brought it upstairs was back on his chair. 4 guys, 5 chairs. The way to take out a gang is to hit the leader first. It's a universal truth. Reacher had learned it at the age of 4. Figure out who the leader is and put him down first and put him down hard. This situation was going to be different. Rudder was the leader, but he had to stay in one piece for the time being because Reacher had other plans for him. $2,000, Rudder said again. Field test, Reacher said. There is no safety catch on a Star GB. The first pull needs a pressure of 14 pounds on the trigger, which is judged to be enough to avoid an accidental discharge if the gun is dropped, because 14 pounds is a very deliberate pull, so there is no separate safety mechanism. Reacher flicked his hand left and pulled the 14 pounds. The gun fired and the empty chair blew apart. The sound was loud, not like in the movies. It's not a little cough, not a polite little spit. It's like taking the Manhattan phone book and raising it way over your head and smashing it face down on a desk with all your strength. Not a quiet sound, but quieter than it could be. The four guys were frozen with shock. Shredded vinyl and dirty horsehair stuffing were floating in the air. Rudder was staring, motionless. Reacher hit him hard, left-handed in the stomach, and kicked his feet away and dumped him on the floor. Then he lined up the stire on the guy next to the shattered chair. Downstairs, he said, all of you, right now, okay? Nobody moved, so Reacher counted out loud 1, 2, and on 3 he fired again. The same loud blast, the floorboard splintered at the first guy's feet. 1, 2, and Reacher fired again and again. 1, 2, and fire. Dust and wood splinters were bursting upward. The noise of the repeated shots was crushing. There was the strong stink of burned powder and hot steel wool inside the suppressor. The men moved all at once after the third bullet. They fought and crowded to the hatch, crashed and tumbled through. Reacher dropped the door closed on them and dragged the counter over the top of it. Rudder was up on his hands and knees. Reacher kicked him over on his back and kept on kicking him until he had scrambled all the way backward, and his head was jammed up hard against the displaced counter. Jody had the faked photograph in her hand. She crouched and held it out to him. He blinked and focused on it. His mouth was working, just a ragged hole in his beard. Reacher ducked down and caught his left wrist, dragged his hand up and took hold of the little finger. Questions, he said, and I'll break a finger every time you lie to me. Rudder started struggling, using all his strength to twist up and away. Reacher hit him again, a solid blow to the gut, and he went back down. You know who we are? No, Rudder gasped. Where was this picture taken? Secret camps, Rudder gasped. Vietnam. Reacher broke his little finger. He just wrenched it sideways and snapped the knuckle. Sideways is easier than bending it all the way back. Rudder shrieked in pain. Reacher took hold of the next finger. There was a gold ring on it. Where? Bronx Zoo, Rudder gasped. Who's the boy? Just some kid. Who's the man? Friend, Rudder gasped. How many times have you done it? 15, maybe, Rudder said. Reacher bent the ring finger sideways. That's the truth, Rudder screamed. No more than 15, I promise. And I never did anything to you. I don't even know you, you know. The Hobies, Reacher asked, up in Brighton. He saw Rudder searching through a mental list, dazed. Then he saw him remember. Then he saw him struggling to comprehend how those pathetic old suckers could possibly have brought all this down on his head. You're a disgusting piece of shit, right? Rudder was rolling his head from side to side in panic. Say it, Rudder, Reacher yelled. I'm a piece of shit, Rudder whimpered. Where's your bank? My bank? Rudder repeated blankly. Your bank, Reacher said. Rudder hesitated. Reacher put some weight back on the ring finger. 10 blocks, Rudder shrieked. Title deed for your truck? In the drawer. Reacher nodded to Jody. She stood up and went around behind the counter, rattled open the drawers and came out with a sheaf of paperwork. She flicked through and nodded. Registered in his name, cost $40,000. Reacher switched his grip and caught Rudder by the neck, bunched his shoulder and pushed hard until the web of his hand was forcing up under Rudder's jaw. I'll buy your truck for $1, he said. Just shake your head if you've got a problem with that, okay? Rudder was totally still. His eyes were popping under the force of Reacher's grip on his throat. And then I'll drive you to your bank, he said, in my new truck. You'll take out $18,000 in cash, and I'll give it back to the Hobies. No, Jody called. 19,650. It was in a safe mutual. Call it 6% for a year and a half compounded. Okay, Reacher said. He increased the pressure. 19,650 for the Hobies and 19,650 for us. Rudder's eyes were searching Reacher's face, pleading, not understanding. You cheated them, Reacher said. You told them you'd find out what happened to their boy. You didn't do that, so now we'll have to do it for them. So we need expense money. Rudder was turning blue in the face. His hands were clamped hard on Reacher's wrist, desperately trying to ease the pressure. Okay, Reacher asked. So, that's what we're going to do. Just shake your head if you've got any kind of a problem with any part of it. Rudder was dragging hard on Reacher's wrist, but his head stayed still. Think of it like a tax, Reacher said. A tax on cheating little pieces of shit. He jerked his hand away and stood up. 15 minutes later, he was in Rudder's bank. Rudder was nursing his left hand in his pocket and signing a check with his right. 5 minutes after that, Reacher had 39,300 gacs zipped into the sports bag. 15 minutes after that, he left Rudder in the alley behind his store with $2 bills stuffed in his mouth, one for the silencer and one for the truck. 5 minutes after that, he was following Jody's Taurus up to the Hertz return at LaGuardia. 15 minutes after that, they were in the new Lincoln together heading back to Manhattan. 11 evening falls in Hanoi a full 12 hours earlier than in New York, so the sun, which was still high as Reacher and Jody left the Bronx, had already slipped behind the highlands of northern Laos, 200 miles away to the west of Noi Bai Airport. The sky was glowing orange, and the long shadows of late afternoon were replaced by the sudden dull gloom of tropical dusk. The smells of the city and the jungle were masked under the reek of kerosene, and the noises of car horns and nighttime insects were blown away by the steady whine of jet engines idling. A giant U.S. Air Force C-141 Starlifter transport was standing on the apron, a mile from the crowded passenger terminals next to an unmarked hangar. The plane's rear ramp was down and its engines were running fast enough to power the interior lighting. Inside the unmarked hangar, too. Lights were on. There were 100 arc lights slung high up under the corrugated metal roof, washing the cavernous space with their bright yellow glow. The hangar was as large as a stadium, but it held nothing except 7 caskets. Each one of them was 6.5 feet long, made from ribbed aluminum polished to a high shine and shaped roughly like a coffin, which is exactly what each one of them was. They were standing in a neat row on trestles, each one draped with an American flag. The flags were newly laundered and crisply pressed, and the center stripe of each flag was precisely aligned with the center rib of each casket. There were 9 men and 2 women in the hangar, standing next to the 7 aluminum caskets. 6 of the men were there as the honor guard. They were regular soldiers of the United States Army, newly showered, newly shaved, dressed in immaculate ceremonial uniforms, holding themselves at rigid attention away from the other 5 people. 3 of those were Vietnamese, 2 men and a woman, short, dark, impassive. They were dressed in uniform, too, but theirs were everyday uniforms, not ceremonial. Dark olive cloth, worn and creased, badged here and there with the unfamiliar insignia of their rank. The last 2 people were Americans, dressed in civilian clothes, but the sort of civilian clothes that indicate military status as clearly as any uniform. The woman was young, with a mid-length canvas skirt and a long-sleeved khaki blouse, with heavy brown shoes on her feet. The man was tall, silver-haired, maybe 55 years old, dressed in tropical khakis under a lightweight belted raincoat. He was carrying a battered brown leather briefcase in his hand, and there was a garment bag of similar vintage on the ground at his feet. The tall, silver-haired man nodded to the honor guard, a tiny signal, almost imperceptible. The senior soldier spoke a muted command, and the 6 men formed up in 2 lines of 3. They slow-marched forward and right-turned and slow-marched again until they were lined up precisely, 3 each side of the first casket. They paused a beat and stooped and lifted the casket to their shoulders in a single fluid movement. The senior man spoke again, and they slow-marched forward toward the hangar door, the casket supported exactly level on their linked arms, the only sounds the crunch of their boots on the concrete and the whine of the waiting engines. On the apron, they turned right and wheeled a wide, slow semicircle through the hot jet wash until they were lined up with the Starlifter's ramp. They slow-marched forward up the exact center of the ramp, feeling carefully with their feet for the metal ribs bolted there to help them, and on into the belly of the plane. The pilot was waiting for them. She was a U.S. Air Force captain, trim in a tropical-issue flight suit. Her crew was standing at attention with her, a co-pilot, a flight engineer, a navigator, a radio operator. Opposite them were the loadmaster and his crew, silent in green fatigues. They stood face to face in two still lines, and the honor guard filed slowly between them, all the way up to the forward-loading bay. There they bent their knees and gently lowered the casket onto a shelf built along the fuselage wall. 4 of the men stood back, heads bowed. The forward man and the rear man worked together to slide the casket into place. The loadmaster stepped forward and secured it with rubber straps. Then he stepped back and joined the honor guard and held a long, silent salute. It took an hour to load all 7 caskets. The people inside the hangar stood silent throughout, and then they followed the 7th casket onto the apron. They matched their walk to the honor guard's slow pace and waited at the bottom of the Starlifter's ramp in the hot, noisy damp of the evening. The honor guard came out, duty done. The tall, silver-haired American saluted them and shook hands with the 3 Vietnamese officers and nodded to the American woman. No words were exchanged. He shouldered his garment bag and ran lightly up the ramp into the plane. A slow, powerful motor whirred and the ramp closed shut behind him. The engines ran up to speed and the giant plane came off its brakes and started to taxi. It wheeled a wide, cumbersome left and disappeared behind the hangar. Its noise grew faint. Then it grew loud again in the distance, and the watchers saw it come back along the runway, engines screaming, accelerating hard, lifting off. It yawed right, climbing fast, turning, dipping a wing, and then it was gone, just a triangle of winking lights, tiny in the distance, and a vague smudge of black kerosene smoke tracing its curved path into the night air. The honor guard dispersed in the sudden silence, and the American woman shook hands with the 3 Vietnamese officers and walked back to her car. The 3 Vietnamese officers walked in a different direction, back to theirs. It was a Japanese sedan, repainted a dull military green. The woman drove, and the 2 men sat in back. It was a short trip to the center of Hanoi. The woman parked in a chain-link compound behind a low concrete building painted the color of sand. The men got out without a word and went inside through an unmarked door. The woman locked the car and walked around the building to a different entrance. She went inside and up a short flight of stairs to her office. There was a bound ledger open on her desk. She recorded the safe dispatch of the cargo in neat handwriting and closed the ledger. She carried it to a file cabinet near her office door. She locked it inside and glanced through the door, up and down the corridor. Then she returned to her desk and picked up her telephone and dialed a number 11,000 miles away in New York City. Marilyn woke up Cheryl and brought Chester around into some sort of consciousness before the thick-set man came into the bathroom with the coffee. It was in mugs, and he was holding 2 in one hand and 1 in the other, unsure of where to leave them. He paused and stepped to the sink and lined them up on the narrow granite ledge under the mirror. Then he turned without speaking and walked back out, pulled the door closed after him firmly, but without slamming it. Marilyn handed out the mugs one at a time because she was trembling and pretty sure she was going to spill them if she tried them 2 at a time. She squatted down and gave the first one to Cheryl and helped her take the first sip. Then she went back for Chester's. He took it from her blankly and looked at it like he didn't know what it was. She took the third for herself and stood against the sink and drank it down thirstily. It was good. The cream and the sugar tasted like energy. "Where are the stock certificates?" she whispered. Chester looked up at her listlessly. "At my bank, in my box." Marilyn nodded, came face to face with the fact she didn't know which was Chester's bank, or where it was, or what stock certificates were for. "How many are there?" He shrugged. 1,000 originally. I used 300 for security against the loans. I had to give them up to the lender temporarily. And now Hobie's got those? He nodded. He bought the debt. They'll messenger the security to him today. Maybe they don't need it anymore. And I pledged him another 90. They're still in the box. I guess I was due to deliver them soon. So how does the transfer actually happen? He shrugged again, wearily, vaguely. I sign the stock over to him. He takes the certificates and registers them with the exchange, and when he's got 501 registered in his name, then he's the majority owner. So where's your bank? Chester took his first sip of coffee. About 3 blocks from here, about 5 minutes walk, then another 5 minutes to the exchange. Call it 10 minutes beginning to end, and we're penniless and homeless on the street. He set the mug on the floor and lapsed back into staring. Cheryl was listless, not drinking her coffee. Her skin looked clammy, maybe concussed or something, maybe still in shock. Marilyn didn't know she had no experience. Her nose was awful, black and swollen. The bruising was spreading under her eyes. Her lips were cracked and dry from breathing through her mouth all night. "Try some more coffee," she said. "It'll be good for you." She squatted beside her and guided her hand up to her mouth, tilted the mug. Cheryl took a sip. Some of the hot liquid ran down her chin. She took another sip. She glanced up at Marilyn with something in her eyes. Marilyn didn't know what it was, but she smiled back anyway, bright with encouragement. "We'll get you to the hospital," she whispered. Cheryl closed her eyes and nodded like she was suddenly filled with relief. Marilyn knelt beside her, holding her hand, staring at the door, wondering how she was going to deliver on that promise. "Are you going to keep this thing?" Jody asked. She was talking about the Lincoln Navigator. Reacher thought about it as he waited. They were jammed up on the approach to the Triborough. "Maybe," he said. "It was more or less brand new." Very quiet and smooth, black metallic outside, tan leather inside, 400 miles on the clock, still reeking of new hide and new carpet, and the strong plastic smell of a box-fresh vehicle. Huge seats, each one identical with the driver's chair. Lots of fat consoles with drinks holders and little lids suggestive of secret storage spaces. "I think it's gross," she said. He smiled. "Compared to what? That tiny little thing you were driving?"
That was much smaller than this.
"You're much smaller than me." She was quiet for a beat. "It was Rutter's," she said. "It's tainted." The traffic moved and then stopped again halfway over the Harlem River. The buildings of Midtown were far away to his left and hazy like a vague promise. "It's just a tool," he said. "Tools have no memory." "I hate him," she said. "I think more than I've ever hated anybody." He nodded. "I know," he said. "The whole time we were in there, I was thinking about the Hobies up there in Brighton, alone in their little house, the look in their eyes. Sending your only boy off to war is a hell of a thing, and to be lied to and cheated afterward. Jody, there's no excuse for that. Swap the chronology. It could have been my folks, and he did it 15 times. I should have hurt him worse." "As long as he doesn't do it again," she said. He shook his head. "The list of targets is shrinking." Not too many B&R families left now to fall for it. They made it off the bridge and headed south on 2nd Avenue. It was fast and clear ahead for 60 blocks. "And it wasn't him coming after us," she said quietly. "He didn't know who we were." Reacher shook his head again. "No. How many fake photographs do you have to sell to make it worth trashing a Chevy Suburban? We need to analyze it right from the beginning, Jody. 2 full-time employees get sent to the Keys and up to Garrison, right? 2 full-time salaries, plus weapons and airfare and all, and they're riding around in a Tahoe. Then a 3rd employee shows up with a Suburban he can afford to just dump on the street. That's a lot of money. And it's probably just the visible tip of some kind of an iceberg. It implies something worth maybe millions of dollars. Rutter was never making that kind of money, ripping off old folks for $18,000 a pop. So what the hell is this about?" Reacher just shrugged and drove and watched the mirror all the way. Hobie took the call from Hanoi at home. He listened to the Vietnamese woman's short report and hung up without speaking. Then he stood in the center of his living room and tilted his head to one side and narrowed his good eye like he was watching something physical happening in front of him. Like he was watching a baseball soaring out of the diamond, looping upward into the glare of the lights, an outfielder tracking back under it, the fence getting closer, the glove coming up, the ball soaring, the fence looming, the outfielder leaping. Will the ball clear the fence or not? Hobie couldn't tell. He stepped across the living room and out to the terrace. The terrace faced west across the park from 30 floors up. It was a view he hated. because all the trees reminded him of his childhood, but it enhanced the value of his property, which was the name of the game. He wasn't responsible for the way other people's tastes drove the market. He was just there to benefit from them. He turned and looked left to where he could see his office building all the way downtown. The twin towers looked shorter than they should because of the curvature of the earth. He turned back inside and slid the door closed, walked through the apartment and out to the elevator, rode down all the way to the parking garage. His car was not modified in any way to help him with his handicap. It was a late-model Cadillac sedan with the ignition and the selector on the right of the steering column. Using the key was awkward because he had to lean across with his left hand and jab it in backward and twist. But after that, he never had much of a problem. He put it in drive by using the hook on the selector and drove out of the garage one-handed, using his left, the hook resting down in his lap. He felt better once he was south of 59th Street. The park disappeared and he was deep in the noisy canyons of Midtown. The traffic comforted him. The Cadillac's air conditioning relieved the itching under his scars. June was the worst time for that. Some particular combination of heat and humidity acted together to drive him crazy. But the Cadillac made it better. He wondered idly whether Stone's Mercedes would be as good. He thought not. He had never trusted the air on foreign cars, so he would turn it into cash. He knew a guy in Queens who would spring for it. But it was another chore on the list, a lot to do, and not much time to do it in. The outfielder was right there under the ball, leaping with the fence at his back. He parked in the underground garage in the slot previously occupied by the Suburban. He reached across and pulled the key and locked the Cadillac, rode upstairs in the express elevator. Tony was at the reception counter. Hanoi called again, Hobie told him. It's in the air. Tony looked away. What? Hobie asked him. So we should just abandon this Stone thing. It'll take them a few days, right? A few days might not be enough, Tony said. There are complications. The woman says she's talked it over with him and they'll do the deal, but there are complications we don't know about. What complications? Tony shook his head. She wouldn't tell me she wants to tell you direct. Hobie stared at the office door. She's kidding, right? She damn well better be kidding. I can't afford any kind of complications now. I just pre-sold the sites, 3 separate deals. I gave my word. The machinery is in motion. What complications? She wouldn't tell me, Tony said again. Hobie's face was itching. There was no air conditioning in the garage. The short walk to the elevator had upset his skin. He pressed the hook to his forehead, looking for some relief from the metal. But the hook was warm, too. What about Mrs. Jacob? He asked. She was home all night, Tony said, with this Reacher guy. I checked. They were laughing about something this morning. I heard them from the corridor. Then they drove somewhere north on the FDR Drive, maybe going back to Garrison. I don't need her in Garrison. I need her right here. And him. Tony was silent. Bring Mrs. Stone to me, Hobie said. He walked into his office and across to his desk. Tony went the opposite way toward the bathroom. He came out a moment later, pushing Marilyn in front of him. She looked tired. The silk sheath looked ludicrously out of context, like she was a partygoer caught out by a blizzard and stranded in town the morning after. Hobie pointed to the sofa. Sit down, Marilyn, he said. She remained standing. The sofa was too low to sit on in a short dress, and too low to achieve the psychological advantage she was going to need. But to stand in front of his desk was wrong, too supplicant. She walked around to the wall of windows, eased the slats apart, and gazed out at the morning. Then she turned and propped herself against the ledge, made him rotate his chair to face her. What are these complications? He asked. She looked at him and took a deep breath. We'll get to that, she said. First we get Cheryl to the hospital. There was silence. No sound at all except the rumbling and booming of the populated building. Far away to the west, a siren sounded faintly, maybe all the way over in Jersey City. What are these complications? He asked again. He used the same exact voice, the same exact intonation, like he was prepared to overlook her mistake. The hospital first, the silence continued. Hobie turned back to Tony. Get Stone out of the bathroom, he said. Stone stumbled out in his underwear, with Tony's knuckles in his back all the way to the desk. He hit his shins on the coffee table and gasped in pain. "What are these complications?" Hobie asked him. He just glanced wildly left and right, like he was too scared and disoriented to speak. Hobie waited. Then he nodded. "Break his leg," he said. He turned to look at Marilyn. There was silence, no sound except Stone's ragged breathing and the faint boom of the building. Hobie stared on at Marilyn. She stared back at him. "Go ahead," she said quietly. "Break his damn leg? Why should I care? He's made me penniless. He's ruined my life. Break both his damn legs if you feel like it. But it won't get you what you want any quicker, because there are complications, and the sooner we get to them, the better it is for you. And we won't get to them until Cheryl is in the hospital." She leaned back on the window ledge, palms down, arms locked from the shoulder. She hoped it made her look relaxed and casual, but she was doing it to keep herself from falling on the floor. "The hospital first," she said again. She was concentrating so hard on her voice, it sounded like somebody else's. She was pleased with it. It sounded okay. A low, firm voice, steady and quiet in the silent office. "Then we deal," she said. "Your choice." The outfielder was leaping, glove high, and the ball was dropping. The glove was higher than the fence. The trajectory of the ball was too close to call. Hobie tapped his hook on the desk. The sound was loud. Stone was staring at him. Hobie ignored him and glanced up at Tony. "Take the bitch to the hospital," he said sourly. "Chester goes with them," Marilyn said, for verification. "He needs to see her go inside to the ER alone. I stay here as surety." Hobie stopped tapping, looked at her and smiled. "Don't you trust me?" "No, I don't trust you. We don't do it this way. You'll just take Cheryl out of here and lock her up someplace else." Hobie was still smiling. "Farthest thing from my thoughts. I was going to have Tony shoot her and dump her in the sea." There was silence again. Marilyn was shaking inside. "You sure you want to do this?" Hobie asked her. "She says one word to the hospital people. She gets you killed, you know that, right?" Marilyn nodded. "She won't say anything to anybody, not knowing you've still got me here. You better pray she doesn't. She won't. This isn't about us, it's about her. She needs to get help." She stared at him, leaning back, feeling faint. She was searching his face for a sign of compassion, some acceptance of his responsibility. He stared back at her. There was no compassion in his face, nothing there at all, except annoyance. She swallowed and took a deep breath. "And she needs a skirt. She can't go out without one. It'll look suspicious. The hospital will get the police involved. Neither of us wants that, so Tony needs to go out and buy her a new skirt." "Lend her your dress," Hobie said. "Take it off and give it to her." There was a long silence. "It wouldn't fit her," Marilyn said. "That's not the reason, is it?" She made no reply. Silence. Hobie shrugged. "Okay," he said. She swallowed again. "And shoes." "What? She needs shoes," Marilyn said. "She can't go without shoes." "Jesus," Hobie said. "What the hell next?" "Next we deal. Soon as Chester is back here and tells me he saw her walk in alone and unharmed, then we deal." Hobie traced the curve of his hook with the fingers of his left hand. "You're a smart woman," he said. "I know I am," Marilyn thought. "That's the first of your complications." Reacher placed the sports bag on the white sofa underneath the Mondrian copy. He unzipped it and turned it over and spilled out the bricks of 50s, $39,300 in cash. He split it in half by tossing the bricks alternately left and right to opposite ends of the sofa. He finished up with two very impressive stacks. 4 trips to the bank, Jody said. "Under $10,000, the reporting rules don't apply, and we don't want to be answering any questions about where we got this from, right? We'll put it in my account and cut the Hobies a cashier's check for $19,650. Our half we'll access through my gold card, okay?" Reacher nodded. "We need airfare to St. Louis, Missouri, plus a hotel. 19 grand in the bank. We can stay in decent places and go business class." "It's the only way to fly," she said. She put her arms around his waist and stretched up on tiptoes and kissed him on the mouth. He kissed her back, hard. "This is fun, isn't it?" she said. "For us? Maybe," he said. "Not for the Hobies." They made 3 trips together to 3 separate banks and wound up at a fourth where she made the final deposit and bought a cashier's check made out to Mr. T and Mrs. M. Hobie in the sum of $19,650. The bank guy put it in a creamy envelope and she zipped it into her pocketbook. Then they walked back to Broadway together, holding hands so she could pack for the trip. She put the bank envelope in her bureau and he got on the phone and established that United from JFK was the best bet for St. Louis that time of day. Cab, she asked. He shook his head. We'll drive. The big V8 made a hell of a sound in the basement garage. He blipped the throttle a couple of times and grinned. The torque rocked the heavy vehicle side to side on its springs. The price of their toys, Jody said. He looked at her. You never heard that, she said. Difference between the men and the boys is the price of their toys. He blipped the motor and grinned again. Price on this was $1, and you just blipped away $2 in gas, she said. He shoved it in drive and took off up the ramp, worked around east to the Midtown Tunnel, and took 495 to the Van Wyck and down into the sprawl of JFK. Park in short term, she said. We can afford it now, right? He had to leave the Steyr and the silencer behind. No easy way to get through the airport security hoops with big metal weapons in your pocket. He hid them under the driver's seat. They left the Lincoln in the lot right opposite the United building, and 5 minutes later were at the counter buying 2 business-class one-ways to St. Louis. The expensive tickets entitled them to wait in a special lounge where a uniformed steward served them good coffee in china cups with saucers, and where they could read the Wall Street Journal without paying for it. Then Reacher carried Jody's bag down the jetway into the plane. The business-class seats were 2 on a side, the first half-dozen rows, wide, comfortable seats. Reacher smiled. I never did this before, he said. He slid into the window seat. He had room to stretch out a little. Jody was lost in her seat. There was room enough for 3 of her side by side. The attendant brought them juice before the plane even taxied. Minutes later, they were in the air, wheeling west across the southern tip of Manhattan. Tony came back into the office with a shiny red Talbot's bag and a brown bally carrier hanging by their rope handles from his clenched fist. Marilyn carried them into the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, Cheryl came out. The new skirt was the right size, but the wrong color. She was smoothing it down over her hips with vague movements of her hands. The new shoes didn't match the skirt, and they were too big. Her face looked awful. Her eyes were blank and acquiescent, like Marilyn had told her they should be. What are you going to tell the doctors? Hobie called to her. Cheryl looked away and concentrated on Marilyn's script. I walked into a door, she said. Her voice was low and nasal, dull, like she was still in shock. Are you going to call the cops? She shook her head. No, I'm not going to do that. Hobie nodded. What would happen if you did? I don't know, she replied, blank and dull. Your friend Marilyn would die in terrible pain. You understand that? He raised the hook and let her focus on it from across the room. Then he came out from behind the desk, walked around and stood directly behind Marilyn, used his left hand to lift her hair aside. His hand brushed her skin. She stiffened. He touched her cheek with the curve of the hook. Cheryl nodded vaguely. Yes, I understand that, she said. I had to be done quickly, because although Cheryl was now in her new skirt and shoes, Chester was still in his boxers and undershirt. Tony made them both wait in reception until the freight elevator arrived, and then he hustled them along the corridor and inside. He stepped out in the garage and scanned ahead. Hustled them over to the Tahoe and pushed Chester into the back seat and Cheryl into the front. He fired it up and locked the doors, took off up the ramp and out to the street. He could recall offhand maybe 24 hospitals in Manhattan, and as far as he knew, most of them had emergency rooms. His instinct was to drive all the way north, maybe up to Mount Sinai on 100th Street, because he felt it would be safer to put some distance between themselves and wherever Cheryl was going to be. But they were tight for time. To drive all the way uptown and back was going to take an hour, maybe more, an hour they couldn't spare, so he decided on St. Vincent's on 11th Street and 7th Avenue. Bellevue, over on 27th and 1st, was better geographically, but Bellevue was usually swarming with cops. For one reason or another, that was his experience. They practically lived there, so St. Vincent's it would be, and he knew St. Vincent's had a big, wide area facing the ER entrance where Greenwich Avenue sliced across 7th. He remembered the layout from when they had gone out to capture Costello's secretary. A big, wide area, almost like a plaza. They could watch her all the way inside without having to stop too close. The drive took 8 minutes. He eased into the curb on the west side of 7th and clicked the button to unlock the doors. "Out," he said. She opened the door and slid down to the sidewalk. Stood there, uncertain. Then she moved away to the crosswalk without looking back. Tony leaned over and slammed the door behind her, turned in his seat toward Stone. "So watch her," he said. Stone was already watching her. He saw the traffic stop and the walk light change. He saw her step forward with the crowd, dazed. She walked slower than the others, shuffling in her big shoes. Her hand was up at her face, masking it. She reached the opposite sidewalk well after the walk light changed back to don't. An impatient truck pulled right and eased around her. She walked on toward the hospital entrance. Across the wide sidewalk, then she was in the ambulance circle, a pair of double doors ahead of her scarred, floppy plastic doors, a trio of nurses standing next to them on their cigarette break, smoking. She walked past the nurses, straight to the doors, slowly. She pushed at them tentatively, both hands. They opened, she stepped inside. The doors fell shut behind her. "Okay, you see that?" Stone nodded. "Yes, I saw it. She's inside." Tony checked his mirror and fought his way out into the traffic stream. By the time he was 100 yards south, Cheryl was waiting in the triage line, going over and over in her head what Marilyn had told her to do. It was a short and cheap cab ride from the St. Louis airport to the National Personnel Records Center building, and familiar territory for Reacher. Most of his stateside tours of duty had involved at least one trip through the archives, searching backward in time for one thing or another. But this time, it was going to be different. He would be going in as a civilian, not the same thing as going in dressed in a major's uniform, not the same thing at all. He was clear on that. Public access is controlled by the counter staff and the lobby. The whole archive is technically part of the public record, but the staff take a lot of trouble to keep that fact well obscured. In the past, Reacher had agreed with that tactic, no hesitation. Military records can be very frank, and they need to be read and interpreted in strict context. He'd always been very happy they were kept away from the public, but now he was the public, and he was wondering how it was going to play. There were millions of files piled up in dozens of huge storerooms, and it would be very easy to wait days or weeks before anything got found, even with the staff running around like crazy and looking exactly like they were doing their absolute best. He had seen it happen before from the inside many times. It was a very plausible act. He had watched it with a wry smile on his face, so they paused in the hot Missouri sunshine after they paid off the cab and agreed on how to do it. They walked inside and saw the big sign, one file at a time. They lined up in front of the clerk and waited. She was a heavy woman, middle-aged, dressed in a master sergeant's uniform, busy with the sort of work designed to achieve nothing at all except to make people wait until it was done. After a long moment, she pushed 2 blank forms across the counter and pointed to where a pencil was tied down to a desk with a piece of string. The forms were access requests. Jody filled in her last name as Jacob and requested all and any information on Major Jack Nunn Reacher, U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division. Reacher took the pencil from her and asked for all and any information on Lieutenant General Leon Jerome Garber. He slid both forms back to the master sergeant, who glanced at them and dropped them in her out tray. She rang a bell at her elbow and went back to work. The idea was some private would hear the bell, come pick up the forms, and start the patient search for the files. "Who's working supervisor today?" Reacher asked. It was a direct question. The sergeant looked for a way to avoid answering it, but she couldn't find one. "Major Theodore Conrad," she said reluctantly. Reacher nodded. Conrad, not a name he recalled. "Would you tell him we'd like to meet with him, just briefly? And would you have those files delivered to his office?" The way he said it was exactly halfway between a pleasant, polite request and an unspoken command. It was a tone of voice he had always found very useful with master sergeants. The woman picked up the phone and made the call. "He'll have you shown upstairs," she said. Like in her opinion, she was amazed Conrad was doing them such a massive favor. "No need," Reacher said. "I know where it is. I've been there before." He showed Jody the way up the stairs from the lobby to a spacious office on the second floor. Major Theodore Conrad was waiting at the door. Hot weather uniform, his name on an acetate plate above his breast pocket. He looked like a friendly guy, but maybe slightly soured by his posting. He was about 45, and to still be a major on the second floor of the NPRC at 45 meant he was going nowhere in a hurry. He paused because a private was racing along the hallway toward him with 2 thick files in his hand. Reacher smiled to himself. They were getting the A-grade service. When this place wanted to be quick, it could be real quick. Conrad took the files and dismissed the runner. "So what can I do for you folks?" he asked. His accent was slow and muddy like the Mississippi where it originated, but it was hospitable enough. "Well, we need your best help, Major," Reacher said. "And we're hoping if you read those files, maybe you'll feel willing to give it up." Conrad glanced at the files in his hand and stood aside and ushered them into his office. It was a quiet, paneled space. He showed them to a matched pair of leather armchairs and stepped around his desk, sat down and squared the files on his blotter, one on top of the other, opened the first, which was Leon's, and started skimming. It took him 10 minutes to see what he needed. Reacher and Jody sat and gazed out of the window. The city baked under a white sun. Conrad finished with the files and studied the names on the request forms. Then he glanced up. "2 very fine records," he said. "Very, very impressive. And I get the point. You're obviously Jack known Reacher himself. And I'm guessing Mrs. Jody Jacob. Here is the Jody Garber referred to in the file as the General's daughter. Am I right?" Jody nodded and smiled. "I thought so," Conrad said. "And you think being family, so to speak, will buy you better and faster access to the archive?" Reacher shook his head solemnly. "It never crossed our minds," he said. "We know all access requests are treated with absolute equality." Conrad smiled, and then he laughed out loud. "You kept a straight face," he said. "Very, very good. You play much poker?" "You damn well should, you know. So how can I help you folks?" "We need what you've got on a Victor Truman Hobie," Reacher said. "Vietnam? You familiar with him?" Reacher asked, surprised. Conrad looked blank. "Never heard of him, but with Truman for a middle name. He was born somewhere between 1945 and 1952, wasn't he? Which makes him too young for Korea and too old for the Gulf." Reacher nodded. He was starting to like Theodore Conrad. He was a sharp guy. He would have liked to pull his file to see what was keeping him a major behind a desk out in Missouri at the age of 45. "We'll work in here," Conrad said. "My pleasure." He picked up the phone and called directly to the storerooms, bypassing the master sergeant at the front desk. He winked at Reacher and ordered up the Hobie file. Then they sat in comfortable silence until the runner came in with a folder 5 minutes later. "That was quick," Jody said. "Actually, it was a little slow," Conrad said back. "Think about it from the private's point of view. He hears me say H for Hobie. He runs to the H section. He locates the file by first and middle initials. He grabs it. He runs up here with it. My people are subject to the Army's normal standards for physical fitness, which means he could probably run most of a mile in 5 minutes. And although this is a very big place, there was a lot less than a mile to cover in the triangle between his desk and the H section and this office, believe me. So he was actually a little slow. I suspect the master sergeant interrupted him just to frustrate me. Victor Hobie's file jacket was old and furred, with a printed grid on the cover where access requests were noted in neat handwriting. There were only 2. Conrad traced the names with a finger. "Request by telephone," he said. "General Garber himself in March of this year, and somebody called Costello calling from New York, beginning of last week. Why all the sudden interest?" "That's what we hope to find out," Reacher said. "A combat soldier has a thick file, especially a combat soldier who did his fighting 30 years ago. 3 decades is long enough for every report and every note to end up in exactly the right place." Victor Hobie's paperwork was a compressed mass about 2 inches deep. The old fur jacket was molded tight around it. It reminded Reacher of Costello's black leather wallet, which he'd seen in the keys bar. He hitched his chair closer to Jody's and closer to the front edge of Conrad's desk. Conrad laid the file down and reversed it on the shiny wood and opened it up like he was displaying a rare treasure to interested connoisseurs. Marilyn's instructions had been precise, and Cheryl followed them to the letter. The first step was get treatment. She went to the desk and then waited on a hard plastic chair in the triage bay. Vincent's ER was less busy than it sometimes is, and she was seen within 10 minutes by a woman doctor young enough to be her daughter. "How did this happen?" the doctor asked. "I walked into a door," Cheryl said. The doctor led her to a curtained area and sat her down on the examination table, started checking the reflex responses in her limbs. "A door? You absolutely sure about that?" Cheryl nodded, stuck to her story. Marilyn was counting on her to do that. "It was half open. I turned around, just didn't see it." The doctor said nothing and shone a light into Cheryl's left eye, then her right. "Any blurring of your vision?" Cheryl nodded. "A little headache? Like you wouldn't believe." The doctor paused and studied the admission form. "Okay, we need X-rays of the facial bones, obviously, but I also want a full skull film and a CAT scan. We need to see what exactly happened in there. Your insurance is good, so I'm going to get a surgeon to take a look at you right away, because if you're going to need reconstructive work, it's a lot better to start on that sooner rather than later. Okay, so you need to get into a gown and lie down. Then I'll put you on a painkiller to help with the headache." Cheryl heard Marilyn insist make the call before the painkiller, "or you'll fuzz out and forget." "I need to get to a phone," she said, worried. "We can call your husband if you want," the doctor said neutrally. "No, I'm not married. It's a lawyer. I need to call somebody's lawyer." The doctor looked at her and shrugged. "Okay, down the hall. But be quick." Cheryl walked to the bank of phones opposite the triage bay. She called the operator and asked for collect like Marilyn had told her to, repeated the number she'd memorized. The phone was answered on the second ring. "Forster and Abelstein," a bright voice said. "How may we help you?" "I'm calling on behalf of Mr. Chester Stone," Cheryl said. "I need to speak with his attorney. That would be Mr. Forster himself," the bright voice said. "Please hold." While Cheryl was listening to the hold music, the doctor was 20 feet away at the main desk, also making a call. Her call featured no music. Her call was to the NYPD's domestic violence unit. "This is St. Vincent's," she was saying. "I've got another one for you. This one says she walked into a damn door. Won't even admit she's married, much less he's beating on her. You can come on down and talk to her anytime you want." The first item in the file was Victor Hobie's original application to join the Army. It was brown at the edges and crisp with age, handwritten in the same neat left-handed schoolboy's script they had seen in the letters home to Brighton. It listed a summary of his education, his desire to fly helicopters, and not very much else. On the face of it, not an obvious rising star. But around that time, for every one boy stepping up to volunteer, there were 24 others buying one-way tickets on the Greyhound to Canada. So the Army recruiters had grabbed Hobie with both hands and sent him straight to the doctor. He had been given a flight medical, which was a tougher examination than standard, especially concerning eyesight and balance. He had passed A1, 6 feet 1 inch, 170 pounds, 20/20 vision, good lung capacity, free of infectious diseases. The medical was dated early in the spring, and Reacher could picture the boy, pale from the New York winter, standing in his boxers on a bare wooden floor with a tape measure tight around his chest. Next item in the file showed he was given travel vouchers and ordered to report to Fort Dix in 2 weeks' time. The following batch of paperwork originated from down there. It started with the form he signed on his arrival, irrevocably committing himself to loyal service in the United States Army. Fort Dix was 12 weeks of basic training. There were 6 proficiency assessments. He scored well above average in all of them. No comments were recorded. Then there was a requisition for travel vouchers to Fort Polk and a copy of his orders to report there for a month of advanced infantry training. There were notes about his progress with weapons. He was rated good, which meant something at Polk. At Dick's, you were rated good if you could recognize a rifle at 10 paces. At Polk, such a rating spoke of excellent hand-to-eye coordination, steady muscle control, calm temperament. Reacher was no expert on flying, but he guessed the instructors would have been fairly sanguine about eventually letting this guy loose with a helicopter. There were more travel vouchers, this time to Fort Wolters in Texas, where the U.S. Army Primary Helicopter School was located. There was a note attached from the Polk CO indicating Hobie had turned down a week's leave in favor of heading straight there. It was just a bald statement, but it carried an approving resonance even after all those years. Here was a guy who was just about itching to get going. The paperwork thickened up at Wolters. It was a 5-month stay, and it was serious stuff, like college. First came a month of pre-flight training with heavy academic concentration on physics and aeronautics and navigation taught in classrooms. It was necessary to pass to progress. Hobie had creamed it. The math talent his father had hoped to turn toward accountancy ran riot through those textbook subjects. He passed out of pre-flight top of his class. The only negative was a short note about his attitude. Some officer was criticizing him for trading favors for coaching. Hobie was helping some strugglers through the complex equations, and in return they were shining his boots and cleaning his kit. Reacher shrugged to himself. The officer was clearly an asshole. Hobie was training to be a helicopter pilot, not a damn saint. The next 4 months at Wolters were airborne for primary flight training, initially on H-23 Hillers. Hobie's first instructor was a guy called Lanark. His training notes were written in a wild scrawl, very anecdotal, very unmilitary, sometimes very funny. He claimed learning to fly a helicopter was like learning to ride a bike as a kid. You screwed it up and you screwed it up, and then all of a sudden it came right, and you never again forgot how to do it. In Lanark's opinion, Hobie had maybe taken longer than he ought to master it, but thereafter his progress moved from excellent to outstanding. He signed him off the Hiller and onto the H-19 Sikorsky, which was like moving up to a 10-speed English racer. He performed better on the Sikorsky than he had on the Hiller. He was a natural, and he got better the more complicated the machines became. He finished Wolters overall, second in his class, rated outstanding, just behind an ace called A. DeWitt. More travel vouchers had them heading out together over to Fort Rucker in Alabama for another 4 months in advanced flight training. "Have I heard of this guy DeWitt?" Reacher asked. "The name rings a bell." Conrad was following progress upside down. "Could be General DeWitt," he said. "He runs the helicopter school back at Wolters now." "That would be logical, right? I'll check it out." He called direct to the storeroom and ordered up Major General A. DeWitt, checked his watch as the phone went back down. Should be faster because the D section is nearer his desk than the H section. Unless the damn Master Sergeant interferes with him again. Reacher smiled briefly and rejoined Jody 30 years in the past. Fort Rucker was the real thing, with brand new frontline assault helicopters replacing the trainers. Bell UH-1 Iroquois nicknamed Hueys. Big, fierce machines, gas turbine engines, the unforgettable whop-whop-whop sound of a rotor blade 48 feet long and 21 inches wide. Young Victor Hobie had hurled one around the Alabama skies for 17 long weeks, and then he passed out with credits and distinctions at the parade his father had photographed. 3 minutes, 40 seconds, Conrad whispered. The runner was on his way in with the DeWitt jacket. Conrad leaned forward and took it from him. The guy saluted and went back out. "I can't let you see this," Conrad said. "The general's still a serving officer, right? But I'll tell you if it's the same DeWitt." He opened the file at the beginning, and Reacher saw flashes of the same paper as in Hobie's. Conrad skimmed and nodded. "Same DeWitt. He survived the jungle and stayed on board afterward. Total helicopter nut. My guess is he'll serve out his time down at Wolters." Reacher nodded, glanced out of the window. The sun was falling away into afternoon. "You guys want some coffee?" Conrad asked. "Great," Jody said. Reacher nodded again. Conrad picked up the phone and called the storeroom. "Coffee," he said. "That's not a file. It's a request for refreshment. 3 cups, best china, okay?" The runner brought it in on a silver tray, by which time Reacher was up at Fort Belvoir in Virginia, with Victor Hobie and his new pal A. DeWitt reporting to the 3rd Transportation Company of the 1st Cavalry Division. The two boys were there 2 weeks, long enough for the Army to add Air Mobile to their unit designation and then to change it completely to Company B, 229th Assault Helicopter Battalion. At the end of the 2 weeks, the renamed company sailed away from the Alabama coast, part of a 17-ship convoy on a 31-day sea voyage to Long Mai Bay, 20 miles south of Quy Nhon and 11,000 miles away in Vietnam. 31 days at sea is a whole month, and the company brass invented make work to keep boredom at bay. Hobie's file indicated he signed up for maintenance, which meant endlessly rinsing and greasing the disassembled Hueys to beat the salt air down in the ship's hold. The note was approving, and Hobie stepped onto the Indochina beach a first lieutenant after leaving the States a second, and 13 months after joining the Army as an officer candidate. Merited promotions for a worthy recruit. One of the good kids, Reacher, recalled Ed Stevens' words in the hot sunshine outside the hardware store. Very serious, very earnest, but not really a whole lot out of the ordinary. Cream? Conrad asked. Reacher shook his head in time with Jody. Just black, they said, together. Conrad poured, and Reacher kept on reading. There were 2 variants of Hueys in use at that time. One was a gunship, and the other was a transport chopper nicknamed a Slick. Company B was assigned to fly Slick, servicing 1st Cavalry's battlefield transport needs. The Slick was a transport hack, but it was not unarmed. It was a standard Huey, with the side doors stripped off and a heavy machine gun hung on a bungee cord in each open doorway. There were a pilot and a co-pilot, 2 gunners and a crew chief acting as an all-purpose engineer and mechanic. The Slick could lift as many grunts as could pack themselves into the boxy space between the 2 gunners' backs, or a ton of ammunition, or any combination. There was on-the-job training to reflect the fact that Vietnam was very different from Alabama. There was no formal grading attached to it, but Hobie and DeWitt were the first new pilots assigned to the jungle. Then the requirement was to fly 5 combat missions as a co-pilot, and if you handled that, you took the pilot's seat and got your own co-pilot. Then the serious business started, and it was reflected in the file. The whole second half of the jacket was stuffed with mission reports on flimsy onion skin paper. The language was dry and matter-of-fact. They were not written by Hobie himself. They were the work of the company dispatch clerk. It was very episodic fighting. The war was boiling all around him unabated, but Hobie spent a long time on the ground because of the weather. For days at a time, the fogs and mists of Vietnam made it suicidal to fly a helicopter low-level into the jungle valleys. Then the weather would suddenly clear and the reports would clump together all under the same date. 3, 5, sometimes 7 missions a day against furious enemy opposition, inserting, recovering, supplying, and resupplying the ground troops. Then the mists would roll back in, and the Hueys would wait inert once more in their laggers. Reacher pictured Hobie, lying in his hooch for days on end, frustrated or relieved, bored or tense, then bursting back into terrifying action for frantic, exhausting hours of combat. The reports were separated into 2 halves by paperwork documenting the end of the first tour, the routine award of the medal, the long furlough back in New York, the start of the second tour, then more combat reports. Same exact work, same exact pattern. There were fewer reports from the second tour. The very last sheet in the file recorded Lieutenant Victor Hobie's 991st Career Combat Mission. Not routine 1st Cavalry business. It was a special assignment. He took off from Pleiku, heading east for an improvised landing zone near the Nka Pass. His orders were to fly in as one of 2 slicks and exfiltrate the personnel waiting on the landing zone. DeWitt was flying backup. Hobie got there first. He landed in the center of the tiny landing zone under heavy machine gun fire from the jungle. He was seen to take on board just 3 men. He took off again almost immediately. His Huey was taking hits to the airframe from the machine guns. His own gunners were returning fire blind through the jungle canopy. DeWitt was circling as Hobie was heading out. He saw Hobie's Huey take a sustained burst of heavy machine gun fire through the engines. His formal report, as recorded by the dispatch clerk, said he saw the Huey's rotor stop and flames appear in the fuel tank area. The helicopter crashed through the jungle canopy 4 miles west of the landing zone at a low angle and at a speed estimated by DeWitt to be in excess of 80 miles an hour. DeWitt reported a green flash visible through the foliage, which was normally indicative of a fuel tank explosion on the forest floor. A search and rescue operation was mounted and aborted because of weather. No fragments of wreckage were observed because the area 4 miles west of the pass was considered inaccessible virgin jungle. It was procedure to assume there were no NVA troops on foot in the immediate vicinity. Therefore, there had been no risk of immediate capture by the enemy. Therefore, the 8 men in the Huey were listed as missing in action. But why? Jody asked. DeWitt saw the thing blow up. Why list them as missing? They were obviously all killed, right? Major Conrad shrugged. I guess so, he said, but nobody knew it for sure. DeWitt saw a flash through the leaves as all could theoretically have been an NVA ammo dump hit by a lucky shot from the machine as it went down. Could have been anything. They only ever said killed in action when they knew for damn sure when somebody literally eyeballed it happening. Fighter planes went down alone 200 miles out in the ocean. The pilot was listed as missing, not killed, because perhaps he could have swum away somewhere. To list them as killed, someone had to see it happen. I could show you a file 10 times thicker than this one, packed with orders defining and redefining exactly how to describe casualties. Why? Jody asked again. Because they were afraid of the press? Conrad shook his head. No, I'm talking about internal stuff here. Anytime they were afraid of the press, they just told lies. This all was for 2 reasons. First, they didn't want to get it wrong for the next of kin. Believe me, weird things happened. It was a totally alien environment. People survived things you wouldn't expect them to survive. People turned up later, they found people, there was a massive search and recovery deal running all the time. People got taken prisoner, and Charlie never issued prisoner lists, not until years later. And you couldn't tell folks their boy was killed, only to have him turn up alive later on. So they were anxious to keep on saying missing just as long as they could. Then he paused for a long moment. Second reason is, yes, they were afraid, but not of the press. They were afraid of themselves. They were afraid of telling themselves they were getting beat, and beat bad. Reacher was scanning the final mission report, picking out the co-pilot's name. He was a second lieutenant named F.G. Kaplan. He had been Hobie's regular partner throughout most of the second tour. Can I see this guy's jacket, he asked. K-section, Conrad said. Be about 4 minutes. They sat in silence with the cold coffee until the runner brought F.G. Kaplan's life story to the office. It was a thick old file, similar size and vintage as Hobie's. There was the same printed grid on the front cover recording access requests. The only note, less than 20 years old, showed a telephone inquiry had been made last April by Leon Garber. Reacher turned the file face down and opened it up from the back. Started with the second-to-last sheet of paper. It was identical to the last sheet in Hobie's jacket. The same mission report with the same eyewitness account from DeWitt, written up by the same clerk in the same handwriting. But the final sheet in Kaplan's file was dated exactly 2 years later than the final mission report. It was a formal determination made after due consideration of the circumstances by the Department of the Army that F.G. Kaplan had been killed in action 4 miles west of the Ankei Pass when the helicopter he was co-piloting was brought down by enemy ground-to-air fire. No body had been recovered, but the death was to be considered as actual for purposes of memorializing and payment of pensions. Reacher squared the sheet of paper on the desk. So why doesn't Victor Hobie have one of these? Conrad shook his head. I don't know. I want to go to Texas, Reacher said. Noi Bay Airport outside Hanoi and Hickam Field outside Honolulu share exactly the same latitude, so the U.S. Air Force Starlifter flew neither north nor south. It just followed a pure west-east flight path across the Pacific, holding comfortably between the Tropic of Cancer and the 20th parallel, 6,000 miles, 600 miles an hour, 10 hours flight time, but it was on approach 7 hours before it took off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the day before. The Air Force captain made the usual announcement as they crossed the date line, and the tall, silver-haired American in the rear of the cockpit wound his watch back and added another bonus day to his life. Hickam Field is Hawaii's main military air facility, but it shares runway space and air traffic control with Honolulu International, so the Starlifter had to turn a wide, weary circle above the sea, waiting for a JAL 747 from Tokyo to get down. Then it turned in and flattened and came down behind it, tires shrieking, engines screaming with reverse thrust. The pilot was not concerned with the niceties of civilian flying, so she jammed the brakes on hard and stopped short enough to get off the runway on the first taxiway. There was a standing request from the airport to keep the military planes away from the tourists, especially the Japanese tourists. This pilot was from Connecticut and had no real interest in Hawaii's staple industry or Oriental sensitivities, but the first taxiway gave her a shorter run to the military compound, which is why she always aimed to take it. The Starlifter taxied slowly, as was appropriate, and stopped 50 yards from a long, low cement building near the wire. The pilot shut down her engines and sat in silence. Ground crew in full uniform marched slowly toward the belly of the plane, dragging a fat cable behind them. They latched it into a port under the nose, and the plane systems kicked in again under the airfield's own power. That way, the ceremony could be conducted in silence. The honor guard at Hickam that day was the usual 8 men in the usual mosaic of 4 different full-dress uniforms, 2 from the United States Army, 2 from the United States Navy, 2 from the United States Marine Corps, and 2 from the United States Air Force. The 8 slow-marched forward and waited in silent formation. The pilot hit the switch, and the rear ramp came whining down. It settled against the hot blacktop of American territory, and the guards slow-marched up its exact center into the belly of the plane. They passed between the twin lines of silent aircrew and moved forward. The loadmaster removed the rubber straps, and the guard lifted the first casket off the shelves and onto their shoulders. They slow-marched back with it through the darkened fuselage and down the ramp and out into the blazing afternoon, the shined aluminum winking and the flag glowing bright in the sun against the blue Pacific and the green highlands of Oahu. They right-wheeled on the apron and slow-marched the 50 yards to the long, low cement building. They went inside and bent their knees and laid the casket down. They stood in silence, hands folded behind them, heads bowed, and then they about turned and slow-marched back toward the plane. It took an hour to unload all 7 of the caskets. Only when the task was complete did the tall, silver-haired American leave his seat. He used the pilot's stairway and paused at the top to stretch his weary limbs in the sun. 12, Stone had to wait 5 minutes behind the black glass in the rear of the Tahoe, because the loading dock under the World Trade Center was busy. Tony loitered nearby, leaning on a pillar in the noisy dark, waiting until a delivery truck moved out in a blast of diesel, and there was a moment before the next one could move in. He used that moment to hustle Stone across the garage to the freight elevator. He hit the button and they rode up in silence, heads down, breathing hard, smelling the strong smell of the tough rubber floor. They came out in the back of the 88th floor lobby, and Tony scanned ahead. The way was clear to the door of Hobie's suite. The thick-set man was at the reception counter. They walked straight past him into the office. It was dark, as usual. The blinds were pulled tight, and it was quiet. Hobie was at the desk, sitting still and silent, gazing at Marilyn, who was on the sofa with her legs tucked underneath her. "Well?" he asked. "Mission accomplished?" Stone nodded. "She got inside okay? Where?" Marilyn asked. "Which hospital? St. Vincent's?" Tony said, "straight into the ER." Stone nodded to confirm it, and he saw Marilyn smile, a slight smile of relief. "Okay," Hobie said into the silence. "That's the good deed for the day. Now we do business. What are these complications I need to know about?" Tony shoved Stone around the coffee table to the sofa. He sat down heavily next to Marilyn and stared straight ahead, focusing on nothing. "Well," Hobie said again. "The stock," Marilyn said. "He doesn't own it outright." Hobie stared at her. "Yes, he damn well does. I checked it at the exchange," she nodded. "Well, yes, he owns it. What I mean is, He doesn't control it. He doesn't have free access to it. Why the hell not? There's a trust. Access is regulated by the trustees. What trust? Why? His father set it up before he died. He didn't trust Chester to handle it all outright. He felt he needed supervision. Hobie stared at her. Any major stock disposals need to be co-signed, she said, by the trustees. There was silence. Both of them, she said. Hobie switched his gaze to Chester Stone. It was like a searchlight beam flicking sideways. Marilyn watched his good eye, watched him thinking, watched him buying into the lie like she knew he would because it jibed with what he thought he already knew. Chester's business was failing because he was a bad businessman. A bad businessman would have been spotted early by a close relative like a father, and a responsible father would have protected the family heritage with a trust. It's unbreakable, she said. God knows we've tried often enough. Hobie nodded, just a slight movement of his head, almost imperceptible. Marilyn smiled inside, smiled with triumph. Her final comment had done it to him. A trust was a thing to be broken, it had to be fought, therefore the attempts to fight it proved it existed. Who are the trustees? He asked quietly. I'm one of them, she said. The other is the senior partner at his law firm. Just 2 trustees? She nodded. And you're one of them? She nodded again. And you've already got my vote. I just want to get rid of the whole damn thing and get you off our backs. Hobie nodded back to her. You're a smart woman. Which law firm? Tony asked. Forster and Abelstein, she said. Right here in town. Who's the senior partner? Tony asked. A guy called David Forster, Marilyn said. How do we set up the meeting? Hobie asked. I call him, Marilyn said. Or Chester does, but I think right now it would be better if I did. So call him. Set it up for this afternoon. She shook her head. Won't be that quick. Could be a couple of days. There was silence. Just the boom and shudder of the giant building breathing. Hobie tapped his hook on the desk. He closed his eyes. The damaged eyelid stayed open a fraction. The eyeball rolled up and showed white like a crescent moon. Tomorrow morning, he said quietly. At the very latest, tell him it's a matter of considerable urgency to you. Then his eyes snapped open. And tell him to fax the trust deeds to me, he whispered. Immediately. I need to know what the hell I'm dealing with. Marilyn was shaking inside. She pushed down on the soft upholstery, trying to ground herself. There won't be a problem. It's really just a formality. So let's go make the call, Hobie said. Marilyn was unsteady on her feet. She stood swaying, smoothing the dress down over her thighs. Chester touched her elbow, just for a second. A tiny gesture of support. She straightened and followed Hobie out to the reception counter. Dial 9 for a line, he said. She moved behind the counter, and the 3 men watched her. The phone was a small console. She scanned across the buttons and saw no speakerphone facility. She relaxed a fraction and picked up the handset, pressed 9 and heard a dial tone. Behave yourself, Hobie said. You're a smart woman, remember? And right now you need to stay smart. She nodded. He raised the hook. It glittered in the artificial light. It looked heavy. It was beautifully made and lovingly polished, mechanically simple and terribly brutal. She saw him inviting her to imagine the things that could be done with it. Forster and Abelstein, a bright voice said in her ear, How may we help you? Marilyn Stone, she said, for Mr. Forster. Her throat was suddenly dry. It made her voice low and husky. There was a snatch of electronic music, and then the boomy acoustic of a large office. Forster, a deep voice said, David, it's Marilyn Stone. There was dead silence for a second. In that second, she knew Cheryl had done it right. Are we being overheard? Forster asked quietly. No, I'm fine, Marilyn said, brightness in her voice. Hobie rested the hook on the counter, the steel glittering chest high, 18 inches in front of her eyes. You need the police for this, Forster said. No, it's just about a trustees meeting. What's the soonest we can do? Your friend Cheryl told me what you want, Forster said. But there are problems. Our staff people can't handle this sort of stuff. We're not equipped for it. We're not that sort of law firm. I'll have to find you a private detective. Tomorrow morning would be good for us, she said back. There's an element of urgency, I'm afraid. Let me call the police for you, Forster said. No, David, next week is really too late. We need to move fast if we can. But I don't know where to look. We've never used private detectives. Hold on a moment, David. She covered the mouthpiece with the heel of her hand and glanced up at Hobie. If you want it tomorrow, it's got to be at their offices. Hobie shook his head. It has to be here on my turf. She took her hand away. David, what about the day after tomorrow? It really needs to be here, I'm afraid. It's a delicate negotiation. You really don't want the police? You absolutely sure about that? Well, there are complications. You know how things can be sometimes, sort of delicate. Okay, but I'm going to have to find somebody suitable. It could take me some time. I'll have to ask around for recommendations. That's great, David, she said. Okay, Forster said again. If you're sure, I'll get on it right away. But I'm really not clear exactly what you're hoping to achieve. Yes, I agree, she said. You know we've always hated the way Dad set it up. Outside interference can change things, can't it? 2 in the afternoon, Forster said, day after tomorrow. I don't know who it'll be, but I'll get you someone good. Will that be okay? Day after tomorrow, 2 in the afternoon, she repeated. She recited the address. That's great, thanks, David. Her hand was shaking and the phone rattled in the cradle as she hung it up. You didn't ask for the trust deeds, Hobie said. She shrugged nervously. There was no need. It's a formality. It would have made him suspicious. There was silence. Then Hobie nodded. Okay, he said, day after tomorrow. 2 in the afternoon. We need clothes, she said. It's supposed to be a business meeting. We can't be dressed like this. Hobie smiled. I like you dressed like that, both of you, but I guess old Chester here can borrow my suit back for the meeting. You'll stay as you are. She nodded vaguely. She was too drained to push it. Back in the bathroom, Hobie said, you can come out again day after tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Behave yourselves and you'll eat twice a day. They walked silently ahead of Tony. He closed the bathroom door on them and walked back through the dark office and rejoined Hobie in the reception area. Day after tomorrow is way too late, he said. For God's sake, Hawaii is going to know today, tomorrow at the very latest, right? Hobie nodded. The ball was dropping through the glare of the lights. The outfielder was leaping. The fence was looming. Yes, it's going to be tight, isn't it? He said. It's going to be crazy tight. You should just get the hell out. I can't, Tony. I've given my word on the deal, so I need that stock, but it'll be okay. Don't you worry about it. Day after tomorrow at 2:30, the stock will be mine. It'll be registered by 3. It'll be sold on by 5. We'll be out of here by supper time. Day after tomorrow, it'll all be over. But it's crazy involving a lawyer. We can't let a lawyer in here. Hobie stared at him. A lawyer, he repeated slowly. You know what the basis of justice is? What? Fairness, Hobie said. Fairness and equality. They bring a lawyer. We should bring a lawyer too, shouldn't we? Keep things fair? Christ, Hobie, we can't have 2 lawyers in here. We can, Hobie said. In fact, I think we should. He walked around the reception counter and sat down where Marilyn had sat. The leather was still warm from her body. He took the yellow pages from a cubbyhole and opened it up, picked up the phone and hit 9 for a line. Then he used the tip of the hook in 7 precise little motions to dial the number. Spencer Gutman, a bright voice said in his ear. How may we help you? Cheryl was on her back on a bed, with an IV needle taped into a vein in her left hand. The IV was a square polyethylene bag hanging off a curled steel stand behind her. The bag contained liquid, and she could feel the pressure as it seeped down into her hand. She could feel it pushing her blood pressure higher than usual. There was hissing in her temples, and she could feel the pulses behind her ears. The liquid in the bag was clear, like thick water, but it was doing the job. Her face had stopped hurting. The pain had just faded away, leaving her feeling calm and sleepy. She had almost called out to the nurse that she could manage without the painkiller now because the pain had gone away anyhow. But then she caught herself and realized it was the drug that was taking it away, and it would come right back if the IV stopped. She tried to giggle at her confusion, but her breathing was too slow to get much of a sound out, so she just smiled to herself and closed her eyes and swam down into the warm depths of the bed. Then there was a sound somewhere in front of her. She opened her eyes and saw the ceiling. It was white and illuminated from above. She swiveled her gaze toward her feet. It was a big effort. There were two people standing at the end of the bed, a man and a woman. They were looking at her. They were dressed in uniforms, short-sleeved blue shirts, long dark pants, big comfortable shoes for walking. Their shirts were all covered in badges, bright embroidered badges and metal signs and plates. They had belts, all loaded down with equipment. There were nightsticks and radios and handcuffs. Revolvers with big wooden handles were strapped into holsters. They were police officers. Both of them were old, quite short, quite broad. The heavy loaded belts made them ungainly. They were looking at her patiently. She tried to giggle again. They were looking at the patient patiently. The man was balding. The illuminated ceiling was reflected in his shiny forehead. The woman had a tight perm, dyed orange, like a carrot. She was older than he was. She must have been 50. She was a mother. Cheryl could tell that. She was gazing down with a kind expression, like a mother would. "Can we sit down?" the woman asked. Cheryl nodded. The thick liquid was buzzing in her temples, and it was confusing her. The woman scraped a chair across the floor and sat down on Cheryl's right away from the IV stand. The man sat directly behind her. The woman leaned toward the bed, and the man leaned the other way, so his head was visible in a line behind hers. They were close, and it was a struggle to focus on their faces. "I'm Officer O'Halloran," the woman said. Cheryl nodded again. The name suited her. The gingery hair, the heavy face, the heavy body. She needed an Irish name, and a lot of New York cops were Irish. Cheryl knew that. Sometimes it was like a family trade. One generation would follow the other. "I'm Officer Sark," the man said from behind her. He was pale. He had the sort of pale white skin that looks papery. He had shaved, but there was gray shadow showing. His eyes were deep set but kindly. They were in a web of lines. He was an uncle. Cheryl was sure of that. He had nephews and nieces who liked him. "We want you to tell us what happened," the woman called O'Halloran said. Cheryl closed her eyes. She couldn't really remember what happened. She knew she had stepped in through Marilyn's door. She remembered the smell of rug shampoo. She remembered thinking that was a mistake. Maybe the client would wonder what needed covering up. Then she was suddenly on her back on the hallway floor with agony exploding from her nose. "Can you tell us what happened?" the man called Sark asked. "I walked into a door," she whispered. Then she nodded like she was confirming it to them. It was important. Marilyn had told her no police? Not yet? Which door? She didn't know which door Marilyn hadn't told her. It was something they hadn't talked about. Which door? She panicked. "Office door," she said. "Is your office here in the city?" O'Halloran asked. Cheryl made no reply. She just stared blankly into the woman's kindly face. "Your insurance carrier says you work up in Westchester," Sark said, at a real estate broker in Pound Ridge. Cheryl nodded cautiously. "So you walked into your office door in Westchester," O'Halloran said. "And now you're in the hospital 50 miles away in New York City." "How did that happen, Cheryl?" Sark asked. She made no reply. There was silence inside the curtain area, hissing and buzzing in her temples. "We can help, you know," O'Halloran said. "That's why we're here. We're here to help you. We can make sure this doesn't happen again." Cheryl nodded again, cautiously. "But you have to tell us how it came about. Does he do this often?" Cheryl stared at her, confused. "Is that why you're down here?" Sark asked. "You know, new hospital, no records from the other times. If we were to ask up in Mount Kisco or White Plains, what would we find? Would we find they know you up there?" "From before, maybe from the other times he's done this to you." "I walked into a door," Cheryl whispered. O'Halloran shook her head. "Cheryl, we know you didn't." She stood up and peeled the X-ray films off the light box on the wall, held them up to the light from the ceiling like a doctor would. "Here's your nose," she said, pointing. "Here's your cheekbones, and here's your brow. And here's your chin. See here? Your nose is broken, and your cheekbones, Cheryl. There's a depressed fracture, that's what the doctor is calling it. A depressed fracture. The bones are pushed down below the level of your chin and your brow, but your chin and your brow are okay. So this was done by something horizontal, wasn't it? Something like a bat swinging sideways?" Cheryl stared at the films. They were gray and milky. Her bones looked like vague, blurred shapes. Her eye sockets were enormous. The painkiller buzzed in her head and she felt weak and sleepy. I walked into a door, she whispered. The edge of a door is vertical, Sark said patiently. There would be damage to your chin and your brow as well, wouldn't there? It stands to reason, doesn't it? If a vertical thing had depressed your cheekbones, it would have hit your brow and your chin pretty hard as well, wouldn't it? He gazed at the x-rays sadly. We can help you, O'Halloran said. You tell us all about it, and we can keep it from happening again. We can keep him from doing this to you again. I want to sleep now, Cheryl whispered. O'Halloran leaned forward and spoke softly. Would it help if my partner left? Just you and me talking? I walked into a door, Cheryl whispered. Now I want to go to sleep. O'Halloran nodded wisely and patiently. I'll leave you my card. So if you want to talk to me when you wake up, you can just call me, okay? Cheryl nodded vaguely, and O'Halloran slipped a card from her pocket and bent down and placed it on the cabinet next to the bed. Don't forget, we can help you, she whispered. Cheryl made no reply. She was either asleep or pretending to be. O'Halloran and Sark pulled the curtain and walked away to the desk. The doctor looked up at them. O'Halloran shook her head. Complete denial, she said, walked into a door, Sark said. A door who was probably juiced up, weighs about 200 pounds and swings a baseball bat. The doctor shook her head. Why on earth do they protect the bastards? A nurse looked up. I saw her come in. It was really weird. I was on my cigarette break. She got out of a car way on the far side of the street. Walked herself all the way in. Her shoes were too big? You noticed that? There were two guys in the car, watched her every step of the way, and then they took off in a big hurry. What was the car? Sark asked. Big black thing, the nurse said. You recall the plate? What am I, Mr. Memory? O'Halloran shrugged and started to move away. But it'll be on the video, the nurse said suddenly. What video? Sark asked. Security camera above the doors. We stand right underneath it, so the management can't clock how long we take out there. So what we see, it sees too. The exact time of Cheryl's arrival was recorded in the paperwork at the desk. It took just a minute to wind the tape back to that point, then another minute to run her slow walk in reverse backward across the ambulance circle, across the plaza, across the sidewalk, through the traffic, into the front of a big black car. O'Halloran bent her head close to the screen. Got it, she said. Jody chose the hotel for the night. She did it by finding the travel section in the nearest bookstore to the NPRC building. She stood there and leafed through the local guides until she found a place recommended in 3 of them. It's funny, isn't it? She said. We're in St. Louis here, and the travel section has more guides to St. Louis than any place else. So how is that a travel section? Should be called the stay-at-home section. Reacher was a little nervous. This method was new to him. The sort of places he normally patronized never advertised in books. They relied on neon signs on tall poles, boasting attractions that had stopped being attractions and had become basic human rights about 20 years ago, such as air and cable and a pool. Hold this, she said. He took the book from her and kept his thumb on the page while she squatted down and opened her carry-on. She rooted around and found her mobile phone, took the book back from him and stood right there in the aisle and called the hotel. He watched her. He had never called a hotel. The places he stayed always had a room, no matter when they were delirious if their occupancy rates ever made it above 50%. He listened to Jody's end of the conversation and heard her mentioning sums of money that would have bought him a bed for a month given a little haggling. Okay, she said, we're in it's their honeymoon suite, 4-poster bed. Is that neat or what? He smiled. The honeymoon suite. We need to eat, he said. They serve dinner there. She shook her head and thumbed through the book to the restaurant section. More fun to go someplace else for dinner, she said. You like French? He nodded. My mother was French. She checked the book and used the mobile again and reserved a table for 2 at a fancy place in the historic section near the hotel. 8 o'clock, she said. Gives us time to look around a little. Then we can check in at the hotel and get freshened up. Call the airport, he said. We need early flights out. Dallas-Fort Worth should do it. "I'll do that outside," she said. "Can't call the airport from a bookstore." He carried her bag and she bought a gaudy tourist map of St. Louis, and they stepped out into the heat of the late afternoon sun. He looked at the map and she called the airline from the sidewalk and reserved 2 business class seats to Texas, 8:30 in the morning. Then they set out to walk the banks of the Mississippi where it ran through the city. They strolled arm in arm for 90 minutes, which took them about 4 miles, all the way around to the historic part of town. The hotel was a medium-sized old mansion set on a wide, quiet street lined with chestnut trees. It had a big door painted shiny black and oak floors the color of honey. Reception was an antique mahogany desk standing alone in the corner of the hallway. Reacher stared at it. The places he normally stayed, reception was behind a wire grill or boxed in with bulletproof plexiglass. An elegant lady with white hair ran Jody's card through the swipe machine, and the charge slip came chattering out. Jody bent to sign it, and the lady handed Reacher a brass key. "Enjoy your stay, Mr. Jacob," she said. The honeymoon suite was the whole of the attic. It had the same honey oak floor thickly varnished to a high shine with antique rugs scattered across it. The ceiling was a complicated geometric arrangement of slopes and dormer windows. There was a sitting room at one end with 2 sofas in pale floral patterns. The bathroom was next, and then the bedroom area. The bed was a gigantic 4-poster, swathed in the same floral fabric and high off the ground. Jody jumped up and sat there, her hands under her knees, her legs swinging in space. She was smiling, and the sun was in the window behind her. Reacher put her bag down on the floor and stood absolutely still, just looking at her. Her shirt was blue, somewhere between the blue of a cornflower and the blue of her eyes. It was made from soft material, maybe silk. The buttons looked like small pearls. The first 2 were undone. The weight of the collar was pulling the shirt open. Her skin showed through at the neck, paler honey than the oak floor. The shirt was small, but it was still loose around her body. It was tucked deep into her belt. The belt was black leather, cinched tight around her tiny waist. The free end was long, hanging down outside the loops on her jeans. The jeans were old, washed many times, and immaculately pressed. She wore her shoes on bare feet. They were small blue penny loafers, fine leather, low heels, probably Italian. He could see the soles as she swung her legs. The shoes were new, barely worn at all. "What are you looking at?" she asked. She held her head at an angle, shy and mischievous. "You?" he said. The buttons were pearls, exactly like the pearls from a necklace taken off the string and sewn individually onto the shirt. They were small and slippery under his clumsy fingers. There were 5 of them. He fiddled 4 of them out through their buttonholes and gently tugged the shirt out of the waistband of her jeans and undid the 5th. She held up her hands left and right in turn so he could undo the cuffs. He eased the shirt backward off her shoulders. She was wearing nothing underneath it. She leaned forward and started on his buttons. She started from the bottom. She was dexterous. Her hands were small and neat and quick, quicker than his had been. His cuffs were already open. His wrists were too wide for any store-bought cuff to close over them. She smoothed her hands up over the slab of his chest and pushed the shirt away with her forearms. It fell off his shoulders, and she tugged it down over his arms. It fell to the floor with the sigh of cotton and the lazy click of buttons on wood. She traced her finger across the teardrop-shaped burn on his chest. "You bring the salve?" "No," he said. She locked her arms around his waist and bent her head down and kissed the wound. He felt her mouth on it, firm and cool against the tender skin. Then they made love for the 5th time in 15 years. In the 4-poster bed at the top of the old mansion, while the sun in the window fell away west toward Kansas. The NYPD's domestic violence unit borrowed squad room space wherever it could find it, which was currently in a large upstairs room above the administrative offices at One Police Plaza. O'Halloran and Sark got back there an hour before the end of their shift. That was the paperwork hour, and they went straight to their desks and opened their notebooks to the start of the day and began typing. They reached their visit to the St. Vincent's ER with 15 minutes to go. They wrote it up as a probable incident with a non-cooperative victim. O'Halloran spooled the form out of her typewriter and noticed the Tahoe's plate number scrawled at the bottom of her notebook page. She picked up the phone and called it in to the Department of Motor Vehicles. Black Chevrolet Tahoe, the clerk told her, registered to Cayman Corporate Trust with an address in the World Trade Center. O'Halloran shrugged to herself and wrote it all down in her notebook. She was debating whether to put the form back in the typewriter and add the information to it when the DMV clerk came back on the line. "I've got another tag here," he said. "Same registered owner abandoned a black Chevrolet Suburban on Lower Broadway yesterday, 3-vehicle moving traffic incident. 15th Precinct towed the wreck. Who's dealing with it? You got a name at 15th? Sorry, no." O'Halloran hung up and called traffic in the 15th Precinct, but it was shift change at the end of the day and she got no further with it. She scrawled a reminder to herself and dropped it in her in tray. Then the clock ticked around to the top of the hour and Sark stood up opposite her. "And we're out of here," he said. "All work and no play makes us dull people, right?" "Right," she said. "You want to get a beer?" "At least a beer," Sark said. "Maybe 2 beers." "Steady," she said. They took a long shower together in the honeymoon suite's spacious bathroom. Then Reacher sprawled in his towel on a sofa and watched her get ready. She went into her bag and came out with a dress. It was the same line as the yellow linen shift she'd worn to the office, but it was midnight blue and silk. She slipped it over her head and wriggled it down into place. It had a simple scoop neck and came just above the knee. She wore it with the same blue loafers. She patted her hair dry with a towel and combed it back. Then she went into the bag again and came out with the necklace he'd bought her in Manila. "Help me with this." She lifted her hair away from her neck and he bent to fasten the clasp. The necklace was a heavy gold rope, probably not real gold, not at the price he'd paid, although anything was possible in the Philippines. His fingers were wide and his nails were scuffed and broken from the physical labor with the shovel. He held his breath and needed 2 attempts to close the catch. Then he kissed her neck and she let her hair fall back into place. It was heavy and damp and smelled like summer. "Well, I'm ready at least," she said. She grinned and tossed him his clothes from the floor, and he put them on with the cotton dragging against his damp skin. He borrowed her comb and ran it through his hair. In the mirror, he caught a glimpse of her behind him. She looked like a princess about to go out to dinner with her gardener. "They might not let me in," he said. She stretched up and smoothed the back of his collar down over the new, exaggerated bulk of his deltoid muscle. "How would they keep you out? Call the National Guard?" It was a 4-block walk to the restaurant, a June evening in Missouri near the river. The air was soft and damp. The stars were out above them in an inky sky the color of her dress. The chestnut trees rustled in a slight warm breeze. The streets got busier. There were the same trees, but cars were moving and parking under them. Some of the buildings were still hotels, but some of them were smaller and lower, with painted signs showing restaurant names in French. The signs were lit with aimed spotlights, no neon anywhere. The place she'd picked was called La Préfecture. He smiled and wondered if lovers in a minor city in France were eating in a place called the Municipal Offices, which was the literal translation, as far as he recalled, but it was a pleasant enough place. A boy from somewhere in the Midwest, trying a French accent, greeted them warmly and showed them to a table in a candlelit porch overlooking the rear garden. There was a fountain with underwater lighting playing softly, and the trees were lit with spot lamps fastened to their trunks. The tablecloth was linen and the silverware was silver. Reacher ordered American beer and Jody ordered Pernod and water. "This is nice, isn't it?" she said. He nodded. The night was warm and still and calm. "Tell me how you feel," he said. She looked at him, surprised. "I feel good. Good how?" She smiled shyly. "Reacher, you're fishing." He smiled back. "No, I'm just thinking about something. You feel relaxed?" She nodded. "Safe?" She nodded again. "Me too," he said, safe and relaxed. "So what does that mean?" The boy arrived with the drinks on a silver tray. The Pernod was in a tall glass and he served it with an authentic French water jug. The beer was in a frosted mug. No long-necked bottles in a place like this. "So what does it mean?" Jody asked. She splashed water into the amber liquid and it turned milky. She swirled the glass to mix it. He caught the strong aniseed smell. It means whatever is happening is small, he said. A small operation based in New York. We felt nervous there, but we feel safe here. He took a long sip of the beer. That's just a feeling, she said. Doesn't prove anything. He nodded. No, but feelings are persuasive, and there's some hard evidence. We were chased and attacked there, but nobody out here is paying any attention to us. You been checking? She asked, alarmed. I'm always checking, he said. We've been walking around slow and obvious. Nobody's been after us. No manpower? He nodded again. They had the two guys who went to the Keys and up to Garrison, and the guy driving the Suburban. My guess is that's all they've got, or they'd be out here looking for us, so it's a small unit based in New York. She nodded. I think it's Victor Hobie, she said. The waiter was back with a pad and a pencil. Jody ordered pate and lamb, and Reacher ordered soup and pork oaks pruno, which had always been his Sunday lunch as a kid, anytime his mother could find pork and prunes in the distant places they were stationed. It was a regional dish from the Loire, and although his mother was from Paris, she liked to make it for her sons because she felt it was a kind of shorthand introduction to her native culture. I don't think it's Victor Hobie, he said. I think it is, she said. I think he survived the war somehow, and I think he's been hiding out somewhere ever since, and I think he doesn't want to be found. He shook his head. I thought about that too, right from the start, but the psychology is all wrong. You read his record, his letters. I told you what his old buddy Ed Stevens said. This was a straight arrow kid, Jody. Totally dull, totally normal. I can't believe he'd leave his folks hanging like that for 30 years. Why would he? It just doesn't jibe with what we know about him. Maybe he changed, Jody said. Dad always used to say Vietnam changed people, usually for the worse. Reacher shook his head. He died, he said, 4 miles west of Nkiyeh 30 years ago. He's in New York, Jody said right now, trying to stay hidden. He was on his terrace, 30 floors up, leaning on the railing with his back to the park. He had a cordless phone pressed to his ear, and he was selling Chester Stone's Mercedes to the guy out in Queens. There's a BMW, too, he was saying. 8 Series Coupe. It's up in Pound Ridge right now. I'll take 50 cents on the dollar for cash in a bag tomorrow. He stopped and listened to the guy sucking in air through his teeth, like car guys always do when you talk to them about money. Call it 30 grand for the both of them. Cash in a bag tomorrow? The guy grunted a yes, and Hobie moved on down his mental list. There's a Tahoe and a Cadillac. Call it 40 grand. You can add either one of them to the deal. Your choice. The guy paused and picked the Tahoe. More resale and a 4-wheel drive, especially some way south, which is where Hobie knew he was going to move it. He clicked the phone off and went inside through the sliders to the living room. He used his left hand to open his little leather diary and kept it open by flattening it down with the hook. He clicked the button again and dialed a real estate broker who owed him serious money. I'm calling the loan, he said. He listened to the swallowing sounds as the guy started panicking. There was desperate silence for a long time. Then he heard the guy sit down heavily. Can you pay me? There was no reply. You know what happens to people who can't pay me? More silence. More swallowing. Don't worry, he said. We can work something out. I got 2 properties to sell, a mansion up in Pound Ridge, and my apartment on 5th. I want $2 million for the house and 3.5 for the apartment. You get me that, and I'll write off the loan against your commission, okay? The guy had no choice but to agree. Hobie had him copy down the bank details in the Caymans and told him to wire the proceeds within a month. A month is pretty optimistic, the guy said. How are your kids? Hobie asked, more swallowing. Okay, a month, the guy said. Hobie clicked the phone off and wrote $5,540,000 on the page where he had scored out 3 automobiles and 2 residences. Then he called the airline and inquired about flights to the coast, evening of the day after tomorrow. There was plenty of availability. He smiled. The ball was soaring right over the fence, heading for the 5th row of the bleachers. The outfielder was leaping like crazy, but he was absolutely nowhere near it, with Hobie gone. Marilyn felt safe enough to take a shower. She wouldn't have done it with him out there in the office. There was too much in his leer. She would have felt he could see right through the bathroom door, but the one called Tony was not such a problem. He was anxious and obedient. Hobie had told him to make sure they didn't come out of the bathroom. He would do that for sure, but nothing more. He wouldn't come in and hassle them. He would leave them alone. She was confident of that. And the other guy, the thick-set one who had brought the coffee, he was doing what Tony told him, so she felt safe enough. But she still had Chester stand by the door with his hand on the handle. She leaned in and set the shower running hot and stripped off her dress and her shoes. She folded the dress neatly over the curtain rail, out of the water stream, but near enough for the steam to take the creases out. Then she stepped into the stall and washed her hair and soaped herself from head to foot. It felt good. It was relaxing. It took away the tension. She stood face up and soaked for a long time. Then she left the water running and stepped out and took a towel and changed places with Chester. "Go ahead," she said. "It'll do you good." He was numb. He just nodded and let the door handle go, stood for a second and stripped off his undershirt and his boxers, sat naked on the floor and took off his shoes and socks. She saw the yellow bruise on his side. "They hit you?" she whispered. He nodded again, stood up, and stepped into the stall. He stood under the torrent with his eyes closed and his mouth open. Then the water seemed to revive him. He found the soap and the shampoo and washed himself all over. "Leave the water running," she said. "It's warming the place up." It was true. The hot water was making the room comfortable. He stepped out and took a towel, dabbed his face with it, and wrapped it around his waist, and the noise means they can't hear us talking. She said, "And we need to talk, right?" He shrugged, like there wasn't much to talk about. "I don't understand what you're doing. There are no trustees. He's going to find that out, and then he'll just get mad." She was toweling her hair. She stopped and looked at him through the gathering cloud of steam. "We need a witness. Don't you see that? A witness to what?" "To what happens," she said. "David Forster will send some private detective over here, and what can Hobie do? We'll just admit there is no trust, and then we'll all of us go down to your bank, and we'll hand Hobie the stock in a public place with a witness and a sort of bodyguard. Then we can just walk away. Will that work?" "I think so," she said. "He's in some kind of a hurry, can't you see that? He's got some kind of a deadline. He's panicking. Our best bet is to delay as long as we can, and then just slip away with a witness watching the whole thing and guarding us. Hobie will be too uptight about time to react." "I don't understand," he said again. "You mean this private dick will testify we were acting under duress?" "You mean, so we can sue Hobie to get the stock back?" She was quiet for a beat, amazed. "No, Chester, we're not going to sue anybody. Hobie gets the stock, and we forget all about it." He stared at her through the steam. "But that's no good. That won't save the company. Not if it means Hobie gets the stock and we've got no comeback." She stared back at him. "God's sake, Chester, don't you understand anything? The company is gone. The company is history, and you better face it. This is not about saving the damn company. This is about saving our lives." The soup was wonderful, and the pork was even better. His mother would have been proud of it. They shared a half bottle of Californian wine and ate in contented silence. The restaurant was the sort of place that gave you a long pause between the entree and the dessert, no rush to get you out and reclaim the table. Reacher was enjoying the luxury, not something he was used to. He sprawled back in his chair and stretched his legs out. His ankles were rubbing against Jody's under the table. "Think about his parents," he said. "Think about him as a kid. Open up the encyclopedia to N for normal American family, and you're going to see a picture of the Hobies, all three of them staring right out at you. I accept that Nam changed people. I can see it kind of expanding his horizons a little. They knew that, too. They knew he wasn't going to come back and work for some dumb little print shop in Brighton. They saw him going down to the rigs, flying around the Gulf for the oil companies, but he would have kept in touch, right, to some extent? He wouldn't have just abandoned them. That's real cruelty, cold and consistent for 30 straight years. You see anything in his record that makes him that kind of a guy?" "Maybe he did something," she said. "Something shameful. Maybe something like my lie. You know, a massacre or something? Maybe he was ashamed to go home. Maybe he's hiding a guilty secret. He shook his head impatiently. It would be in his record, and he didn't have the opportunity anyway. He was a helicopter pilot, not an infantryman. He never saw the enemy close up. The waiter came back with his pad and pencil. "Dessert?" he asked. "Coffee?" They ordered raspberry sorbet and black coffee. Jody drained the last of her wine. It shone dull red in the glass in the candlelight. "So what do we do?" he died, Reacher said. "We'll get the definitive evidence sooner or later. Then we'll go back and tell the old folks they've wasted 30 years fretting about it." And what do we tell ourselves? We were attacked by a ghost? He shrugged and made no reply to that. The sorbet arrived and they ate it in silence. Then the coffee came, and the check in a padded leather folder bearing the restaurant logo printed in gold. Jody laid her credit card on it without looking at the total. Then she smiled. "Great dinner," she said. He smiled back. "Great company. Let's forget all about Victor Hobie for a while," she said. "Who?" he asked, and she laughed. "So what shall we think about instead?" she said. He smiled. "I was thinking about your dress. You like it?" "I think it's great," he said. "What?" "But it could look better, you know. Maybe thrown in a heap on the floor. You think so?" "I'm pretty sure," he said. "But that's just a guess right now. I'd need some experimental data. You know, a before and after comparison." She sighed in mock exhaustion. "Reacher, we need to be up at 7 early flights, right?" "You're young," he said. "If I can take it, you sure as hell can." She smiled, scraped her chair back and stood up, stepped away from the table and turned a slow turn in the aisle. The dress moved with her. It looked wonderful from the back. Her hair was gold against it in the candlelight. She stepped close and bent down and whispered in his ear, "Okay, that's the before part. Let's go before you forget the comparison." 7 o'clock in the morning in New York happened an hour before 7 o'clock in the morning in St. Louis, and O'Halloran and Sark spent that hour in the squad room planning their shift. The overnight messages were stacked deep in the in trays. There were calls from the hospitals and reports from night shift beat cops who had gone out to domestic disturbances. They all needed sifting and evaluating, and an itinerary had to be worked out based on geography and urgency. It had been an average night in New York City, which meant O'Halloran and Sark compiled a list of 28 brand new cases that required their attention, which meant the call to the 15th Precinct Traffic Squad got delayed until 10 minutes to 8 in the morning. O'Halloran dialed the number and reached the desk sergeant on the 10th ring. "You towed a black Suburban," she said. "It got wrecked on Lower Broadway a couple of days ago. You doing anything about it?" There was the sound of the guy scraping through a pile of paperwork. "It's in the pound. You got an interest in it?" "We got a woman with a busted nose in the hospital, got delivered there in a Tahoe owned by the same people. Maybe she was the driver. We had 3 vehicles involved, and we only got 1 driver. There was the Suburban that caused the accident. Driver disappeared. Then there was an Olds Bravada, which drove away into an alley. Driver and passenger disappeared. The Suburban was corporate, some financial trust in the district. Cayman Corporate Trust?" O'Halloran asked. "That's who owns our Tahoe." "Right," the guy said. "The Bravada is down to a Mrs. Jody Jacob, but it was reported stolen prior. That's not your woman with the busted nose, is it? Jody Jacob?" "No, our woman is Cheryl somebody." "Okay, probably the Suburban driver. Is she small?" "Small enough, I guess," O'Halloran said. "Why?" "The airbag deployed," the guy said. "Possible a small woman could get injured that way by the airbag. It happens. You want to check it out?" "No, our way of thinking. We got their vehicle. They want it. They'll come to us." O'Halloran hung up and Sark looked at her inquiringly. "So what's that about?" he asked. "Why would she say she walked into a door if it was really a car wreck?" O'Halloran shrugged. "Don't know. And why would a real estate woman from Westchester be driving for a firm out of the World Trade Center?" "Could explain the injuries," Sark said. "The airbag, maybe the rim of the steering wheel that could have done it to her." "Maybe?" O'Halloran said. "So should we check it out?" "We should try, I guess, because if it was a car wreck, it makes it a closed instead of a probable." "Okay, but don't write it down anywhere, because if it wasn't a car wreck, it'll make it open and pending again, which will be a total pain in the ass later." They stood up together and put their notebooks in their uniform pockets, used the stairs, and enjoyed the morning sun on the way across the yard to their cruiser. The same sun rolled west and made it 7 o'clock in St. Louis. It came in through an attic dormer and played its low beam across the four-poster from a new direction. Jody had gotten up first, and she was in the shower. Reacher was alone in the warm bed, stretching out, aware of a muffled chirping sound somewhere in the room. He checked the nightstand to see if the phone was ringing or if Jody had set an alarm clock he hadn't noticed the night before. Nothing there. The chirping kept on going, muffled but insistent. He rolled over and sat up. The new angle located the sound inside Jody's carry-on bag. He slid out of bed and padded naked across the room. Unzipped the bag. The chirping sounded louder. It was her mobile telephone. He glanced at the bathroom door and pulled out the phone. It was chirping loudly in his hand. He studied the buttons on it and pressed send. The chirping stopped. "Hello," he said. There was a pause. "Who's that?" "I'm trying to reach Mrs. Jacob." It was a man's voice, young, busy, harassed, a voice he knew, Jody's secretary at the law firm, the guy who had dictated Leon's address. "She's in the shower." "Ah," the voice said. There was another pause. "I'm a friend," Reacher said. "I see," the voice said. "Are you still up in Garrison?" "No, we're in St. Louis, Missouri. Goodness, that complicates things, doesn't it? May I speak with Mrs. Jacob? She's in the shower," Reacher said again. "She could call you back, or I could take a message, I guess. Would you mind?" the guy said. "It's urgent, I'm afraid." "Hold on," Reacher said. He walked back to the bed and picked up the little pad and the pencil the hotel had placed on the nightstand next to the telephone. Sat down and juggled the mobile into his left hand. "Okay, shoot," he said. The guy ran through his message. It was very nonspecific. The guy was choosing his words carefully to keep the whole thing vague. Clearly, a friend couldn't be trusted with any secret legal details. He put the pad and pencil down again. He wasn't going to need them. "I'll have her call you back if that's not clear," he said, ambiguously. "Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Well, whatever it is I'm interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Reacher said. "Like I told you, she's in the shower right now, but 10 minutes ago might have been a problem." "Goodness," the guy said again, and the phone went dead. Reacher smiled and studied the buttons again and pressed END. He dropped the phone on the bed and heard the water cut off in the bathroom. The door opened and she came out, wrapped in a towel and a cloud of steam. "Your secretary just called on your mobile," he said. "I think he was a little shocked when I answered," she giggled. "Well, there goes my reputation. It'll be all over the office by lunchtime. What did he want?" "You've got to go back to New York." "Why? He give you the details." He shook his head. "No, he was very confidential, very proper, like a secretary should be, I guess, but you're an ace lawyer, apparently. Big demand for your services." She grinned. "I'm the best there is, didn't I tell you that? So who needs me?" "Somebody called your firm, some financial corporation with something to handle, asked for you personally, presumably because you're the best there is." She nodded and smiled. "He say what the problem is?" He shrugged. "Your usual, I guess. Somebody owes somebody else some money. Sounds like they're all squabbling over it. You have to go to a meeting tomorrow afternoon and try to talk some sense into one side or the other." Another of the thousands of phone calls taking place during the same minute in the Wall Street area was a call from the law offices of Forster and Abelstein to the premises of a private detective called William Curry. Curry was a 20-year veteran of the NYPD's detective squads, and he had taken his pension at the age of 47 and was looking to pay his alimony by working private until his ex-wife got married again or died or forgot about him. He had been in business for 2 lean years, and a personal call from the senior partner of a white-shoe Wall Street law firm was a breakthrough event. So he was pleased, but not too surprised. He had done 2 years of good work at reasonable rates with the exact aim of creating some kind of reputation. So if the reputation was finally spreading and the big hitters were finally calling, he was pleased about it without being astonished by it. But he was astonished by the nature of the job. "I have to impersonate you?" he repeated. "It's important," Forster told him. They're expecting a lawyer called David Forster, so that's what we have to give them. There won't be any law involved. There probably won't be anything involved at all. Just being there will keep the lid on things. It'll be straightforward enough, okay? Okay, I guess, Curry said. He wrote down the names of the parties involved and the address where the performance was due to take place. He quoted double his normal fee. He didn't want to look cheap, not in front of these Wall Street guys. They were always impressed by expensive services. He knew that. And given the nature of the job, he figured he would be earning it. Forster agreed the price without hesitation and promised a check in the mail. Curry hung up the phone and started through his closets in his head, wondering what the hell he could wear to make himself look like the head of a big Wall Street firm, 13ST. Lewis to Dallas-Fort Worth is 568 miles by air, and it took a comfortable 90 minutes, 30 of them climbing hard, 30 of them cruising fast, and 30 of them descending on approach. Reacher and Jody were together in business class, this time on the port side of the plane, among a very different clientele than had flown with them out of New York. Most of the cabin was occupied by Texan businessmen in sharkskin suits in various shades of blue and gray, with alligator boots and big hats. They were larger and ruddier and louder than their East Coast counterparts, and they were working the stewardesses harder. Jody was in a simple rust-colored dress like something Audrey Hepburn might have worn, and the businessmen were stealing glances at her and avoiding Reacher's eye. He was on the aisle in his crumpled khakis and his 10-year-old English shoes, and they were trying to place him. He saw them going around in circles, looking at his tan and his hands and his companion, figuring him for a roughneck who got lucky with a claim, then figuring that doesn't really happen anymore, then starting over with new speculations. He ignored them and drank the airline's best coffee from a china cup and started thinking about how to get inside Wolters and get some sense out of DeWitt. A military policeman trying to get some sense out of a two-star general is like a guy tossing a coin. Heads brings you a guy who knows the value of cooperation. Maybe he's had difficulties in the past inside some unit or another, and maybe he's had them solved for him by the MPs in an effective and perceptive manner. Then he's a believer, and his instinct goes with you. You're his friend. But Tails brings you a guy who has maybe caused his own difficulties, maybe he's botched and blundered his way through some command, and maybe the MPs haven't been shy about telling him. So then you get nothing from him except aggravation, heads or tails, but it's a bent coin, because on top of everything, any institution despises its own policeman. So it comes down tails a lot more than it comes up heads. That had been Reacher's experience. And worse, he was a military policeman who was now a civilian. He had 2 strikes against him before he even stepped up to the plate. The plane taxied to the gate, and the businessman waited and ushered Jody down the aisle ahead of them, either plain Texan courtesy, or they wanted to watch her legs and her ass as she walked. But Reacher couldn't mount any serious criticism on that issue because he wanted to do exactly the same thing. He carried her bag and followed her down the jetway and into the terminal. He stepped alongside her and put his arm around her shoulders and felt a dozen pairs of eyes drilling into his back. "Claiming what's yours?" she asked. "You noticed them?" he asked back. She threaded her arm around his waist and pulled him closer as they walked. They were kind of hard to miss, I guess. It would have been easy enough to get a date for tonight. You'd have been beating them off with a stick. It's the dress. Probably I should have worn trousers, but I figured it's kind of traditional down here. You could wear a Soviet tank driver's suit, all gray-green and padded with cotton, and they'd still have their tongues hanging out, she giggled. I've seen Soviet tank drivers. Dad showed me pictures, 200 pounds, big mustaches, smoking pipes, tattoos, and that was just the women. The terminal was chilled with air conditioning, and they were hit with a 40-degree jump in temperature when they stepped out to the taxi line, June in Texas, just after 10 in the morning. And it was over 100 and humid. Wow, she said, maybe the dress makes sense. They were in the shade of an overhead roadway, but beyond it the sun was white and brassy, the concrete baked and shimmered. Jody bent and found some dark glasses in her bag and slipped them on and looked more like a blonde Audrey Hepburn than ever. The first taxi was a new Caprice with the air going full blast and religious artifacts hanging from the rear view mirror. The driver was silent and the trip lasted 40 minutes, mostly over concrete highways that shone white in the sun and started out busy and got emptier. Fort Wolters was a big, permanent facility in the middle of nowhere with low, elegant buildings and landscaping kept clean and tidy in the sterile way only the Army can achieve. There was a high fence stretching miles around the whole perimeter, taut and level all the way, no weeds at its base. The inner curb of the road was whitewashed. Beyond the fence, internal roads faced with gray concrete snaked here and there between the buildings. Windows winked in the sun. The taxi rounded a curve and revealed a field the size of a stadium with helicopters lined up in neat rows. Squads of flight trainees moved about between them. The main gate was set back from the road, with tall white flagpoles funneling down toward it. Their flags hung limp in the heat. There was a low square gatehouse with a red and white barrier controlling access. The gatehouse was all windows above waist level, and Reacher could see MPs inside watching the approach of the taxi. They were in full service gear, including the white helmets. Regular Army MPs? He smiled. This part was going to be no problem. They were going to see him as more their friend than the people they were guarding. The taxi dropped them in the turning circle and drove back out. They walked through the blinding heat to the shade of the guardhouse eaves. An MP sergeant slid the window back and looked at them inquiringly. Reacher felt the chilled air spilling out over him. "We need to get together with General DeWitt," he said. "Is there any chance of that happening, Sergeant?" The guy looked him over. "Depends who you are, I guess." Reacher told him who he was and who he had been, and who Jody was and who her father had been. And a minute later they were both inside the cool of the guardhouse. The MP sergeant was on the phone to his opposite number in the command office. "Okay, you're booked in," he said. "General's free in half an hour." Reacher smiled. The guy was probably free right now, and the half hour was going to be spent checking that they were who they said they were. "What's the general like, Sergeant?" he asked. "We'd rate him sass, sir," the MP said, and smiled. Reacher smiled back. The guardhouse felt surprisingly good to him. He felt at home in it. Sass was MP code for stupid asshole sometimes, and it was a reasonably benevolent rating for a sergeant to give a general. It was the kind of rating that meant if he approached it right, the guy might cooperate. On the other hand, it meant he might not. It gave him something to ponder during the waiting time. After 32 minutes, a plain green Chevy with neat white stencils pulled up inside the barrier, and the sergeant nodded them toward it. The driver was a private soldier who wasn't about to speak a word. He just waited until they were seated and turned the car around and headed slowly back through the buildings. Reacher watched the familiar sights slide by. He had never been to Wolters, but he knew it well enough because it was identical to dozens of other places he had been. The same layout, the same people, the same details, like it was built to the same master plan. The main building was a long two-story brick structure facing a parade ground. Its architecture was exactly the same as the main building on the Berlin base where he was born. Only the weather was different. The Chevy eased to a stop opposite the steps up into the building. The driver moved the selector into park and stared silently ahead through the windshield. Reacher opened the door and stepped out into the heat with Jody. "Thanks for the ride, soldier," he said. The boy just sat in park with the motor running and stared straight ahead. Reacher walked with Jody to the steps and in through the door. There was an MP private stationed in the cool of the lobby. White helmet, white gaiters, a gleaming M16 held easy across his chest. His gaze was fixed on Jody's bare legs as they danced in toward him. "Reacher and Garber to see General DeWitt," Reacher said. The guy snapped the rifle upright, which was symbolic of removing a barrier. Reacher nodded and walked ahead to the staircase. The place was like every other place, built to a specification poised uneasily somewhere between lavish and functional, like a private school occupying an old mansion. It was immaculately clean, and the materials were the finest available, but the decor was institutional and brutal. At the top of the stairs was a desk in the corridor. Behind it was a portly MP sergeant, swamped with paperwork. Behind him was an oak door with an acetate plate bearing DeWitt's name, his rank, and his decorations. It was a large plate. "Reacher and Garber to see the general," Reacher said. The sergeant nodded and picked up his telephone. He pressed a button. "Your visitors, sir," he said into the phone. He listened to the reply and stood up and opened the door, stepped aside to allow them to walk past, closed the door behind them. The office was the size of a tennis court. It was paneled in oak and had a huge dark rug on the floor, threadbare with vacuuming. The desk was large and oak, and DeWitt was in the chair behind it. He was somewhere between 50 and 55, dried out and stringy, with thinning gray hair shaved down close to his scalp. He had half-closed gray eyes, and he was using them to watch their approach with an expression Reacher read as halfway between curiosity and irritation. "Sit down," he said, "please." There were leather visitor chairs drawn up near the desk. The office walls were crowded with mementos, but they were all battalion and division mementos, war game trophies, battle honors, old platoon photographs, and faded monochrome. There were pictures and cutaway diagrams of a dozen different helicopters, but there was nothing personal to DeWitt on display, not even family snaps on the desk. "How can I help you folks?" he asked. His accent was the bland Army accent that comes from serving all over the world with people from all over the country. He was maybe a Midwesterner originally, maybe from somewhere near Chicago, Reacher thought. "I was an MP major," he said, and waited. "I know you were, we checked." A neutral reply. "Nothing there at all, no hostility, but no approval either." "My father was General Garber," Jody said. DeWitt nodded without speaking. "We're here in a private capacity," Reacher said. There was a short silence. "A civilian capacity, in fact," DeWitt said slowly. Reacher nodded. "Strike one. It's about a pilot called Victor Hobie. You served with him in Vietnam." DeWitt looked deliberately blank. He raised his eyebrows. "Did I?" he said. "I don't remember him. Strike two. Uncooperative. We're trying to find out what happened to him." Another short silence. Then DeWitt nodded, slowly amused. "Why, was he your long-lost uncle? Or maybe he was secretly your father. Maybe he had a brief, sad affair with your mother when he was her pool boy. Or did you buy his old childhood home and find his long-lost teenage diaries hidden behind the wainscoting with a 1968 issue of Playboy magazine?" Strike three. Aggressively uncooperative, the office went silent again. There was the thumping of rotor blades somewhere in the far distance. Jody hitched forward on her chair. Her voice was soft and low in the quiet room. "We're here for his parents, sir. They lost their boy 30 years ago, and they've never known what happened to him. They're still grieving, General." DeWitt looked at her with gray eyes and shook his head. "I don't remember him. I'm very sorry." "He trained with you right here at Walters," Reacher said. "You went to Rucker together and you sailed to Queenon together. You served the best part of 2 tours together, flying slicks out of Pleiku." "Your old man in the service?" DeWitt asked. Reacher nodded. "The Corps, 30 years, Semper Fi. Mine was 8th Air Force," DeWitt said. "World War II, flying bombers out of East Anglia in England all the way to Berlin and back." "You know what he told me when I signed up for helicopters?" Reacher waited. "He gave me some good advice," DeWitt said. "He told me don't make friends with pilots because they all get killed and it just makes you miserable." Reacher nodded again. "You really can't recall him?" DeWitt just shrugged. "Not even for his folks?" Jody asked. "Doesn't seem right they'll never know what happened to their boy, does it?" There was silence. The distant rotor blades faded to nothing. DeWitt gazed at Jody. Then he spread his small hands on the desk and sighed heavily. "Well, I guess I can recall him a little," he said. "Mostly from the early days. Later on, when they all started dying, I took the old man's advice to heart, kind of closed in on myself, you know." "So what was he like?" Jody asked. "What was he like?" DeWitt repeated. "Not like me, that's for sure. Not like anybody else I ever knew, either. He was a walking contradiction. He was a volunteer, you know that? I was too. And so were a lot of the guys. But Vic wasn't like the others. There was a big divide back then between the volunteers and the drafted guys. The volunteers were all rah-rah boys, you know, going for it because they believed in it. But Vic wasn't like that. He volunteered, but he was about as mousy quiet as the sulkiest draftee you ever saw. But he could fly like he was born with a rotor blade up his ass. "So he was good?" Jody prompted. Better than good, DeWitt replied, second only to me in the early days, which is saying something because I was definitely born with a rotor blade up my ass. And Vic was smart with the book stuff. I remember that. He had it all over everybody else in the classroom. Did he have an attitude problem with that? Reacher asked. Trading favors for help? DeWitt swung the gray eyes across from Jody. You've done your research. You've been in the files. We just came from the NPRC, Reacher said. DeWitt nodded neutrally. I hope you didn't read my jacket. Supervisor wouldn't let us, Reacher said. We were anxious not to poke around where we're not wanted, Jody said. DeWitt nodded again. Vic traded favors, he said, but they claimed he did it in the wrong way. There was a little controversy about it, as I recall. You were supposed to do it because you were glad to help your fellow candidates, you know? For the good of the unit, right? You remember how that shit went? He stopped and glanced at Reacher, amused. Reacher nodded. Jody's being there was helping him. Her charm was inching him back toward approval. But Vic was cold about it, DeWitt said, like it was all just another math equation. Like X amount of lift moves the chopper off the ground, like this much help with that complicated formula gets his boots balled up. They saw it as cold. Was he cold? Jody asked. DeWitt nodded, emotionless, the coldest guy I ever saw. It always amazed me. At first I figured it was because he came from some little place where he'd never done anything or seen anything, but later I realized he just felt nothing at all. It was weird, but it made him a hell of a tremendous flyer. Because he wasn't afraid? Reacher asked. Exactly, DeWitt said. Not courageous, because a courageous guy is somebody who feels the fear but conquers it. Vic never felt it in the first place. It made him a better warflyer than me. I was the one passed out of Rucker head of the class, and I've got the plaque to prove it. But when we got in country, he was better than me, no doubt about it. In what kind of a way? DeWitt shrugged like he couldn't explain it. We learned everything as we went along, just made it all up. Fact is, our training was shit. It was like being shown a little round thing and being told this is a baseball, and then getting sent straight out to play in the major leagues. That's something I'm trying to put right now that I'm here running this place. I never want to send boys out as unprepared as we were. Hobie was good at learning on the job? Reacher asked. The best, DeWitt said. You know anything about helicopters in the jungle? Reacher shook his head. Not a lot. First main problem is the LZ, DeWitt said. LZ landing zone, right? You got a desperate bunch of tired infantry under fire somewhere they need exfiltrating. They get on the radio and our dispatcher tells them, sure, make us an LZ and we'll be right over to pull you out. So they use explosives and saws and whatever the hell else they got, and they blast a temporary LZ in the jungle. Now, a Huey with the rotor turning needs a space exactly 48 feet wide and 57 feet 9.7 inches long to land in, but the infantry is tired and in a big hurry, and Charlie is raining mortars down on them, and generally they don't make the LZ big enough, so we can't get them out. This happened to us 2 or 3 times, and we're sick about it, and one night I see Vic studying the leading edge of the rotor blade on his Huey, so I say to him, "What are you looking at?" And he says, "These are metal," I'm thinking. Like, what else would they be? Bamboo? But he's looking at them. Next day, we're called to a temporary LZ again. And sure enough, the damn thing is too small by a couple of feet all around, so I can't get in, but Vic goes down anyway. He spins the chopper around and cuts his way in with the rotor, like a gigantic flying lawnmower. It was awesome. Bits of tree flying everywhere. He pulls out 7 or 8 guys, and the rest of us go down after him and get all the rest. That became SOP afterward, and he invented it, because he was cold and logical and he wasn't afraid to try. That maneuver saved hundreds of guys over the years, literally hundreds, maybe even thousands. Impressive, Reacher said. You bet your ass impressive, DeWitt said back. Second big problem we had was weight. Suppose you were out in the open somewhere like a field. The infantry would come swarming in on you until the damn chopper was too heavy to take off, so your own gunners would be beating them off and leaving them there in the field, maybe to die. Not a nice feeling. So one day Vic lets them all on board, and sure enough he can't get off the ground. So he shoves the stick forward and sort of skitters horizontally along the field until the airspeed kicks in under the rotor and unsticks him. Then he's up and away. The running jump. It became another SOP, and he invented it too. Sometimes he would do it downhill, even down the mountainsides, like he was heading for a certain crash, and then up he went. Like I told you, we were just making it up as we went along, and the truth is, a lot of the good stuff got made up by Victor Hobie. You admired him, Jody said. DeWitt nodded. Yes, I did, and I'm not afraid to admit it, but you weren't close. He shook his head. Like my daddy told me, don't make friends with the other pilots, and I'm glad I didn't. Too many of them died. How did he spend his time, Reacher asked. The files show a lot of days you couldn't fly. Weather was a bitch, a real bitch. You got no idea. I want this facility moved someplace else, maybe Washington State, where they get some mists and fogs. No point training down in Texas and Alabama if you want to go fighting someplace you get weather. So how did you spend the downtime? Me? I did all kinds of things. Sometimes I partied, sometimes I slept, sometimes I took a truck out and went scavenging for things we needed. What about Vic? Jody asked. What did he do? DeWitt just shrugged again. I have no idea. He was always busy, always up to something, but I don't know what it was. Like I told you, I didn't want to mix with the other flyers. Was he different on the second tour? Reacher asked. DeWitt smiled briefly. Everybody was different second time around. In what way? Jody asked. Angrier, DeWitt said. Even if you signed up again right away, it was 9 months minimum before you got back, sometimes a whole year. Then you got back and you figured the place had gone to shit while you were away. You figured it had gotten sloppy and half-assed facilities you'd built would be all falling down. Trenches you'd dug against the mortars would be half full of water. Trees you'd cleared away from the helicopter parking would be all sprouting up again. You'd feel your little domain had been ruined by a bunch of know-nothing idiots while you were gone. It made you angry and depressed, and generally speaking it was true. The whole NAM thing went steadily downhill, right out of control. The quality of the personnel just got worse and worse. So you'd say Hobie got disillusioned? Reacher asked. DeWitt shrugged. I really don't remember much about his attitude. Maybe he coped okay. He had a strong sense of duty, as I recall. What was his final mission about? The gray eyes suddenly went blank, like the shutters had just come down. I can't remember. He was shot down, Reacher said. Shot out of the air, right alongside you. You can't recall what the mission was? We lost 8,000 helicopters in NAM, DeWitt said. 8,000, Mr. Reacher, beginning to end. Seems to me I personally saw most of them go down, so how should I recall any particular one of them? What was it about? Reacher asked again. Why do you want to know? DeWitt asked back. It would help me. With what? Reacher shrugged. With his folks, I guess. I want to be able to tell them he died doing something useful. DeWitt smiled, a bitter, sardonic smile, worn and softened at the edges by 30 years of regular use. Well, my friend, you sure as hell can't do that. Why not? Because none of our missions were useful. They were all a waste of time, a waste of lives. We lost the war, didn't we? Was it a secret mission? There was a pause, silence in the big office. Why should it be secret? DeWitt asked back neutrally. He only took on board 3 passengers. Seems like a special sort of a deal to me. No running jump required there. I don't remember, DeWitt said again. Reacher just looked at him quietly. DeWitt stared back. How should I remember? I hear about something for the first time in 30 years and I'm supposed to remember every damn detail about it. This isn't the first time in 30 years. You were asked all about it a couple of months ago. In April of this year, DeWitt was silent. General Garber called the NPRC about Hobie. Reacher said, It's inconceivable he didn't call you afterward. Won't you tell us what you told him? DeWitt smiled. I told him I didn't remember. There was silence again, distant rotor blades coming closer. On behalf of his folks, won't you tell us? Jody asked softly. They're still grieving for him. They need to know about it. DeWitt shook his head. I can't. Can't or won't, Reacher asked. DeWitt stood up slowly and walked to the window. He was a short man. He stood in the light of the sun and squinted left across to where he could see the helicopter he could hear coming in to land on the field. It's classified information, he said. I'm not allowed to make any comment, and I'm not going to. Garber asked me, and I told him the same thing. No comment. But I hinted he should maybe look closer to home, and I'll advise you to do the exact same thing, Mr. Reacher. Look closer to home. Closer to home, DeWitt put his back to the window. Did you see Kaplan's jacket, his co-pilot? DeWitt nodded. Did you read his last but one mission? Reacher shook his head. You should have, DeWitt said. Sloppy work from somebody who was once an MP major. But don't tell anybody I suggested it, because I'll deny it, and they'll believe me, not you. Reacher looked away. DeWitt walked back to his desk and sat down. Is it possible Victor Hobie is still alive? Jody asked him. The distant helicopter shut off its engines. There was total silence. I have no comment on that. DeWitt said, Have you been asked that question before? Jody said. I have no comment on that. DeWitt said again, You saw the crash. Is it possible anybody survived it? I saw an explosion under the jungle canopy, is all. He was way more than half full with fuel. Draw your own conclusions, Miss Garber. Did he survive? I have no comment on that. Why is Kaplan officially dead and Hobie isn't? I have no comment on that. She nodded, thought for a moment, and regrouped exactly like the lawyer she was, boxed in by some recalcitrant witness. Just theoretically, then, suppose a young man with Victor Hobie's personality and character and background survived such an incident, okay? Is it possible a man like that would never even have made contact with his own parents again afterward? DeWitt stood up again. He was clearly uncomfortable. I don't know, Ms. Garber. I'm not a damn psychiatrist, and like I told you, I was careful not to get to know him too well. He seemed like a real dutiful guy, but he was cold overall. I guess I would rate it as very unlikely. But don't forget, Vietnam changed people. It sure as hell changed me, for instance. I used to be a nice guy. Officer Sark was 44 years old, but he looked older. His physique was damaged by a poor childhood and ignorant neglect through most of his adult years. His skin was dull and pale, and he had lost his hair early. It left him looking sallow and sunken and old before his time, but the truth was he had woken up to it and was fighting it. He had read stuff the NYPD's medical people were putting about concerning diet and exercise. He had eliminated most of the fats from his daily intake, and he had started sunbathing a little, just enough to take the pallor off his skin without provoking the risk of melanomas. He walked whenever he could. Going home, he would get off the subway a stop short and hike the rest of the way, fast enough to get his breath going and his heartbeat raised, like the stuff he'd read said he should. And during the workday, he would persuade O'Halloran to park the prowl car somewhere that would give them a short walk to wherever it was they were headed. O'Halloran had no interest in aerobic exercise, but she was an amiable woman and happy enough to cooperate with him, especially during the summer months when the sun was shining. So she put the car against the curb in the shadow of Trinity Church, and they approached the World Trade Center on foot from the south. It gave them a brisk 600-yard walk in the sun, which made Sark happy, but it left the car exactly equidistant from 250,000 separate postal addresses, and with nothing on paper in the squad room, it left nobody with any clue about which one of them they were heading for. You want a ride back to the airport, DeWitt asked. Reacher interpreted the offer as a dismissal, mixed in with a gesture designed to soften the Stonewall performance the guy had been putting up. He nodded. The Army Chevrolet would get them there faster than a taxi, because it was already waiting right outside with the motor running. Thanks, he said. Hey, my pleasure, DeWitt said back. He dialed a number from his desk and spoke like he was issuing an order. Wait, right here, he said. 3 minutes. Jody stood up and smoothed her dress down, walked to the windows and gazed out. Reacher stepped the other way and looked at the mementos on the wall. One of the photographs was a glossy reprint of a famous newspaper picture. A helicopter was lifting off from inside the embassy compound in Saigon with a crowd of people underneath it, arms raised like they were trying to force it to come back down for them. "You were that pilot?" Reacher asked on a hunch. DeWitt glanced over and nodded. "You were still there in '75. DeWitt nodded again. 5 combat tours, then a spell on HQ duty. Overall, I guess I preferred the combat. There was noise in the distance, the bass thumping of a powerful helicopter coming closer. Reacher joined Jody at the window. A Huey was in the air, drifting over the distant buildings from the direction of the field. "Your ride?" DeWitt said. "A helicopter?" Jody said. DeWitt was smiling. "What did you expect? This is the helicopter school, after all. That's why these boys are down here. It ain't driver's ed." The rotor noise was building to a loud whop, whop, whop. Then it slowly blended to a higher-pitched whip, whip as it came closer and the jet whine mixed in. "Bigger blade now," DeWitt shouted. "Composite materials. Not metal anymore. I don't know what old Vic would have made of it." The Huey was sliding sideways and hovering over the parade ground in front of the building. The noise was shaking the windows. Then the helicopter was straightening and settling to the ground. "Nice meeting you," DeWitt shouted. They shook his hand and headed out. The MP sergeant at the desk nodded to them through the noise and went back to his paperwork. They went down the stairs and outside into the blast of heat and dust and sound. The co-pilot was sliding the door for them. They ran bent over across the short distance. Jody was grinning, and her hair was blowing everywhere. The co-pilot offered his hand and pulled her up inside. Reacher followed. They strapped themselves into the bench seat in back, and the co-pilot slid the door closed and climbed through to the cabin. The familiar shudder of vibration started up as the craft hauled itself into the air. The floor tilted and swung, and the buildings rotated in the windows, and then their roofs were visible, and then the outlying grassland with the highways laid through it like gray pencil lines. The nose went down, and the engine noise built to a roar as they swung on course and settled to a 100-mile-an-hour cruise. The stuff Sark had read called it power walking, and the idea was to push yourself toward a speed of 4 miles an hour. That way your heartbeat was raised, which was the key to the aerobic benefit. But you avoided the impact damage to your shins and knees that you risked with proper jogging. It was a convincing proposition, and he believed in it. Doing it properly, 600 yards at 4 miles an hour should have taken a fraction over 5 minutes, but it actually took nearer 8. Because he was walking with O'Halloran at his side, she was happy to walk, but she wanted to do it slowly. She was not an unfit woman, but she always said, "I'm built for comfort, not for speed." It was a compromise. He needed her cooperation to get to walk at all, so he never complained about her pace. He figured it was better than nothing. It had to be doing him some kind of good. "Which building?" he asked. "The South, I think," she said. They walked around to the main entrance of the South Tower and inside to the lobby. There were guys in security uniforms behind a counter, but they were tied up with a knot of foreign men in gray suits, so Sark and O'Halloran stepped over to the building directory and consulted it direct. Cayman Corporate Trust was listed on the 88th floor. They walked to the express elevator and stepped inside without the security force being aware they had ever entered the building. The elevator floor pressed against their feet and sped them upward. It slowed and stopped at 88. The door slid back and a muted bell sounded, and they stepped out into a plain corridor. The ceilings were low and the space was narrow. Cayman Corporate Trust had a modem oak door with a small window and a brass handle. Sark pulled the door and allowed O'Halloran to go inside ahead of him. She was old enough to appreciate the courtesy. There was an oak and brass reception area with a thick-set man in a dark suit behind a chest-high counter. Sark stood back in the center of the floor, his loaded belt emphasizing the width of his hips, making him seem large and commanding. O'Halloran stepped up to the counter, planning her approach. She wanted to shake something loose, so she tried the sort of frontal attack she had seen detectives use. "We've come about Cheryl," she said. "I knave to go home, I guess," Jody said. "No, you're coming to Hawaii with me." They were back inside the freezing terminal at Dallas-Fort Worth. The Huey had put down on a remote apron, and the co-pilot had driven them over in a golf cart painted dull green. He had shown them an unmarked door that led them up a flight of stairs into the bustle of the public areas. Hawaii, Reacher, I can't go to Hawaii. I need to be back in New York. You can't go back there alone. New York is where the danger is, remember, and I need to go to Hawaii, so you'll have to come with me. Simple as that. Reacher, I can't, she said again. I have to be in a meeting tomorrow, you know that. You took the call, right, Tough Jody? You're not going back there alone. Checking out of the St. Louis honeymoon suite that morning had done something to him. The lizard part of his brain, buried deep behind the frontal lobes, had shrieked. The honeymoon is over, pal. Your life is changing and the problems start now. He had ignored it. But now he was paying attention to it. For the first time in his life, he had a hostage to fortune. He had somebody to worry about. It was mostly a pleasure, but it was a burden. I have to go back, Reacher, she said. I can't let them down. Call them, tell them you can't make it, tell them you're sick or something. I can't do that. My secretary knows I'm not sick, right? And I've got a career to think about. It's important to me. You're not going back there alone, he said again. Why do you need to go to Hawaii anyway? Because that's where the answer is, he said. He stepped away to a ticket counter and took a thick timetable from a small chrome rack, stood in the cold fluorescence and opened it up to D for the Dallas-Fort Worth departures and ran his finger down the list of destinations as far as H for Honolulu. Then he flipped ahead to the Honolulu departures and checked the flights going back to New York. He double-checked, and then he smiled with relief. We can make it anyway, do both things. Look at this. There's a 12:15 out of here flight time minus the time change going west gets us to Honolulu at 3 o'clock. Then we get the 7 o'clock back to New York. Flight time plus the time change coming back east gets us into JFK at 12 noon tomorrow. Your guy said it was an afternoon meeting, right? So you can still make it. I need to get briefed in, she said. I have no idea what it's about. You'll have a couple of hours. You're a quick study. It's crazy. Only gives us 4 hours in Hawaii. All we need, I'll call ahead, set it up. We'll be on a plane all night. I'll be going to my meeting after a sleepless night on a damn plane. So we'll go first class, he said. Rudder's paying, right? We can sleep in first class. The chairs look comfortable enough. She shrugged and sighed. Crazy. Let me use your phone, he said. She handed him the mobile from her bag, and he called long-distance information and asked for the number, dialed it, and heard it ring 6,000 miles away. It rang 8 times, and the voice he wanted to hear answered it. This is Jack Reacher, he said. You going to be in the office all day? The answer was slow and sleepy because it was very early in the morning in Hawaii, but it was the answer he wanted to hear. He clicked the phone off and turned back to Jody. She sighed at him again, but this time there was a smile mixed in with it. She stepped to the counter and used the gold card to buy 2 first-class tickets, Dallas-Fort Worth to Honolulu to New York. The guy at the counter made the seat assignments on the spot, slightly bewildered in front of people spending the price of a used sports car to buy 20 hours on a plane and 4 on the ground on Oahu. He handed the wallets over, and 20 minutes later, Reacher was settling into an enormous leather and sheepskin chair with Jody safely a yard away at his side. There was a routine to be followed in this situation. It had never before been employed, but it had been rehearsed often and thoroughly. The thick-set man at the chest-high counter moved his hand casually sideways and used his index finger on one button and his middle finger on another. The first button locked the oak door out to the elevator lobby. There was an electromagnetic mechanism that clicked the steel tongue into place, silently and unobtrusively. Once it was activated, the door stayed locked until the mechanism was released again, no matter what anybody did with the latch or the key. The second button set a red light flashing in the intercom unit on Hobie's desk. The red light was bright, and the office was always dark, and it was impossible to miss it. "Who?" the thick-set guy said. "Cheryl," O'Halloran repeated. "I'm sorry," the guy said. "There's nobody called Cheryl working here. Currently we have a staff of 3, and they're all men." He moved his hand to the left and rested it on a button marked Talk, which activated the intercom. "You operate a black Tahoe?" O'Halloran asked him. He nodded. "We have a black Tahoe on the corporate fleet. What about a Suburban? Yes, I think we have one of those too. Is this about a traffic violation? It's about Cheryl being in the hospital, O'Halloran said. Who? The guy asked again. Sark came up behind O'Halloran. We need to speak with your boss. Okay, the guy said. I'll see if that can be arranged. May I have your names? Officers Sark and O'Halloran, City of New York Police Department. Tony opened the inner office door and stood there inquiringly. May I help you, officers? He called. In the rehearsals, the cops would turn away from the counter and look at Tony, maybe take a couple of steps toward him, and that is exactly what happened. Sark and O'Halloran turned their backs and walked toward the middle of the reception area. The thick-set man at the counter leaned down and opened a cupboard, unclipped the shotgun from its rack and held it low out of sight. It's about Cheryl, O'Halloran said again. Cheryl who? Tony asked. The Cheryl in the hospital with the busted nose, Sark said, and the fractured cheekbones and the concussion. The Cheryl who got out of your Tahoe outside St. Vincent's ER. Oh, I see, Tony said. We didn't get her name. She couldn't speak a word because of the injuries to her face. So why was she in your car, O'Halloran asked. We were up at Grand Central dropping a client there. We found her on the sidewalk, kind of lost. She was off the train from Mount Kisco and just kind of wandering about. We offered her a ride to the hospital, which seemed to be what she needed, so we dropped her at St. Vincent's because it's on the way back here. Bellevue is nearer Grand Central, O'Halloran said. I don't like the traffic over there, Tony said neutrally, St. Vincent's was more convenient. And you didn't wonder about what had happened to her? Sark asked. How she came by the injuries? Well, naturally we wondered, Tony said. We asked her about it, but she couldn't speak because of the injuries. That's why we didn't recognize the name. O'Halloran stood there unsure. Sark took a step forward. You found her on the sidewalk? Tony nodded. Outside Grand Central? She couldn't speak? Not a word. So how do you know she was off the Kisco train? The only gray area in the rehearsals had been picking the exact moment to drop the defense and start the offense. It was a subjective issue. They had trusted that when it came, they would recognize it, and they did. The thick-set man stood up and crunched around into the shotgun's chamber and leveled it across the counter. Freeze, he screamed. A 9mm pistol appeared in Tony's hand. Sark and O'Halloran stared at it and glanced back at the shotgun and jerked their arms upward. Not a rueful little gesture like in the movies. They stretched them violently upward as if their lives depended on touching the acoustic tile directly above their heads. The guy with the shotgun came up from the rear and jammed the muzzle hard into Sark's back, and Tony stepped around behind O'Halloran and did the same thing with his pistol. Then a third man came out from the darkness and paused in the office doorway. I'm Hook Hobie, he said. They stared at him, said nothing. Their gazes started on his disfigured face and traveled slowly down to the empty sleeve. Which of you is which, Hobie? Asked. No reply. They were staring at the hook. He raised it and let it catch the light. Which of you is O'Halloran? O'Halloran ducked her head in acknowledgement. Hobie turned. So you're Sark. Sark nodded. Just a fractional inclination of his head. Undo your belts, Hobie said. One at a time and be quick. Sark went first. He was quick. He dropped his hands and wrestled with his buckle. The heavy belt thumped to the floor at his feet. He stretched up again for the ceiling. Now you, Hobie said to O'Halloran. She did the same thing. The heavy belt, with the revolver and the radio and the handcuffs and the nightstick thumped on the carpet. She stretched her hands back up as far as they would go. Hobie used the hook. He leaned down and swept the point through both buckles and swung the belts up in the air, posing like a fisherman at the end of a successful day on the riverbank. He reached around and used his good hand to pull the two sets of handcuffs out of their worn leather cups. Turn around. They turned and faced the guns head on. Hands behind you. It is possible for a one-armed man to put handcuffs on a victim if the victim stands still, wrists together. Sark and O'Halloran stood very still indeed. Hobie clicked one wrist at a time and then tightened all four cuffs against their ratchets until he heard gasps of pain from both of them. Then he swung the belts high enough not to drag on the floor and walked back inside the office. Come in, he called. He walked around behind the desk and laid the belts on it like items for close examination. He sat heavily in his chair and waited while Tony lined up the prisoners in front of him. He left them in silence while he emptied their belts. He unstrapped their revolvers and dropped them in a drawer, took out their radios and fiddled with the volume controls until they were hissing and crackling loudly. He squared them together at the end of the desktop with their antennas pointed toward the wall of windows. He inclined his head for a moment and listened to the squelch of radio atmospherics. Then he turned back and pulled both nightsticks out of the loops on the belts. He placed one on the desk and hefted the other in his left hand and examined it closely. It was the modern kind, with a handle and a telescopic section below. He peered at it, interested. How does this work exactly? Neither Sark or O'Halloran replied. Hobie played with the stick for a second, and then he glanced at the thick-set guy, who jabbed the shotgun forward and hit Sark in the kidney. "I asked you a question?" Hobie said to him. "You swing it," he muttered. Swing it and sort of flick it. He needed space, so he stood up, swung the stick and flicked it like he was cracking a whip. The telescopic section snapped out and locked into place. He grinned with the unburned half of his face, collapsed the mechanism and tried again, grinned again. He took to pacing big circles around the desk, swinging the stick and cracking it open. He did it vertically and then horizontally. He used more and more force. He spun tight circles, flashing the stick. He whipped it backhanded, and the mechanism sprang open, and he whirled around and smashed it into O'Halloran's face. "I like this thing," he said. She was swaying backward, but Tony jabbed her upright with his pistol. Her knees gave way, and she fell forward in a heap, pressed up against the front of the desk, arms cuffed tight behind her, bleeding from the mouth and nose. "What did Cheryl tell you?" Hobie asked. Sark was staring down at O'Halloran. "She said she walked into a door," he muttered. "So why the hell are you bothering me? Why are you here?" Sark moved his gaze upward, looked Hobie full in the face. "Because we didn't believe her. It was clear somebody beat on her. We followed up on the Tahoe plate, and it looks like it led us to the right place." The office went silent, nothing except the hiss and the squelch from the police radios on the end of the desk. Hobie nodded. "Exactly the right place," he said. "There was no door involved." Sark nodded back. He was a reasonably courageous man. The domestic violence unit was no kind of safe refuge for cowards. By definition, it involved dealing with men who had the capacity for brutal violence, and Sark was as good at dealing with them as anybody. "This is a big mistake," he said quietly. "In what way?" Hobie asked, interested. "This is about what you did to Cheryl is all. It doesn't have to be about anything else. You really shouldn't mix anything else in with it. It's a big step up to violence against police officers. It might be possible to work something out about the Cheryl issue. Maybe there was provocation there, some mitigating circumstance, but you keep on messing with us, then we can't work anything out because you're just digging yourself into bigger trouble." He paused and watched carefully for the response. The approach often worked. Self-interest on the part of the perpetrator often made it work, but there was no response. From Hobie, he said nothing. The office was silent. Sark was shaping the next gambit on his lips when the radios crackled and some distant dispatcher came over the air and sentenced him to death. 5-1 and 5-2, please confirm your current location. Sark was so conditioned to respond that his hand jerked toward where his belt had been. It was stopped short by the handcuff. The radio call died into silence. Hobie was staring into space. 5-1, 5-2. I need your current location, please. Sark was staring at the radios in horror. Hobie followed his gaze and smiled. They don't know where you are, he said. Sark shook his head, thinking fast, a courageous man. They know where we are. They know we're here. They want confirmation, is all. They check where we're supposed to be all the time. The radios crackled again. 5-1, 5-2. Respond, please. Hobie stared at Sark. O'Halloran was struggling to her knees and staring toward the radios. Tony moved his pistol to cover her. 5-1, 5-2. Do you copy? The voice slid under the sea of static and then came back stronger. 5-1, 5-2. We have a violent domestic emergency at Houston and Avenue D. Are you anywhere near that vicinity? Hobie smiled. "That's 2 miles from here," he said. "They have absolutely no idea where you are, do they?" Then he grinned. The left side of his face folded into unaccustomed lines, but on the right the scar tissue stayed tight, like a rigid mask. 14 for the first time in his life, Reacher was truly comfortable in an airplane. He had been flying since birth, first as a soldier's kid, and then as a soldier himself, millions of miles in total, but all of them hunched in roaring Spartan military transports or folded into hard civilian seats narrower than his shoulders. Traveling first class on a scheduled airline was a completely new luxury. The cabin was dramatic. It was a calculated insult to the passengers who filed down the jetway and glanced into it before shuffling along the aisle to their own mean accommodations. It was cool and pastel in first class, with 4 seats to a row where there were 10 in coach. Arithmetically, Reacher figured that made each seat 2.5 times as wide, but they felt better than that. They felt enormous. They felt like sofas wide enough for him to squirm left and right without bruising his hips against the arms, and the legroom was amazing. He could slide right down and stretch right out without touching the seat in front. He could hit the button and recline almost horizontally without bothering the guy behind. He operated the mechanism a couple of times like a kid with a toy, and then he settled on a sensible halfway position and opened the in-flight magazine, which was crisp and new, and not creased and sticky like the ones they were reading 40 rows back. Jody was lost in her own seat, with her shoes off and her feet tucked up under her, the same magazine open on her lap and a glass of chilled champagne at her elbow. The cabin was quiet. They were a long way forward of the engines, and their noise was muted to a hiss no louder than the hiss of the air coming through the vents in the overhead. There was no vibration. Reacher was watching the sparkling gold wine in Jody's glass, and he saw no tremor on its surface. "I could get accustomed to this," he said. She looked up and smiled. "Not on your wages," she said. He nodded and went back to his arithmetic. He figured a day's earnings from digging swimming pools would buy him 50 miles of first-class air travel, cruising speed that was about 5 minutes worth of progress. 10 hours of work all gone in 5 minutes. He was spending money 120 times faster than he had been earning it. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "When this is all over?" "I don't know," he said. The question had been in the back of his mind ever since she told him about the house. The house itself sat there in his imagination, sometimes benign, sometimes threatening, like a trick picture that changed depending on how you tilted it against the light. Sometimes it sat there in the glow of the sun, comfortable, low, and spreading, surrounded by its amiable jungle of a yard, and it looked like home. Other times it looked like a gigantic millstone, requiring him to run and run and run just to stay level with the starting line. He knew people with houses. He had talked to them with the same kind of detached interest he would talk to a person who kept snakes as pets or entered ballroom dancing competitions. Houses forced you into a certain lifestyle. Even if somebody gave you one for nothing, like Leon had, it committed you to a whole lot of different things. There were property taxes. He knew that there was insurance in case the place burned down or was blown away in a high wind. There was maintenance. People he knew with houses were always doing something to them. They would be replacing the heating system at the start of the winter because it had failed, or the basement would be leaking water and complicated things with excavations would be required. Roofs were a problem. He knew that, people had told him. Roofs had a finite lifespan, which surprised him. The shingles needed stripping off and replacing with new siding, also windows, too. He had known people who had put new windows in their houses. They had deliberated long and hard about what type to buy. "Are you going to get a job?" Jody asked. He stared out through the oval window at Southern California, dry and brown 7 miles below him. What sort of a job? The house was going to cost him maybe $10,000 a year in taxes and premiums and maintenance, and it was an isolated house, so he would have to keep Rutter's car, too. It was a free car, like the house, but it would cost him money just to own insurance, oil changes, inspections, title, gasoline, maybe another $3,000 a year. Food and clothes and utilities were on top of all of that. And if he had a house, he would want other things. He would want a stereo. He would want Winona Judd's record and a whole lot of others, too. He thought back to old Mrs. Hobie's handwritten calculations. She had settled on a certain sum of money she needed every year, and he couldn't see getting it any lower than she had gotten it. The whole deal added up to maybe $30,000 a year, which meant earning maybe 50, to take account of income taxes and the cost of 5 days a week traveling back and forth to wherever the hell he was going to earn it. I don't know, he said again. Plenty of things you could do. Like what? You've got talents. You're a hell of an investigator, for instance. Dad always used to say you're the best he ever saw. That was in the Army, he said. That's all over now. Skills are portable reacher. There's always demand for the best. Then she looked up, a big idea in her face. You could take over Costello's business. He's going to leave a void. We used him all the time. That's great. First, I get the guy killed, then I steal his business. It wasn't your fault, she said. You should think about it. So he looked back down at California and thought about it. Thought about Costello's well-worn leather chair and his aging, comfortable body. Thought about sitting in his pastel room with its pebble glass windows, spending his whole life on the telephone. Thought about the cost of running the Greenwich Avenue office and hiring a secretary and providing her with new computers and telephone consoles and health insurance and paid vacations, all on top of running the Garrison place. He would be working 10 months of the year before he got ahead by a single dollar. I don't know, he said again. I'm not sure I want to think about it. You're going to have to. Maybe, he said, but not necessarily right now. She smiled like she understood, and they lapsed back into silence. The plane hissed onward, and the stewardess came back with the drinks cart. Jody got a refill of champagne, and Reacher took a can of beer. He flipped through the airline magazine. It was full of bland articles about nothing much in particular. There were advertisements for financial services and small, complicated gadgets, all of which were black and ran on batteries. He arrived at the section where the airline's operational fleet was pictured in little colored drawings. He found the plane they were on and read about its passenger capacity and its range and the power of its engines. Then he arrived at the crossword and back. It filled a page and looked pretty hard. Jody was already there in her own copy, ahead of him. Look at 11 down, she said. He looked. They can weigh heavy, he read. 16 letters. Responsibilities, she said. Marilyn and Chesterstone were huddled together on the left-hand sofa in front of the desk because Hobie was in the bathroom, alone with the two cops. The thick-set man in the dark suit sat on the opposite sofa with the shotgun resting in his lap. Tony was sprawled out next to him with his feet on the coffee table. Chester was inert, just staring into the gloom. Marilyn was cold and hungry and terrified. Her eyes were darting all around the room. There was total silence from the bathroom. "What's he doing in there with them?" she whispered. Tony shrugged. "Probably just talking to them right now." "About what?" "Well, asking them questions about what they like and what they don't. In terms of physical pain, you understand? He likes to do that." "God, why?" Tony smiled. "He feels it's more democratic, letting the victims decide their own fate." Marilyn shuddered. "Oh, God, can't he just let them go? They thought Cheryl was a battered wife, that's all. They didn't know anything about him." "Well, they'll know something about him soon," Tony said. "He makes them pick a number. They never know whether to pick high or low because they don't know what it's for. They think they might please him, if they pick right. They spend forever trying to figure it out. Can't he just let them go, maybe later?" Tony shook his head. "No," he said. "He's very tense right now. This will relax him like therapy." Marilyn was silent for a long moment, but then she had to ask, "What is the number for?" she whispered. "How many hours it takes them to die," Tony said. "The ones who pick high get real pissed when they find that out. You bastards. Some guy once picked 100, but we let him off with 10. You bastards. But he won't make you pick a number. He's got other plans for you." Total silence from the bathroom. "He's insane," Marilyn whispered. Tony shrugged. "A little, maybe. But I like him. He's had a lot of pain in his life. I think that's why he's so interested in it." Marilyn stared on at him in horror. Then the buzzer sounded at the oak door out to the elevator lobby, very loud in the awful silence. Tony and the thick-set man with the shotgun spun around and stared in that direction. "Check it out," Tony said. He went into his jacket and came out with his gun. He held it steady on Chester and Marilyn. His partner with the shotgun jacked himself up out of the low sofa and stepped around the table to the door. He closed it behind him and the office went quiet again. Tony stood up and walked to the bathroom door, knocked on it with the butt of his gun and opened it a fraction and ducked his head inside. "Visitors?" he whispered. Marilyn glanced left and right. Tony was 20 feet from her and he was the nearest. She jumped to her feet and snatched a deep breath, hurdled the coffee table and scrambled around the opposite sofa and made it all the way to the office door. She wrenched it open. The thick-set man in the dark suit was on the far side of the reception area, talking to a short man framed in the doorway out to the elevator lobby. "Help us!" she screamed to him. The man stared over at her. He was dressed in dark blue pants and a blue shirt, with a short jacket open over it, the same blue as the pants. Some kind of uniform. There was a small design on the jacket, left side of the chest. He was carrying a brown grocery sack cradled in his arms. "Help us!" she screamed again. Two things happened. The thick-set man in the dark suit darted forward and bundled the visitor all the way inside and slammed the door after him. And Tony grabbed Marilyn from behind with a strong arm around her waist. He dragged her backward into the office. She arched forward against the pressure of his arm. She was bending herself double and fighting. "God's sake, help us!" Tony lifted her off her feet. His arm was bunching under her breasts. The short dress was riding up over her thighs. She was kicking and struggling. The short man in the blue uniform was staring. Her shoes came off then. The short man was smiling. He walked forward into the office after her, stepping carefully over her abandoned shoes, carrying his grocery sack. "Hey, I'd like to get me a piece of that," he said. "Forget it." Tony gasped from behind her. "This one's off limits, time being." "Pity," the new guy said. "Not every day you see a thing like that." Tony struggled with her all the way back to the sofa, dumped her down next to Chester. The new guy shrugged wistfully and emptied the grocery sack on the desk. Bricks of cash money thumped out on the wood. The bathroom door opened and Hobie stepped into the room. His jacket was off and his shirt sleeves were rolled up to the elbow. On the left was a forearm. It was knotted with muscle and thick with dark hair. On the right was a heavy leather cup, dark brown, worn and shiny, with straps riveted to it, running away up into the shirt sleeve. The bottom of the cup was narrowed to a neck, with the bright steel hook coming down out of it, running straight for 6 or 8 inches and then curving around to the point. "Count the money, Tony," Hobie said. Marilyn jerked upright, turned to face the new guy. "He's got 2 cops in there," she said urgently. "He's going to kill them." The guy shrugged at her. "Suits me," he said. "Kill them all, is what I say." She stared at him blankly. Tony moved behind the desk and sorted through the bricks of money. He stacked them neatly and counted out loud, moving them from one end of the desk to the other. $40,000. "So where are the keys?" the new guy asked. Tony rolled open the desk drawer. "These are for the Benz." He tossed them to the guy and went into his pocket for another bunch. "And these are for the Tahoe. It's in the garage downstairs." "What about the BMW?" the guy asked. "Still up in Pound Ridge," Hobie called across the room. "Keys?" the guy asked. "In the house, I guess," Hobie said. "She didn't bring a pocketbook, and it doesn't look like she's concealing them about her person, does it?" The guy stared at Marilyn's dress and smiled an ugly smile, all lips and tongue. "There's something in there that's for damn sure, but it don't look like keys." She looked at him in disgust. The design on his jacket read Moe's Motors. It was embroidered in red silk. Hobie walked across the room and stood directly behind her. He leaned forward and brought the hook around into her line of vision. She stared at it, close up. She shuddered. "Where are the keys?" he asked. "The BMW is mine," she said. "Not anymore. It isn't." He moved the hook closer. She could smell the metal and the leather. "I could search her," the new guy called. "Maybe she is concealing them after all. I can think of a couple of interesting places to look." She shuddered. "Keys," Hobie said to her softly. "Kitchen counter," she whispered back. Hobie took the hook away and walked around in front of her, smiling. The new guy looked disappointed. He nodded to confirm he'd heard the whisper and walked slowly to the door, jingling the Benz keys and the Tahoe keys in his hand. Pleasure doing business, he said as he walked. Then he paused at the door and looked back, straight at Marilyn. You completely sure that's off limits, Hobie? Seeing as how we're old friends and all, done a lot of business together? Hobie shook his head like he meant it. Forget about it, this one's mine. The guy shrugged and walked out of the office, swinging the keys. The door closed behind him, and they heard the second thump of the lobby door a moment later. Then there was elevator whine, and the office fell silent again. Hobie glanced at the stacks of dollar bills on the desk and headed back to the bathroom. Marilyn and Chester were kept side by side on the sofa, cold, sick, and hungry. The light coming in through the chinks in the blinds faded away to the yellow dullness of evening, and the silence from the bathroom continued until a point Marilyn guessed was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Then it was shattered by screaming. He plane chased the sun west but lost time all the way and arrived on Oahu 3 hours in arrears in the middle of the afternoon. The first-class cabin was emptied ahead of business class and coach, which meant Reacher and Jody were the first people outside the terminal and into the taxi line. The temperature and the humidity out there were similar to Texas, but the damp had a saline quality to it because of the Pacific close by, and the light was calmer. The jagged green mountains and the blue of the sea bathed the island with the jeweled glow of the tropics. Jody put her dark glasses on again and gazed beyond the airport fences with the mild curiosity of somebody who had passed through Hawaii a dozen times in her father's service days without ever really stopping there. Reacher did the same. He had used it as a Pacific stepping stone more times than he could count, but he had never served in Hawaii. The taxi waiting at the head of the line was a replica of the one they'd used at Dallas-Fort Worth, a clean Caprice with the air roaring full blast and the driver's compartment decorated halfway between a religious shrine and a living room. They disappointed the guy by asking him for the shortest ride available on Oahu, which was the half-mile hop around the perimeter road to the Hickam Air Force Base entrance. The guy glanced backward at the line of cars behind him, and Reacher saw him thinking about the better fares the other drivers would get. $10 tip in it for you, he said. The guy gave him the same look the ticket clerk at Dallas-Fort Worth had used, a fare that was going to leave the meter stuck on the basic minimum, but a $10 tip. Reacher saw a photograph of what he guessed was the guy's family taped to the vinyl of the dash. A big family, dark, smiling children, and a dark, smiling woman in a cheerful print dress, all standing in front of a clean, simple home with something vigorous growing in a dirt patch to the right. He thought about the Hobies alone in the dark silence up in Brighton with the hiss of the oxygen bottle and the squeak of the worn wooden floors, and Rudder in the dusty squalor of his Bronx storefront. $20, he said. If we get going right now, okay? $20? The guy repeated, amazed. $30 for your kids. They look nice. The guy grinned in the mirror and touched his fingers to his lips and laid them gently on the shiny surface of the photograph. He swung the cab through the lane changes onto the perimeter track and came off again more or less immediately, 800 yards into the journey, outside a military gate which looked identical to the one fronting Fort Wolters. Jody opened the door and stepped out into the heat, and Reacher went into his pocket and came out with his roll of cash. Top bill was a 50, and he peeled it off and pushed it through the little hinged door in the plexiglass. Keep it. Then he pointed at the photograph. That your house? The driver nodded. Is it holding up okay? Anything need fixing on it? The guy shook his head. Tip-top condition. The roof okay. No problems at all. Reacher nodded. Just checking. He slid across the vinyl and joined Jody on the blacktop. The taxi moved off through the haze back toward the civilian terminal. There was a breeze coming off the ocean, salt in the air. Jody pushed the hair off her face and looked around. Where are we going? Sill High? Reacher said. It's right inside here. He pronounced it phonetically, and it made her smile. Silly? She repeated. So what's that? CILI, he said. Central Identification Laboratory, Hawaii. It's the Department of the Army's main facility.
For what?
I'll show you for what, he said. Then he paused. At least I hope I will. They walked up to the gatehouse and waited at the window. There was a sergeant inside, same uniform, same haircut, same suspicious expression on his face as the guy at Walters. He made them wait in the heat for a second, and then he slid the window back. Reacher stepped forward and gave their names. "We're here to see Nash Newman," he said. The sergeant looked surprised and picked up a clipboard and peeled thin sheets of paper back. He slid a thick finger along a line and nodded, picked up a phone and dialed a number, 4 digits, an internal call. He announced the visitors and listened to the reply, and then he looked puzzled. He covered the phone with his palm and turned back to Jody. "How old are you, miss?" he asked. 30, Jody said, puzzled in turn. 30, the MP repeated into the phone. Then he listened again and hung it up and wrote something on the clipboard, turned back to the window. "He'll be right out, so come on through." They squeezed through the narrow gap between the gatehouse wall and the heavy counterweight on the end of the vehicle barrier and waited on the hot pavement 6 feet away from where they had started. But now it was military pavement, not Hawaii Department of Transportation pavement, and that made a lot of difference to the look on the sergeant's face. The suspicion was all gone, replaced by frank curiosity about why the legendary Nash Newman was in such a big hurry to get these 2 civilians inside the base. There was a low concrete building, maybe 60 yards away, with a plain personnel door set in the blank end wall. The door opened up and a silver-haired man stepped out. He turned back to close it and lock it and then set out at a fast walk toward the gatehouse. He was in the pants and the shirt of an Army tropical issue uniform with a white lab coat flapping open over them. There was enough metal punch through the collar of the shirt to indicate he was a high-ranking officer and nothing in his distinguished bearing to contradict that impression. Reacher moved to meet him and Jody followed. The silver-haired guy was maybe 55, and up close he was tall, with a handsome patrician face and a natural athletic grace in his body that was just beginning to yield to the stiffness of age. "General Newman?" Reacher said. "This is Jody Garber." Newman glanced at Reacher and took Jody's hand, smiling. "Pleased to meet you, General," she said. "We already met," Newman said. "We did," she said, surprised. "You wouldn't recall it?" he said. "At least I'd be terribly surprised if you did." "You were 3 years old at the time, I guess. In the Philippines, it was in your father's backyard. I remember you brought me a glass of Planter's Punch. It was a big glass and a big yard, and you were a very little girl. You carried it in both hands with your tongue sticking out, concentrating. I watched you all the way with my heart in my mouth in case you dropped it." She smiled. "Well, you're right. I'm afraid I don't recall it. I was 3. That's an awful long time ago now." Newman nodded. "That's why I checked how old you looked. I didn't mean for the sergeant to come right out and ask you straight. I wanted his subjective impression is all. It's not the sort of thing one should ask a lady, is it? But I was wondering if you could really be Leon's daughter, come to visit me." He squeezed her hand and let it go, turned to Reacher and punched him lightly on the shoulder. "Jack Reacher," he said. "Damn, it's good to see you again." Reacher caught Newman's hand and shook it hard, sharing the pleasure. "General Newman was my teacher," he said to Jody. "He did a spell at Staff College about 1,000,000 years ago. Advanced forensics, taught me everything I know. He was a pretty good student," Newman said to her. "Paid attention at least, which is more than most of them did. So what is it you do, General?" she asked. "Well, I do a little forensic anthropology," Newman said. "He's the best in the world," Reacher said. Newman waved away the compliment. "Well, I don't know about that, anthropology," Jody said. "But isn't that studying remote tribes and things, how they live, their rituals and beliefs and so on?" "No, that's cultural anthropology," Newman said. "There are many different disciplines. Mine is forensic anthropology, which is a part of physical anthropology. Studying human remains for clues," Reacher said. "A bone doctor," Newman said. "That's about what it amounts to." They were drifting down the sidewalk as they talked, getting nearer the plain door in the blank wall. It opened up and a younger man was standing there waiting for them in the entrance corridor, a nondescript guy, maybe 30 years old, in a lieutenant's uniform under a white lab coat. Newman nodded toward him. "This is Lieutenant Simon. He runs the lab for me. Couldn't manage without him." He introduced Reacher and Jody and they shook hands all around. Simon was quiet and reserved. Reacher figured him for a typical lab guy, annoyed at the disruption to the measured routine of his work. Newman led them inside and down the corridor to his office, and Simon nodded silently to him and disappeared. "Sit down," Newman said. "Let's talk." "So you're a sort of pathologist?" Jody asked him. Newman took his place behind his desk and rocked his hand from side to side, indicating a disparity. "Well, a pathologist has a medical degree, and we anthropologists don't. We studied anthropology, pure and simple, the physical structure of the human body. That's our field. We both work post-mortem, of course, but generally speaking, if a corpse is relatively fresh, it's a pathologist's job, and if there's only a skeleton left, then it's our job. So I'm a bone doctor," Jody nodded. "Of course, that's a slight simplification," Newman said. "A fresh corpse can raise questions concerning its bones. Suppose there's dismemberment involved. The pathologist would refer to us for help. We can look at the saw marks on the bones and help out. We can say how weak or strong the perpetrator was, what kind of saw he used, was he left-handed or right-handed, things like that. But 99 times out of 100, I'm working on skeletons, dry old bones." Then he smiled again, a private, amused smile. "And pathologists are useless with dry old bones, really, really hopeless. They don't know the first thing about them. Sometimes I wonder what the hell they teach them in medical school." The office was quiet and cool. No windows, indirect lighting from concealed fixtures, carpet on the floor, a rosewood desk, comfortable leather chairs for the visitors, and an elegant clock on a low shelf, ticking quietly, already showing 3:30 in the afternoon. Just 3.5 hours until the return flight. "We're here for a reason, General," Reacher said. "This isn't entirely a social call, I'm afraid." "Social enough to stop calling me General and start calling me Nash. Okay? And tell me what's on your mind." Reacher nodded. "We need your help, Nash." Newman looked up with the MIA lists. Then he turned to Jody to explain. "That's what I do here," he said. 20 years I've done nothing else." She nodded. "It's about a particular case. We sort of got involved in it." Newman nodded back slowly, but this time the light was gone from his eyes. "Yes, I was afraid of that," he said. "There are 89,120 MIA cases here, but I bet I know which one you're interested in." 89,000? Jody repeated, surprised. "And 122,200 missing from Vietnam, 8,170 missing from Korea, and 78,750 missing from World War II. We haven't given up on any single one of them, and I promise you we never will. God, why so many?" Newman shrugged, a bitter sadness suddenly there in his face. "Wars," he said. "High explosive tactical movement. Airplanes. Wars are fought, some combatants live, some die, some of the dead are recovered, some of them aren't. Sometimes there's nothing left to recover. A direct hit on a man by an artillery shell will reduce him to his constituent molecules. He's just not there anymore. Maybe a fine red mist drifting through the air, maybe not even that. Maybe he's completely boiled off to vapor. A near miss will blow him to pieces, and fighting is about territory, isn't it? So even if the pieces of him are relatively large, enemy tank movement or friendly tank movement back and forth across the disputed territory will plow the pieces of him into the earth, and then he's gone forever." He sat in silence, and the clock ticked slowly around. "And airplanes are worse. Many of our air campaigns have been fought over oceans. A plane goes down in the ocean and the crew is missing until the end of time, no matter how much effort we expend in a place like this." He waved his arm in a vague gesture that took in the office and all the unseen space beyond and ended up resting toward Jody, palm up like a mute appeal. 89,000, she said. "I thought the MIA stuff was just about Vietnam, 2,000 or so." 89,120, Newman said again. "We still get a few from Korea, the occasional one from World War II, the Japanese islands. But you're right, this is mostly about Vietnam, 2,200 missing. Not so very many, really. They lost more than that in a single morning during World War I. Every morning for 4 long years, men and boys blown apart and mashed into the mud. But Vietnam was different, partly because of things like World War I. We won't take that wholesale slaughter anymore. And quite rightly. We've moved on. The population just won't stand for those old attitudes now. Jody nodded quietly. And partly because we lost the war in Vietnam, Newman said quietly. That makes it very different. The only war we ever lost makes it all feel a hell of a lot worse, so we try harder to resolve things. He made the gesture with his hand again, indicating the unseen complex beyond the office door, and his voice ended on a brighter note. So that's what you do here? Jody asked. Wait for skeletons to be discovered overseas and then bring them back here to identify, so you can finally tick the names off the missing lists. Newman rocked his hand again, equivocating. Well, we don't wait exactly where we can. We go out searching for them. And we don't always identify them, although we sure as hell try hard. It must be difficult, she said. He nodded. Technically, it can be very challenging. The recovery sites are usually a mess. The field workers send us animal bones, local bones, anything. We sort it all out here. Then we go to work with what we've got, which sometimes isn't very much. Sometimes all that's left of an American soldier is just a handful of bone fragments you could fit in a cigar box. Impossible, she said. Often, he said back. We've got 100 part skeletons here right now, unidentified. The Department of the Army can't afford mistakes. They demand a very high standard of certainty, and sometimes we just can't meet it. Where do you start? She asked. He shrugged. Well, wherever we can, medical records usually. Suppose Reacher here was an MIA. If he'd broken his arm as a boy, we'd be able to match the old X-ray against a healed break in the bones we found, maybe. Or if we found his jaw, we could match the work on his teeth with his dental charts. Reacher saw her looking at him, imagining him reduced to dry yellowing bones on a jungle floor, scraped out of the dirt and compared to brittle fading X-rays taken 30 years earlier. The office went silent again, and the clock ticked around. Leon came here in April, Reacher said. Newman nodded. Yes, he visited with me. Foolish of him, really, because he was a very sick man, but it was good to see him. Then he turned to Jody, sympathy on his face. He was a fine, fine man. I owed him a lot. She nodded. It wasn't the first time she'd heard it, and it wouldn't be the last. He asked you about Victor Hobie, Reacher said. Newman nodded again. Victor Truman Hobie, what did you tell him? Nothing, Newman said, and I'm going to tell you nothing, too. The clock ticked on 4:45. Why not? Reacher asked. Surely you know why not. It's classified? Twice over, Newman said. Reacher moved in the silence, restless with frustration. You're our last hope, Nash. We've already been all over everything else. Newman shook his head. You know how it is, Reacher. I'm an officer in the U.S. Army. Damn it, I'm not going to reveal classified information. Please, Nash, Reacher said. We came all this way. I can't, Newman said. No such word, Reacher said. Silence? Well, I guess you could ask me questions, he said. If a former student of mine comes in here and asks me questions based on his own skills and observations, and I answer them in a purely academic fashion, I don't see that any harm can come to anybody. It was like the clouds shifting away from the sun. Jody glanced at Reacher. He glanced at the clock. 7 minutes to 4, less than 3 hours to go. Okay, Nash, thanks, he said. You're familiar with this case? I'm familiar with all of them, this one especially since April. And it's classified twice over? Newman just nodded, at a level that kept Leon out of the loop. That's a pretty high level, Newman hinted. Wouldn't you agree? Reacher nodded, thought hard. What did Leon want you to do? He was in the dark, Newman said. You need to bear that in mind, right? Okay, Reacher said. What did he want you to do? He wanted us to find the crash site, 4 miles west of Inkie. Newman nodded. I felt badly for Leon. No real reason for him to be out of the loop on this, and there was nothing I could do to alter the classification code. But I owed that man a lot, way more than I can tell you about, so I agreed to find the site. Jody leaned forward. But why wasn't it found before? People seem to know roughly where it is. Newman shrugged. It's all incredibly difficult, you have no idea. The terrain, the bureaucracy, we lost the war, remember? The Vietnamese dictate the terms over there. We run a joint recovery effort, but they control it. The whole thing is constant manipulation and humiliation. We're not allowed to wear our uniforms over there because they say the sight of a U.S. Army uniform will traumatize the village populations. They make us rent their own helicopters to get around, millions and millions of dollars a year for ratty old rust buckets with half the capability of our own machines. Truth is, we're buying those old bones back and they set the price and the availability. Bottom line right now is the United States is paying more than $3 million for every single identification we make, and it burns me up. 4 minutes to 4. Newman sighed again, lost in thought. But you found the site? Reacher prompted. It was scheduled for some time in the future, Newman said. We knew roughly where it was, and we knew exactly what we'd find when we got there, so it wasn't much of a high priority. But as a favor to Leon, I went over there and bargained to move it up the schedule. I wanted it next item on the list. It was a real bitch to negotiate. They get wind you want something in particular. They go stubborn as all hell. You've got no idea. Inscrutable? Tell me about it.
But you found it?
Jody asked. It was a bitch, geographically, Newman said. We talked to DeWitt over at Walters, and he helped us pin down the exact location, more or less remotest place you ever saw. Mountainous and inaccessible. I can guarantee you no human being has ever set foot there. No time in the history of the planet. It was a nightmare trip, but it was a great site. Completely inaccessible, so it wasn't mined. Mined? Jody repeated. You mean they booby-trapped the sites? Newman shook his head. No mined, as in excavated. Anything accessible, the population was all over it 30 years ago. They took dog tags, ID cards, helmet souvenirs, but mostly they were after the metals fixed-wing sites, mostly, because of the gold and platinum. What gold, she asked. In the electrical circuits, Newman said, the F4 Phantoms, for instance, they had about $5,000 worth of precious metals in the connections. Population used to hack it all out and sell it. You buy cheap jewelry in Bangkok? Probably it's made out of old U.S. fighter bomber electronics. What did you find up there? Reacher asked. A relatively good state of preservation, Newman said. The Huey was smashed up and rusted, but it was recognizable. The bodies were completely skeletonized, of course. Clothing was rotted and gone long ago, but nothing else was missing. They all had dog tags. We packed them up and helicoptered them to Hanoi. Then we flew them back here in the Starlifter. Full honors. We only just got back 3 months, beginning to end. One of the best we've ever done in terms of time scale, and the IDs are going to be a total formality because we've got the dog tags. No role for a bone doctor on this one. Open and shut. I'm just sorry Leon didn't live to see it. It would have put his mind at rest. The bodies are here? Reacher asked. Newman nodded. Right next door. Can we see them? Reacher asked. Newman nodded again. You shouldn't, but you need to. The office went quiet, and Newman stood up and gestured toward the door with both hands. Lieutenant Simon walked past. He nodded a greeting. We're going into the lab? Newman said to him. Yes, sir, Simon said back. He moved away into his own office cubicle, and Reacher and Jody and Newman walked in the other direction and paused in front of a plain door set in a blank cinder block wall. Newman took keys from his pocket and unlocked it. He pulled it open and repeated the same formal gesture with both his hands. Reacher and Jody preceded him into the lab. Simon watched them go inside from his cubicle. When the door closed and locked behind them, he picked up his phone and dialed 9 for a line and then a 10-figure number starting with the New York City area code. The number rang for a long time because it was already the middle of the evening, 6,000 miles to the east. Then it was answered. Reacher's here, Simon whispered. Right now with a woman. They're in the lab right now. Looking Hobie's voice came back low and controlled. Who's the woman? Jody Garber, Simon said. General Garber's daughter. Alias Mrs. Jacob. What do you want me to do? There was silence on the line, just the whistle of the long-distance satellite. You could give them a ride back to the airport, maybe? The woman's got an appointment in New York tomorrow afternoon, so I guess they'll be trying to make the 7 o'clock flight. Just make sure they don't miss it. Okay, Simon said, and Hobie broke the connection. The lab was a wide, low room, maybe 40 feet by 50. There were no windows. The lighting was the bland wash of fluorescent tubes. There was the faint hiss of efficient air circulation, but there was a smell in the room, somewhere between the sharp tang of strong disinfectant and the warm odor of earth. At the far end of the space was an alcove filled with racks. On the racks were rows of cardboard boxes, marked with reference numbers in black. Maybe 100 boxes. The unidentified, Reacher said. Newman nodded at his side. As of now, he said quietly, we won't give up on them. Between them and the distant alcove was the main body of the room. The floor was tile, swabbed to a shine. Standing on it were 20 neat wooden tables set in precise rows. The tables were waist-high and topped with heavy polished slabs. Each table was a little shorter and a little narrower than an army cot. They looked like sturdy versions of the tables decorators use for wallpaper pasting. 6 of them were completely empty. 7 of them had the lids of 7 polished aluminum caskets laid across them. The final 7 tables held these 7 aluminum caskets themselves in neat alternate rows, each one adjacent to the table bearing its lid. Reacher stood silent with his head bowed, and then he drew himself up to attention and held a long, silent salute for the first time in more than 2 years. Awful, Jody whispered. She was standing with her hands clasped behind her, head bowed like she was at a graveside ceremony. Reacher released his salute and squeezed her hand. Thank you, Newman said quietly. I like people to show respect in here. How could we not? Jody whispered. She was staring at the caskets with tears starting in her eyes. So, Reacher, what do you see? Newman asked in the silence. Reacher's eyes were wandering around the bright room. He was too shocked to move. I see 7 caskets, he said quietly, where I expected to see 8. There were 8 people in that Huey crew of 5, and they picked up 3. It's in DeWitt's report, 5 and 3 make 8, and 8 minus 1 makes 7, Newman said. Did you search the site? Thoroughly? Newman shook his head. No, why not? You'll have to figure that out. Reacher shook himself and took a step forward. May I? Be my guest, Newman replied. Tell me what you see. Concentrate hard, and we'll see what you've remembered and what you've forgotten. Reacher walked to the nearest casket and turned so that he was looking down into it along its length. The casket held a rough wooden box, 6 inches smaller in every dimension than the casket itself. That's what the Vietnamese make us use, Newman said. They sell those boxes to us and make us use them. We put them in our own caskets in the hangar at the airfield in Hanoi. The wooden box had no lid. It was just a shallow tray. There was a jumble of bones in it. Somebody had arranged them in roughly the correct anatomical sequence. There was a skull at the top, yellowed and old. It grinned up with a grotesque smile. There was a gold tooth in the mouth. The empty eye sockets stared. The vertebrae of the neck were lined up neatly below them, the shoulder blades and the collarbones, and the ribs were laid out in their correct places above the pelvis. The arm bones and the leg bones were stacked to the sides. There was the dull glint of a metal chain draped over the vertebrae of the neck, running away under the flatness of the left shoulder blade. May I? Reacher asked again. Newman nodded. Please. Reacher stood silent for a long moment and then leaned in and hooked his finger under the chain and eased it out. The bones stirred and clicked and moved as the dog tags caught. He pulled them out and brought them up and rubbed the ball of his thumb across their faces, bent down to read the stamped name. Kaplan, he said, the co-pilot. How did he die? Newman asked. Reacher draped the tags back across the bony ribs and looked hard for the evidence. The skull was okay, no trace of damage to the arms or legs or chest, but the pelvis was smashed, the vertebrae toward the bottom of the spine were crushed, and the ribs at the back were fractured, 8 of them on both sides, counting upward from the bottom. Impact. When the Huey hit the ground, he took a big hit in the lower back, massive internal trauma and hemorrhage, probably fatal within a minute. But he was strapped in his seat, Newman said. Head-on crash into the ground. How does that injure him from behind? Reacher looked again. He felt the way he had years before in the classroom, nervous about screwing up in front of the legendary Nash Newman. He looked hard and he put his hands lightly on the dry bones, feeling them. But he had to be right. This was a crushing impact to the lower back. There was no other explanation. The Huey spun, he said. It came in at a shallow angle, and the trees spun it around. It separated between the cabin and the tail, and the cabin hit the ground, traveling backward. Newman nodded. Excellent. That's exactly how we found it. It hit backward. Instead of his harness saving him, his chair killed him. Reacher moved on to the next casket. There was the same shallow wooden tray, the same jumble of yellow bones, the same grotesque, accusing, grinning skull. Below it, the neck was broken. He eased the dog tags out from between the shards of cracked bone. Tardelli, he read, the starboard side gunner, Newman said. Tardelli's skeleton was a mess. The gunner stood on a slick stand in the open doorway, basically unsecured, juggling with the heavy machine gun swinging on a bungee cord. When the Huey went down, Tardelli had been thrown all over the cabin. Broken neck, Reacher said. Crushing to the upper chest, he turned the awful yellow skull over. It was fractured like an eggshell. Head trauma also. I'd say he died instantaneously. Wouldn't like to say which exact injury killed him. Neither would I, Newman said. He was 19 years old. There was silence, nothing in the air except the faint, sweet aroma of loam. Look at the next one, Newman said. The next one was different. There was a single injury to the chest. The dog tags were tangled into splintered bones. Reacher couldn't free them. He had to bend his head to get the name. Bamford. The crew chief, Newman said. He would have been sitting on the cabin bench facing the rear opposite the three guys they picked up. Bamford's bony face grinned up at him. Below it, his skeleton was complete and undamaged, except for the narrow, crushing injury sideways across the upper body. It was like a 3-inch trench in his chest. The sternum had been punched down to the level of the spine and had gone on and knocked 3 vertebrae out of line. 3 ribs had gone with it. So what do you think? Newman asked. Reacher put his hand into the box and felt the dimensions of the injury. It was narrow and horizontal. 3 fingers wouldn't fit into it, but 2 would. Some kind of an impact, he said. Something between a sharp instrument and a blunt instrument. Hit him sideways in the chest, obviously. It would have stopped his heart immediately. Was it the rotor blade? Newman nodded. Very good. The way it looked, the rotor folded up against the trees and came down into the cabin. It must have struck him across the upper body. As you say, a blow like that would have stopped his heart instantaneously. In the next casket, the bones were very different. Some of them were the same dull yellow, but most of them were white and brittle and eroded. The dog tags were bent and blackened. Reacher turned them to throw the embossing into relief against the ceiling lights and read Soper. The port side gunner, Newman said. There was a fire, Reacher said. How can you tell? Newman asked, like the teacher he was. Dog tags are burned, and the bones are calcinated, Reacher said. At least most of them are. Calcinated? Newman repeated. Reacher nodded and went back 15 years to his textbooks. The organic components burned off, leaving only the inorganic compounds behind. Burning leaves the bones smaller, whiter, veined, brittle, and eroded. Good, Newman said. The explosion DeWitt saw, Jody said. It was the fuel tank. Newman nodded. Classic evidence. Not a slow fire, a fuel explosion. It spills randomly and bums quickly, which explains the random nature of the burned bones. Looks to me like Soper caught the fuel across his lower body, but his upper body was lying outside of the fire. His quiet words died to silence, and the 3 of them were lost in imagining the terror. The bellowing engines, the hostile bullets smashing into the airframe, the sudden loss of power, the spurt of spilling fuel, the fire, the tearing, smashing impact through the trees, the screaming, the rotor scything down, the shuddering crash, the screeching of metal, the smashing of frail human bodies into the indifferent jungle floor where no person had ever walked since the dawn of time. Soper's empty eye sockets stared up into the light, challenging them to imagine. Look at the next one, Newman said. The next casket held the remains of a man called Allen. No burning, just a yellow skeleton with bright dog tags around the broken neck, a noble grinning skull, even white teeth, a high round undamaged cranium. The product of good nutrition and careful upbringing in the America of the 50s, his whole back was smashed, like a dead crab. Alan was one of the three they picked up, Newman said. Reacher nodded sadly. The sixth casket was a burn victim. His name was Zabrinsky. His bones were calcinated and small. He was probably a big guy in life, Newman said. Burning can shrink your bones by 50% sometimes, so don't write him off as a midget. Reacher nodded again, stirred through the bones with his hand. They were light and brittle, like husks. The veining left them sharp with microscopic ribbing. Injuries? Newman asked. Reacher looked again, but he found nothing. He burned to death, he said. Newman nodded. Yes, I'm afraid he did, he said. Awful, Jody whispered. The seventh and final casket held the remains of a man named Gunston. They were terrible remains. At first, Reacher thought there was no skull. Then he saw it was lying in the bottom of the wooden box. It was smashed into 100 pieces. Most of them were no bigger than his thumbnail. What do you think? Newman asked. Reacher shook his head. I don't want to think, he whispered. I'm all done thinking. Newman nodded, sympathetic. Rotor blade hit him in the head. He was one of the three they picked up. He was sitting opposite Bamford. 5 and 3, Jody said quietly. So the crew was Hobie and Kaplan, pilot and co-pilot, Bamford the crew chief, Soper and Tardelli, the gunners, and they went down and picked up Allen and Zabrinsky and Gunston. Newman nodded. That's what the files tell us. So where's Hobie? Reacher asked. You're missing something? Newman said. Sloppy work, Reacher, for somebody who used to be good at this. Reacher glanced at him. DeWitt had said something similar. He had said sloppy work for somebody who was once an MP major, and he had said look closer to home. They were MPs, right? He said suddenly. Newman smiled. Who were? 2 of them, Reacher said. 2 out of Allen and Zabrinsky and Gunston. 2 of them were arresting the other one. It was a special mission. Kaplan had put 2 MPs in the field the day before. His last but one mission, flying solo, the one I didn't read. They were going back to pick them up, plus the guy they'd arrested. Newman nodded. Correct. Which was which? Pete Zabrinsky and Joey Gunston were the cops. Carl Allen was the bad guy. Reacher nodded. What had he done? The details are classified, Newman said. Your guess? In and out like that, a quick arrest? Fragging, I suppose? What's fragging? Jody asked. Killing your officer? Reacher said. It happened time to time. Some gung-ho lieutenant, probably new in country, gets all keen on advancing into dangerous positions. The grunts don't like it, figure he's after a medal, figure they'd rather keep their asses in one piece, so he says, charge, and somebody shoots him in the back or throws a grenade at him, which was more efficient, because it didn't need aiming, and it disguised the whole thing better. That's where the name comes from. Fragging, fragmentation device, a grenade. So was it fragging? Jody asked. The details are classified, Newman said again. But certainly there was fragging involved at the end of a long and vicious career. According to the files, Carl Allen was definitely not flavor of the month. Jody nodded. But why on earth is that classified? Whatever he did, he's been dead 30 years. Justice is done right. Reacher had stepped back to Allen's casket. He was staring down into it. Caution, he said. Whoever the gung-ho lieutenant was, his family was told he died a hero fighting the enemy. If they ever find out any different, it's a scandal, and the Department of the Army doesn't like scandals. Correct? Newman said again. But where's Hobie? Reacher asked again. You're still missing something, one step at a time, okay? But what is it? Reacher asked. Where is it? In the bones, Newman said. The clock on the laboratory wall showed 5:30. Not much more than an hour to go. Reacher took a breath and walked back around the caskets in reverse order. Gunston, Zabrinsky, Allen, Soper, Bamford, Tardelli, Kaplan, 6 grinning skulls, and 1 headless, bony set of shoulders stared back up at him. He did the round again. The clock ticked on. He stopped next to each casket and gripped the cold aluminum sides and leaned over and stared in, desperate to spot what he was missing in the bones. He started each search at the top. The skull, the neck, the collarbones, the ribs, the arms, the pelvis, the legs, the feet. He took to rummaging through the boxes, lightly, delicately sorting the dry bones, looking for it. 6:15, 6:10, Jody was watching him anxiously. He did the round for the third time, starting again with Gunston, the cop. He moved on to Zabrinsky, the other cop, on to Allen, the criminal, on to Soper, the gunner, on to Bamford, the crew chief. He found it right there in Bamford's box. He closed his eyes. It was obvious. It was so obvious it was like it was painted in day-glow paint and lit up with a searchlight. He ran back around the other 6 boxes counting, double-checking. He was right. He had found it. 6 o'clock in the evening in Hawaii. There are 7 bodies, he said, but there are 15 hands. 6 o'clock in the evening in Hawaii is 11 o'clock at night in New York City, and Hobie was alone in his apartment, 30 floors above Fifth Avenue, in the bedroom, getting ready to go to sleep. 11 o'clock was earlier than his normal bedtime. Usually he would stay awake reading a book or watching a film on cable until 1 or 2 in the morning, but tonight he was tired. It had been a fatiguing day. There had been a certain amount of physical activity and some mental strain. He was sitting on the edge of his bed. It was a king-size bed, although he slept alone and always had. There was a thick comforter in white. The walls were white and the blinds were white, not because he had wanted any kind of artistic consistency in his decor, but because white things were always the cheapest, whatever you were dealing with, bed linen or paint or window coverings. The white option was always priced lowest. There was no art on the walls, no photographs, no ornaments, no souvenirs, no hangings. The floor was plain oak strips, no rug. His feet were planted squarely on the floor. His shoes were black Oxfords, polished to a high shine, planted exactly at right angles to the oak strips. He reached down with his good hand and undid the laces one at a time, eased the shoes off one at a time, pushed them together with his feet and picked them up both together and squared them away under the bed. He slid his thumb into the top of his socks one at a time and eased them off his feet, shook them out and dropped them on the floor. He unknotted his tie. He always wore a tie. It was a source of great pride to him that he could knot a tie with one hand. He picked up the tie and stood and walked barefoot to his closet, slid the door open and worked the thin end of the tie down behind the little brass bar where it hung at night. Then he dropped his left shoulder and let his jacket slide off his arm. He used the left hand to pull it off on the right. He reached into the closet and came out with a hanger and slid the jacket onto it. One-handed, he hung it up on the rail, then he unbuttoned his pants and dropped the zip, stepped out of them and crouched and straightened them on the shiny oak floor. No other way for a one-armed man to fold trousers. He put the cuffs together, one on top of the other, and trapped them under his foot and pulled the legs straight. Then he stood up and took a second hanger from the closet and bent down and flipped the bar under the cuffs and slid it along the floor to the knees. Then he stood up again and shook the hanger and the pants fell into perfect shape. He hung them alongside the jacket. He curled his left wrist around the starched buttonholes and undid his shirt. He opened the right cuff. He shrugged the shirt off his shoulders and used his left hand to pull it down over his hook. Then he leaned sideways and let it fall down his left arm, trapped the tail under his foot and pulled his arm up through the sleeve. The sleeve turned inside out as it always did, and his good hand squeezed through the cuff. The only modification he had been forced to make in his entire wardrobe was to move the cuff buttons on his shirts to allow them to pass over his left hand while they were still done up. He left the shirt on the floor and pulled at the waistband of his boxers and wriggled them down over his hips, stepped out of them and grasped the hem of his undershirt. This was the hardest part. He stretched the hem and ducked and whipped it up over his head, changed his grip to the neck and pulled it up over his face. He pulled it down on the right and eased his hook out through the armhole. Then he cracked his left arm like a whip until the undershirt came off it and landed on the floor. He bent and scooped it up with the shirt and the boxers and the socks and carried them into the bathroom and dumped them all in the basket. He walked naked back to the bed and sat down again on the edge, reached across his chest with his left hand and unbuckled the heavy leather straps around his right bicep. There were 3 straps and 3 buckles. He eased the leather corset apart and squeezed it backward off his upper arm. It creaked in the silence as it moved. The leather was thick and heavy, much thicker and heavier than any shoe leather. It was built up in shaped layers. It was brown and shiny with wear. Over the years, it had molded itself like steel to his shape. It crushed the muscle as he eased it back. He fiddled the riveted straps clear of his elbow. Then he took the cold curve of the hook in his left hand and pulled gently. The cup sucked off the stump and he pulled it away. Clamped it vertically between his knees, the hook pointing downward to the floor and the cup facing upward. He leaned over to his nightstand and took a wad of tissues from a box and a can of talc from a drawer. He crushed the tissues in his left palm and pushed them down into the cup, twisting the wad like a screw to wipe away the sweat of the day. Then he shook the can of talc and powdered all around the inside. He took more tissues and polished the leather and the steel. Then he laid the whole assembly on the floor, parallel with the bed. He wore a thin sock on the stump of his right forearm. It was there to stop the leather from chafing the skin. It was not a specialist medical device. It was a child's sock, just tubular, no heel, the sort of thing mothers choose before their babies can walk. He bought them a dozen pairs at a time from department stores. He always bought white ones. They were cheaper. He eased the sock off the stump and shook it out and laid it next to the box of tissues on the nightstand. The stump itself was shriveled. There was some muscle left, but with no work to do it had wasted away to nothing. The bones were filed smooth on the cut ends, and the skin had been sewn down tight over them. The skin was white and the stitches were red. They looked like Chinese writing. There was black hair growing on the bottom of the stump because the skin there had been stretched down from the outside of his forearm. He stood up again and walked to the bathroom. A previous owner had installed a wall of mirror above the sink. He looked at himself in it and hated what he saw. His arm didn't bother him. It was just missing. It was his face he hated. The burns, the arm was a wound, but the face was a disfigurement. He turned half sideways so he didn't have to look at it. He cleaned his teeth and carried a bottle of lotion back to the bed, squeezed a drop onto the skin of the stump and worked it in with his fingers. Then he placed the lotion next to the baby's sock on the nightstand and rolled under the covers and clicked the light off. Left or right, Jody asked. Which did he lose? Reacher was standing over Bamford's bright casket, sorting through bones. His right, he said. The extra hand is a right hand. Newman moved across to Reacher's shoulder and leaned in and separated two splintered shards of bone, each one about 5 inches in length. He lost more than his hand, he said. These are the radius and the ulna from his right arm. It was severed below the elbow, probably by a fragment of the rotor blade. There would have been enough left to make a decent stump. Reacher picked up the bones and ran his fingers across the splintered ends. I don't understand, Nash, he said. Why didn't you search the area? Why should we? Newman said back neutrally. Because why just assume he survived? He was grievously injured. The impact, the severed arm, maybe other injuries, maybe internal. Massive blood loss at least. Maybe he was burned too. There was burning fuel everywhere. Think about it, Nash. Probability is he crawled out from the wreck, bleeding from his arteries. Maybe on fire, he dragged himself 20 yards away and collapsed in the undergrowth and died. Why the hell didn't you look for him? Ask yourself the question, Newman said. Why didn't we look for him? Reacher stared at him. Nash Newman, one of the smartest guys he had ever known. A man so picky and precise he could take a fragment of skull an inch wide and tell you who it had belonged to, how he had lived, how he had died. A man so professional and meticulous he had run the longest-lasting and most complicated forensic investigation ever known in history and had received nothing but praise and plaudits all along the way. How could Nash Newman have made such an elementary mistake? Reacher stared at him, and then he breathed out and closed his eyes. Christ, Nash, he said slowly. You know he survived, don't you? You actually know it. You didn't look for him because you know it for sure. Newman nodded. Correct? But how do you know? Newman glanced around the lab, lowered his voice because he turned up afterward, he said. He crawled into a field hospital 50 miles away and 3 weeks later. It's all in their medical files. He was racked with fever, serious malnutrition, terrible bumps to one side of his face, no arm, maggots in the stump. He was incoherent most of the time, but they identified him by his dog tags. Then he came around after treatment and told the story. No other survivors but himself. That's why I said we knew exactly what we were going to find up there. That's why it was such a low priority until Leon got all agitated about it. So what happened? Jody asked. Why all the secrecy? The hospital was way north, Newman said. Charlie was pushing south, and we were retreating. The hospital was getting ready for evacuation, and, Reacher asked, he disappeared the night before they were due to move him to Saigon. He disappeared, Newman nodded, just ran away, got himself out of his cot and lit out, never been seen since. Shit, Reacher said. I still don't understand the secrecy, Jody said. Newman shrugged. Well, Reacher can explain it, more his area than mine. Reacher still had hold of Hobie's bones. The radius and the ulna from his right arm, neatly socketed on the lower end like nature intended, savagely smashed and splintered at the upper end by a fragment of his own rotor blade. Hobie had studied the leading edge of that blade and seen that it was capable of smashing through tree limbs as thick as a man's arm. He had used that inspiration to save other men's lives over and over again. Then that same blade had come folding and whirling down into his own cockpit and taken his hand away. He was a deserter, he said. Technically, that's what he was. He was a serving soldier, and he ran away. But a decision was taken not to go after him. Had to be that way. Because what could the Army do if they caught him? What next? They would be prosecuting a guy with an exemplary record, 991 combat missions, a guy who deserted after the trauma of a horrendous injury and disfigurement. They couldn't do that. The war was unpopular. You can't send a disfigured hero to Leavenworth for deserting under those circumstances, but equally you can't send out the message that you're letting deserters get away with it. That would have been a scandal of a different sort. They were still busting plenty of guys for deserting. The undeserving ones. They couldn't reveal they had different strokes for different folks, so Hobie's file was closed and sealed and classified secret. That's why the personnel record ends with the last mission. All the rest of it is in a vault, somewhere in the Pentagon. Jody nodded. And that's why he's not on the wall, she said. They know he's still alive. Reacher was reluctant to put the arm bones down. He held them and ran his fingers up and down their length. The good ends were smooth and perfect, ready to accept the subtle articulation of the human wrist. Have you logged his medical records? He asked Newman. His old x-rays and dental charts and all that stuff? Newman shook his head. He's not Mia. He survived and deserted. Reacher turned back to Bamford's casket and laid the 2 yellow shards gently in one corner of the rough wooden box. He shook his head. I just can't believe it, Nash. Everything about this guy says he didn't have a deserter's mentality. His background, his record, everything. I know about deserters. I hunted plenty of them. He deserted, Newman said. It's a fact. It's in the files from the hospital. He survived the crash, Reacher said. I guess I can't dispute that anymore. He was in the hospital. Can't dispute that either. But suppose it wasn't really desertion? Suppose he was just confused or groggy from the drugs or something? Suppose he just wandered away and got lost? Newman shook his head. He wasn't confused. But how do you know that? Loss of blood, malnutrition, fever, morphine? He deserted, Newman said. It doesn't add up, Reacher said. War changes people, Newman said. Not that much, Reacher said back. Newman stepped closer and lowered his voice again. He killed an orderly, he whispered. The guy spotted him on the way out and tried to stop him. It's all in the file. Hobie said, I'm not going back, and hit the guy in the head with a bottle. Broke his skull. They put the guy in Hobie's bed, and he didn't survive the trip back to Saigon. That's what the secrecy is all about. Reacher. They didn't just let him get away with deserting, they let him get away with murder. There was total silence in the lab. The air hissed and the loamy smell of the old bones drifted. Reacher laid his hand on the shiny lip of Bamford's casket just to keep himself standing upright. I don't believe it, he said. You should, Newman said back, because it's true. I can't tell his folks that, Reacher said. I just can't. It would kill them. Hell of a secret, Jody said. They let him get away with murder. Politics, Newman said. The politics over there stunk to high heaven. Still do, as a matter of fact. Maybe he died later, Reacher said. Maybe he got away into the jungle and died there later. He was still very sick, right? How would that help you? Newman asked. I could tell his folks he was dead, gloss over the exact details. You're clutching at straws, Newman said. We have to go, Jody said. We need to make the plane. Would you run his medical records? Reacher asked. If I got hold of them from his family? Would you do that for me? There was a pause. I've already got them, Newman said. Leon brought them with him. The family released them to him. So will you run them? Reacher asked. You're clutching at straws, Newman said again. Reacher turned around and pointed at the 100 cardboard boxes stacked in the alcove at the end of the room. He could be already here, Nash. He's in New York, Jody said. Don't you see that? No, I want him to be dead, Reacher said. I can't go back to his folks and tell them their boy is a deserter and a murderer and has been running around all this time without contacting them. I need him to be dead. But he isn't, Newman said. But he could be, right? Reacher said. He could have died later, back in the jungle, someplace else, maybe far away, on the run, disease, malnutrition. Maybe his skeleton was found already. Will you run his records as a favor to me? Reacher, we need to go now, Jody said. Will you run them? Reacher asked again. I can't, Newman said. Christ, this whole thing is classified. Don't you understand that? I shouldn't have told you anything at all, and I can't add another name to the MIA lists. Now the Department of the Army wouldn't stand for it. We're supposed to be reducing the numbers here, not adding to them. Can't you do it unofficially, privately? You can do that, right? You run this place, Nash, please, for me? Newman shook his head. You're clutching at straws, is all. Please, Nash, Reacher said. There was silence. Then Newman sighed. Okay, damn it, he said. For you, I'll do it, I guess. When? Reacher asked. Newman shrugged. First thing tomorrow morning? Okay. Call me as soon as you've done it? Sure, but you're wasting your time. Number? Use the mobile, Jody said. She recited the number. Newman wrote it on the cuff of his lab coat. Thanks, Nash, Reacher said. I really appreciate this. Waste of time, Newman said again. We need to go, Jody called. Reacher nodded vaguely, and they all moved toward the plane door in the cinder block wall. Lieutenant Simon was waiting on the other side of it with the offer of a ride around the perimeter road to the passenger terminals, 15 first class or not. The flight back was miserable. It was the same plane going east to New York along the second leg of a giant triangle. It was cleaned and perfumed and checked and refueled, and it had a new crew on board. Reacher and Jody were in the same seats they had left 4 hours earlier. Reacher took the window again, but it felt different. It was still 2.5 times as wide as normal, still sumptuously upholstered in leather and sheepskin, but he took no pleasure in sitting in it again. The lights were dimmed to represent night. They had taken off into an outrageous tropical sunset boiling away beyond the islands, and then they had turned away to fly toward darkness. The engine settled to a muted hiss. The flight attendants were quiet and unobtrusive. There was only one other passenger in the cabin. He was sitting 2 rows ahead across the aisle. He was a tall, spare man dressed in a seersucker short-sleeved shirt printed with pale stripes. His right forearm was laid gently on the arm of the chair, and his hand hung down, limp and relaxed. His eyes were closed. How tall is he? Jody whispered. Reacher leaned over and glanced ahead. Maybe 6'1". Same as Victor Hobie, she said. Remember the file? Reacher nodded, glanced diagonally across at the pale forearm resting along the seat. The guy was thin, and he could see the prominent knob of bone at the wrist standing out in the dimness. There was slim muscle and freckled skin and bleached hair. The radius bone was visible, running all the way back to the elbow. Hobie had left 6 inches of his radius bone behind at the crash site. Reacher counted with his eyes. Up from the guy's wrist joint, 6 inches took him halfway to the elbow. About half and half, right? Jody said. A little more than half, Reacher said. The stump would have needed trimming. They'd have filed it down where it was splintered, I guess, if he survived. The guy 2 rows ahead turned sleepily and pulled his arm in close to his body and out of sight, like he knew they were talking about it. He survived, Jody said. He's in New York trying to stay hidden. Reacher leaned the other way and rested his forehead on the cold plastic of the porthole. I would have bet my life he isn't, he said. He kept his eyes open, but there was nothing to see out of the window, just black night sky all the way down to the black night ocean, 7 miles below. Why does it bother you so much? She asked in the quiet. He turned forward and stared at the empty seat 6 feet in front of him. Lots of reasons, he said. Like what? He shrugged. Like everything, like a great, big, depressing spiral. It was a professional call. My gut told me something, and it looks like I was wrong. She laid her hand gently on his forearm where the muscle narrowed a little above his wrist. Being wrong isn't the end of the world. He shook his head. Sometimes it isn't, sometimes it is. Depends on the issue, right? Somebody asks me who's going to win the series, and I say the Yankees. That doesn't matter, does it? Because how can I know stuff like that? But suppose I was a sports writer who was supposed to know stuff like that, or a professional gambler. Suppose baseball was my life, then it's the end of the world if I start to screw up. So what are you saying? I'm saying judgments like that are my life. It's what I'm supposed to be good at. I used to be good at it. I could always depend on being right. But you had nothing to go on. Bullshit, Jody. I had a whole lot to go on. A whole lot more than I sometimes used to have. I met with the guy's folks. I read his letters. I talked with his old friend. I saw his record. I talked with his old comrade in arms, and everything told me this was a guy who definitely could not behave the way he clearly did behave. So I was just plain wrong, and that bums me up, because where does it leave me now? In what sense? I've got to tell the Hobies, he said. It'll kill them stone dead. You should have met them. They worship that boy. They worship the military, the patriotism of it all, serving your country, the whole damn thing. Now I've got to walk in there and tell them their boy is a murderer and a deserter, and a cruel son who left them twisting in the wind for 30 long years. I'll be walking in there and killing them stone dead, Jody. I should call ahead for an ambulance. He lapsed into silence and turned back to the black porthole. And, she said, he turned back to face her. And the future? What am I going to do? I've got a house. I need a job. What kind of a job? I can't put myself about as an investigator anymore. Not if I've started getting things completely backward all of a sudden. The timing is wonderful, right? My professional capabilities have turned to mush right at the exact time I need to find work. I should go back to the Keys and dig pools the rest of my life. You're being too hard on yourself. It was a feeling, was all. A gut feeling that turned out wrong. Gut feelings should turn out right, he said. Mine always did before. I could tell you about a dozen times when I stuck to gut feelings, no other reason than I felt them. They saved my life time to time. She nodded without speaking. And statistically, I should have been right, he said. You know how many men were officially unaccounted for after Nam? Only about 2,200 missing. But they're dead. We all know that. Eventually Nash will find them all and tick them all off. But there were 5 guys left we can't categorize. 3 of them changed sides and stayed on in the villages afterward, gone native. 1 disappeared in Thailand. 1 of them was living in a hut under a bridge in Bangkok. 5 loose ends out of 1,000,000 men, and Victor Hobie is one of them, and I was wrong about him. But you weren't really wrong, she said. You were judging. The old Victor Hobie is all? All that stuff was about Victor Hobie before the war and before the crash. War changes people. The only witness to the change was DeWitt, and he went out of his way not to notice it. He shook his head again. I took that into account, or at least I tried to. I didn't figure it could change him that much. Maybe the crash did it, she said. Think about it, Reacher. What was he, 21 years old? 22, something like that? 7 people died, and maybe he felt responsible. He was the captain of the ship, right? And he was disfigured. He lost his arm, and he was probably burned, too. That's a big trauma for a young guy, physical disfigurement, right? And then in the field hospital, he was probably woozy with drugs, terrified of going back. They wouldn't have sent him back to combat, Reacher said. Jody nodded. Yes, but maybe he wasn't thinking straight. The morphine? It's like being high, right? Maybe he thought they were going to send him straight back. Maybe he thought they were going to punish him for losing the helicopter. We just don't know his mental state at the time. So he tried to get away, and he hit the orderly on the head. Then later he woke up to what he'd done. probably felt terrible about it. That was my gut feeling all along. He's hiding out because of a guilty secret. He should have turned himself in because nobody was going to convict him of anything. The mitigating circumstances were too obvious. But he hid out, and the longer it went on, the worse it got. It kind of snowballed. Still makes me wrong, he said. You've just described an irrational guy, panicky, unrealistic, a little hysterical. I had him down as a plotter, very sane, very rational, very normal. I'm losing my touch. The giant plane hissed on imperceptibly, 600 miles an hour through the thin air of altitude, and it felt like it was suspended immobile. A spacious pastel cocoon hanging there 7 miles up in the night sky, going nowhere at all. "So what are you going to do?" she asked. "About what? The future?" He shrugged again. "I don't know. What about the Hobies?" "I don't know," he said again. "You could try to find him," she said. "You know, convince him no action would be taken now. Talk some sense into him. Maybe you could get him to meet with his folks again." "How could I find him? The way I feel right now, I couldn't find the nose on my face, and you're so keen on making me feel better, you're forgetting something." "What?" "He doesn't want to be found like you figured. He wants to stay hidden, even if he started out real confused about it. He evidently got the taste for it later. He had Costello killed Jody. He sent people after us, so he could stay hidden." Then the stewardess dimmed the cabin lights right down to darkness, and Reacher gave up and laid his seat back and tried to sleep, with his last thought uppermost in his mind. Victor Hobie had Costello killed so he could stay hidden. 30 floors above Fifth Avenue. He woke up just after 6 o'clock in the morning, which for him was about normal depending on how bad the fire dream had been. 30 years is nearly 11,000 days, and 11,000 days have 11,000 nights attached to them, and during every single one of those nights he had dreamed about fire. The cockpit broke away from the tail section, and the treetops flipped it backward. The fracture in the airframe split the fuel tank. The fuel hurled itself out. He saw it coming at him every night in appalling slow motion. It gleamed and shimmered in the gray jungle air. It was liquid and globular and formed itself into solid shapes like giant, distorted raindrops. They twisted and changed and grew like living things floating slowly through the air. The light caught them and made them strange and beautiful. There were rainbows in them. They got to him before the rotor blade hit his arm. Every night he turned his head in the exact same convulsive jerk. But every night they still got to him. They splashed on his face. The liquid was warm. It puzzled him. It looked like water. Water should be cold. He should feel the thrill of cold, but it was warm. It was sticky, thicker than water. It smelled, a chemical smell. It splashed across the left side of his head. It was in his hair. It plastered the hair to his forehead and ran slowly down into his eye. Then he turned his head back, and he saw that the air was on fire. There were fingers of flame pointing down the floating rivulets of fuel like accusations. Then the fingers were mouths. They were eating the floating liquid shapes. They ate fast, and they left the shapes bigger and blazing with heat. Then the separate globules in the air were bursting into flames ahead of each other. There was no connection anymore, no sequence, they were just exploding. He jerked his head down 11,000 separate times, but the fire always hit him. It smelled hot like burning, but it felt cold like ice, a sudden ice-cold shock on the side of his face, in his hair. Then the black shape of the rotor blade arcing down. It broke against the chest of the guy called Bamford, and a fragment smacked him edge-on precisely halfway along the length of his forearm. He saw his hand come off. He saw it in detail. That part was never in the dream, because the dream was about fire, and he didn't need to dream about his hand coming off, because he could remember seeing it happen. The edge of the blade had a slim aerodynamic profile, and it was dull black. It punched through the bones of his arm and stopped dead against his thigh, its energy already expended. His forearm just fell in two. His watch was still strapped to the wrist. The hand and the wrist fell to the floor. He raised the severed forearm and touched his face with it to try and find out why the skin up there felt so cold but smelled so hot. He realized sometime later that action had saved his life. When he could think straight again, he understood what he had done. The intense flames had cauterized his open forearm. The heat had seared the exposed flesh and sealed the arteries. If he hadn't touched his burning face with it, he would have bled to death. It was a triumph. Even in extreme danger and confusion, he had done the right thing, the smart thing. He was a survivor. It gave him a deadly assurance he had never lost. He stayed conscious for about 20 minutes. He did what he had to do inside the cockpit and crawled away from the wreck. He knew nobody was crawling with him. He made it into the undergrowth and kept on going. He was on his knees, using his remaining hand ahead of him, walking on the knuckles like an ape. He ducked his head to the ground and jammed his burned skin into the earth. Then the agony started. He survived 20 minutes of it and collapsed. He remembered almost nothing of the next 3 weeks. He didn't know where he went, or what he ate, or what he drank. He had brief flashes of clarity, which were worse than not remembering. He was covered in leeches. His burned skin came off, and the flesh underneath stank of rot and decay. There were things living and crawling in his raw stump. Then he was in the hospital one morning. He woke up floating on a cloud of morphine. It felt better than anything had felt in his whole life, but he pretended to be in agony throughout. That way they would postpone sending him back. They applied burn dressings to his face. They cleaned the maggots out of his wound. Years later, he realized the maggots had saved his life, too. He read a report about new medical research. Maggots were being used in a revolutionary new treatment for gangrene. Their tireless eating consumed the gangrenous flesh before the rot could spread. Experiments had proven successful. He had smiled. He knew the evacuation of the hospital caught him by surprise. They hadn't told him. He overheard the orderlies making plans for the morning. He got out immediately. There were no guards, just an orderly, by chance loitering on the perimeter. The orderly cost him a precious bottle of water broken across his head, but didn't delay him by more than a second. His long journey home started right there, a yard into the undergrowth outside the hospital fence. First task was to retrieve his money. It was buried 50 miles away, in a secret spot outside his last base camp inside a coffin. The coffin was just a lucky chance. It had been the only large receptacle he could lay his hands on at the time, but later it would prove to be a stroke of absolute genius. The money was all in hundreds and fifties and twenties and tens, and there was 170 pounds of it, a plausible weight to find in a coffin just under $2 million. By then, the base camp was abandoned and far behind enemy lines, but he got himself there and faced the first of his many difficulties. How does a sick one-armed man dig up a coffin at first, with blind perseverance? Then later, with help, he had already shifted most of the earth when he was discovered. The coffin lid was plainly visible, lying in the shallow grave. The VC patrol crashed in on him out of the trees, and he expected to die. But he didn't. Instead, he made a discovery. It ranked with the other great discoveries he made in his life. The VC stood back, fearful and muttering and uncertain. He realized they didn't know who he was. They didn't know what he was. The terrible bums robbed him of his identity. He was wearing a torn and filthy hospital nightshirt. He didn't look American. He didn't look like anything. He didn't look human. He learned that the combination of his terrible looks and his wild behavior and the coffin had an effect on anybody who saw him. Distant atavistic fears of death and corpses and madness made them passive. He learned in an instant if he was prepared to act like a madman and cling to his coffin. These people would do anything for him. Their ancient superstitions worked in his favor. The VC patrol completed the excavation for him and loaded the coffin onto a buffalo cart. He sat up high on top of it and raved and gibbered and pointed west, and they took him 100 miles toward Cambodia. Vietnam is a narrow country, side to side. He was passed from group to group and was in Cambodia within 4 days. They fed him rice and gave him water to drink and clothed him in black pajamas to tame him and assuage their primitive fears. Then Cambodians took him onward. He bounced and jabbered like a monkey and pointed west, west, west. 2 months later, he was in Thailand. The Cambodians manhandled the coffin over the border and turned and ran. Thailand was different. When he passed the border, it was like stepping out of the Stone Age. There were roads and vehicles. The people were different. More modern, but they had the same old fears deep down inside. The babbling, scarred man with the coffin was an object for wary pity and concern. He was not a threat. He got rides on old Chevrolet pickups and in old Peugeot trucks left over from the French days, and within 2 weeks, he found himself washed up with all the other Far Eastern flotsam in the sewer they called Bangkok. He lived in Bangkok for a year. He reburied the coffin in the yard behind the shack he rented, working furiously all through his first night with a black market entrenching tool stolen from the U.S. Army. He could manage an entrenching tool. It was designed to be used one-handed, while the other hand held a rifle. Once his money was safe again, he went looking for doctors. There was a large supply in Bangkok, gin-soaked remnants of an empire fired from every other job they ever had, but reasonably competent on the days they were sober. There wasn't much they could do with his face. A surgeon rebuilt his eyelid so it would almost close, and that was it. But they were thorough with his arm. They opened the wound again and filed the bones round and smooth. They stitched the muscle down and folded the skin over tight and sealed it all back up. They told him to let it heal for a month, and then they sent him to a man who built false limbs. The man offered him a choice of styles. They all involved the same corset to be worn around the bicep, the same straps, the same cup molded to the exact contours of his stump. But there were different appendages. There was a wooden hand carved with great skill and painted by his daughter. There was a three-pronged thing like some kind of a gardening tool, but he chose the simple hook. It appealed to him, though he couldn't explain why. The man forged it from stainless steel and polished it for a week. He welded it to a funnel-shaped steel sheet and built the sheet into the heavy leather cup. He carved a wooden replica of the stump and beat the leather into shape over it, and then he soaked it in resins to make it stiff. He sewed the corset and attached the straps and buckles. He fitted it carefully and charged $500 for it. He lived out the year in Bangkok. At first, the hook chafed and was clumsy and uncontrollable, but he got better with it. With practice, he got along. By the time he dug up the coffin again and booked passage to San Francisco on a tramp steamer, he had forgotten all about ever having two hands. It was his face that continued to bother him. He landed in California and retrieved the coffin from the cargo sheds and used a small portion of its contents to buy a used station wagon. A trio of frightened longshoremen loaded the coffin inside, and he drove it cross-country all the way to New York City. And 29 years later, he was still there with a Bangkok craftsman's handiwork lying on the floor beside his bed, where it had lain every night for the last 11,000 nights. He rolled over onto his front and reached down with his left hand and picked it up, sat up in bed and laid it across his knees and reached out to take the baby's sock from his nightstand. 6:10 in the morning, another day of his life. William Curry woke up at 6:15. It was an old habit from working the day shift on the detective squads. He had inherited the lease on his grandmother's apartment 2 floors above Beekman Street. It wasn't a great apartment, but it was cheap, and it was convenient for most of the precinct houses below Canal, so he had moved in after his divorce and stayed there after his retirement. His police pension covered the rent and the utilities and the lease on his one-room office on Fletcher, so the income from his fledgling private bureau had to cover his food and his alimony, and then when he got established and built it up bigger, it was supposed to make him rich. 6:15 in the morning, the apartment was cool. It was shaded from the early sun by taller buildings nearby. He put his feet on the linoleum and stood up and stretched. Went to the kitchen counter and set the coffee going, headed to the bathroom and washed up. It was a routine that had always gotten him to work by 7 o'clock, and he stuck to it. He came back to the closet with coffee in his hand and stood there with the door open, looking at what was on the rail. As a cop, he had always been a pants and jacket type of guy, gray flannels, checked sport coat. He had favored tweed, although he wasn't strictly Irish. In the summer, he had tried linen jackets, but they wrinkled too easily, and he had settled on thin polyester blends. But none of those outfits was going to do on a day when he had to show up somewhere looking like David Forster, high-priced attorney. He was going to have to use his wedding suit. It was a plain black Brooks Brothers bought for family weddings and christenings and funerals. It was 15 years old, and being Brooks Brothers didn't look a whole lot different from contemporary items. It was a little loose on him because losing his wife's cooking had brought his weight down in a hurry. The pants were a little wide by East Village standards, but that was okay because he planned on wearing 2 ankle holsters. William Curry was a guy who believed in being prepared. David Forster had said probably won't be anything involved at all. And if it worked out that way, he would be happy enough, but a 20-year man from the NYPD's worst years tends to get cautious when he hears a promise like that. So he planned on using both ankle holsters and putting his big .357 in the small of his back. He put the suit in a plastic cover he had picked up somewhere and added a white shirt and his quietest tie. He threaded the .357 holster onto a black leather belt and put it in a bag with the 2 ankle holsters. He put 3 handguns in his briefcase, the .357 long-barreled Magnum and 2.38 snub-nosed Smith & Wessons for the ankles. He sorted 12 rounds for each gun into a box and packed it beside the guns. He stuffed a black sock into each of his black shoes and stowed them with the holsters. He figured he would get changed after an early lunch. No point in wearing the stuff all morning and showing up looking like a limp rag. He locked up the apartment and walked south to his office on Fletcher, carrying his luggage, stopping only to get a muffin, banana, and walnut, reduced fat. Marilyn Stone woke up at 7 o'clock. She was bleary-eyed and tired. They had been kept out of the bathroom until well after midnight. It had to be cleaned. The thick-set guy in the dark suit did it. He came out in a bad temper and made them wait until the floor dried. They sat in the dark and the silence, numb and cold and hungry, too sickened to think about asking for something to eat. Tony made Marilyn plump up the sofa pillows. She guessed he planned to sleep there. Bending over in her short dress and preparing his bed was a humiliation. She patted the pillows into place while he smiled at her. The bathroom was cold. It was damp everywhere and smelled of disinfectant. The towels had been folded and stacked next to the sink. She put them in 2 piles on the floor, and she and Chester curled up on them without a word. Beyond the door, the office was silent. She didn't expect to sleep, but she must have because she awoke with a clear sense of a new day beginning. There were sounds in the office. She had rinsed her face and was standing upright when the thick-set guy brought coffee. She took her mug without a word, and he left Chester's on the ledge under the mirror. Chester was still on the floor, not asleep, just lying there inert. The guy stepped right over him on his way out. "Nearly over," she said. "Just starting, you mean," Chester said back. "Where do we go next? Where do we go tonight?" She was going to say home, thank God, but then she remembered he'd already realized that after about 2:30 they would have no home. "A hotel, I guess," she said. "They took my credit cards." Then he went quiet. She looked at him. "What? It's never going to be over," he said. "Don't you see that? We're witnesses to what they did to those cops and Cheryl. How can they just let us walk away?" She nodded, a small, vague movement of her head, and looked down at him with disappointment. She was disappointed because he finally understood now he was going to be worried and frantic all day, and that would just make it harder. It took 5 minutes to get the knot in the necktie neat, and then he slipped his jacket on. Dressing was the exact reverse of undressing, which meant the shoes came last. He could tie laces just about as fast as a 2-handed person. The trick was to trap the loose end under the hook against the floor. Then he started in the bathroom. He rammed all the dirty laundry into a pillowcase and left it by the apartment door. He stripped the bed and balled the linen into another pillowcase. He put all the personal items he could find into a supermarket carrier. He emptied his closet into a garment bag. He propped the apartment door open and carried the pillowcases and the carrier to the refuse chute, dropped them all down and clanged the slot closed after them, dragged the garment bag out into the hallway and locked up the apartment and put the keys in an envelope from his pocket. He detoured to the concierge's desk and left the envelope of keys for the real estate guy, used the stairway to the parking garage and carried the garment bag over to the Cadillac. He locked it into the trunk and walked around to the driver's door, slid inside and leaned over with his left hand and fired it up, squealed around the garage and up into the daylight. He drove south on 5th, carefully averting his eyes until he was clear of the park and safe in the bustling canyons of Midtown. He leased 3 bays under the World Trade Center, but the Suburban was gone, and the Tahoe was gone, so they were all empty when he arrived. He put the Cadillac in the middle slot and left the garment bag in the trunk. He figured he would drive the Cadillac to LaGuardia and abandon it in the long-term parking lot. Then he would take a cab to JFK, carrying the bag looking like any other transfer passenger in a hurry. The car would sit there until the weeds grew up under it, and if anybody ever got suspicious, they would comb through the LaGuardia manifests, not JFK's. It meant writing off the Cadillac along with the lease on the offices. But he was always comfortable about spending money when he got value for it, and saving his life was about the best value he could think of getting. He used the express elevator from the garage and was in his brass and oak reception area 90 seconds later. Tony was behind the chest-high counter drinking coffee, looking tired. "Boat?" Hobie asked him. Tony nodded. "It's at the broker's. They'll wire the money. They want to replace the rail where that asshole damaged it with the cleaver. I told them okay, just deduct it from the proceeds." Hobie nodded back. "What else?" Tony smiled at an apparent irony. "We got more money to move. The first interest payment just came in from the Stone account, $11,000, right on time." "Conscientious little asshole, isn't he?" Hobie smiled back. "Robbing Peter to pay Paul, only now Peter and Paul are the same damn guy. Wire it down to the islands at start of business, okay?" Tony nodded and read a note. Simon called from Hawaii again. They made the plane. Right now they're over the Grand Canyon somewhere. Has Newman found it yet? Hobie asked. Tony shook his head. Not yet. He's going to start looking this morning. Reacher pushed him into doing it. Sounds like a smart guy. Not smart enough, Hobie said. Hawaii's 5 hours behind, right? It'll be this afternoon, call it. He starts at 9, spends a couple of hours looking. That's 4 o'clock our time. We'll be out of here. Hobie smiled again. I told you it would work out. Didn't I tell you it would work out? Didn't I tell you it would work out? Didn't I tell you to relax and let me do the thinking? Reacher woke up at 7 o'clock on his watch, which was still set to St. Louis time as far as he could remember, which made it 3 o'clock in the morning back in Hawaii, and 6 in Arizona or Colorado or wherever they were, 7 miles above, and already 8 in New York. He stretched in his seat and stood up and stepped over Jody's feet. She was curled in her chair, and a stewardess had covered her with a thin plaid blanket. She was fast asleep, breathing slow, her hair over her face. He stood in the aisle for a moment and watched her sleep. Then he went for a walk. He walked through business class and on into coach. The lights were dimmed and it got more crowded the farther back he walked. The tiny seats were packed with people huddled under blankets. There was a smell of dirty clothes. He walked right down to the rear of the plane and looped around through the galley past a quiet huddle of cabin staff leaning on the aluminum lockers. He walked back up the other aisle through coach into business class. He paused there a second and scanned the passengers. There were men and women in suits, jackets discarded, ties pulled down. There were laptop computers open. Briefcases stood on unoccupied seats, bulging with folders with plastic covers and comb bindings. Reading lights were focused on tray tables. Some of the people were still working, late in the night or early in the morning, depending on where you measured it from. He guessed these were middle-ranking people. A long way from the bottom, but nowhere near the top. In Army terms, these were the majors and the colonels. They were the civilian equivalents of himself. He had finished a major and might be a colonel now if he'd stayed in uniform. He leaned on a bulkhead and looked at the backs of the bent heads and thought, Leon made me, and now he's changed me. Leon had boosted his career. He hadn't created it, but he had made it what it became. There was no doubt about that. Then the career ended, and the drifting began, and now the drifting was ended too because of Leon. Not just because of Jody, because of Leon's last will and testament. The old guy had bequeathed him the house, and the bequest had sat there like a time bomb waiting to anchor him, because the vague promise was enough to do it before settling down had seemed theoretical. It was a distant country he knew he would never visit. The journey there was too long to manage, the fare was too high. The sheer difficulty of insinuating himself into an alien lifestyle was impossibly great, but Leon's bequest had kidnapped him. Leon had kidnapped him and dumped him right on the border of that distant country. Now his nose was pressed right up against the fence. He could see life waiting for him on the other side. Suddenly it seemed insane to turn back and hike the impossible distance in the other direction. That would turn drifting into a conscious choice, and conscious choice would turn drifting into something else completely. The whole point of drifting was happy, passive acceptance of no alternatives. Having alternatives ruined it, and Leon had handed him a massive alternative. It sat there, still and amiable above the rolling Hudson, waiting for him. Leon must have smiled as he sat and wrote out that provision. He must have grinned and thought, let's see how you get out of this one, Reacher. He stared at the laptops and the comb-bound folders and winced inside. How was he going to cross the border of the distant country without getting issued with all this stuff? The suits and the ties and the black plastic battery-driven devices, the lizard skin cases and the memorandums from the main office? He shuddered and found himself paralyzed against the bulkhead, panicking, not breathing, completely unable to move. He recalled a day not more than a year ago, stepping out of a truck at a crossroads near a town he had never heard of in a state he had never been. He had waved the driver away and thrust his hands deep in his pockets and started walking, with 1,000,000 miles behind him and 1,000,000 miles ahead of him. The sun was shining and the dust was kicking up off his feet as he walked, and he had smiled with the joy of being alone with absolutely no idea where he was headed. But he also recalled a day 9 months after that, realizing he was running out of money, thinking hard. The cheapest motels still required some small amount of dollars, the cheapest diners, likewise. He had taken the job in the Keys intending to work a couple of weeks. Then he had taken the evening job, too, and he was still working both of them when Costello came calling 3 whole months later. So the reality was that drifting was already over. He was already a working man. No point in denying it. Now, it was just a question of where and how much and for who. He smiled, like prostitution, he thought. No going back. He relaxed a little and pushed off the bulkhead and padded back through to first class. The guy with the striped shirt and the arms the same length as Victor Hobie's was awake and watching him. He nodded a greeting. Reacher nodded back and headed for the bathroom. Jody was awake when he got back to his seat. She was sitting up straight, combing her hair with her fingers. "Hi, Reacher," she said. "Hey, Jody," he said back. He bent and kissed her on the lips, stepped over her feet and sat down. "Feel okay?" he asked. She ducked her head in a figure 8 to put her hair behind her shoulders. Not bad at all. Better than I thought I would. Where did you go?" "I took a walk," he said. "I went back to see how the other half lives." "No, you were thinking. I noticed that about you 15 years ago. You always go walking when you have something to think about." "I do," he said, surprised. "I didn't know that." "Of course you do," she said. "I noticed it. I used to watch every detail about you. I was in love with you, remember? What else do I do? You clench your left hand when you're angry or tense. You keep your right hand loose, probably from weapons training. When you're bored, you play music in your head. I could see it in your fingers, like you're playing along on a piano or something. The tip of your nose moves a little bit when you talk." "It does." "Sure it does," she said. "What were you thinking about?" He shrugged. "This and that," he said. "The house, right?" She said. "It's bothering you, isn't it? And me in the house, tying you down, like that guy in the book, Gulliver. You know that book?" He smiled. "He's a guy gets captured by tiny little people when he's asleep. They peg him down flat with hundreds of tiny little ropes. You feel that way?" He paused a beat. "Not about you." But the pause had been a fraction of a second too long. She nodded. "It's different than being alone, right?" she said. "I know, I was married. Somebody else to take into account all the time, somebody to worry about." He smiled. "I'll get used to it." She smiled back. "And there's the house, right?" He shrugged. "Feels weird." "Well, that's between you and Leon," she said. "I want you to know I'm not putting demands on you either way, about anything. It's your life and your house. You should do exactly what you want. No pressure." He nodded, said nothing. "So you going to look for Hobie?" He shrugged again. Maybe, but it's a hell of a task. Bound to be angles, she said, medical records and things. He must have a prosthesis, and if he's burned too, there'll be records of that. And you wouldn't miss him in the street, would you? A one-armed man all burned up? He nodded. Or I could just wait for him to find me. I could just hang out in Garrison until he sends his boys back. Then he turned to the window and stared out at his pale reflection against the darkness and realized, I'm just accepting he's alive. I'm just accepting. I was wrong. He turned back to Jody. Will you give me the mobile? Can you manage without it today? In case Nash finds something and calls me? I want to hear right away if he does. She held his gaze for a long moment, and then she nodded, leaned down and unzipped her carry-on, took out the phone and handed it to him. Good luck, she said. He nodded and put the phone in his pocket. I never used to need luck, he said. Nash Nebman did not wait until 9 o'clock in the morning to start the search. He was a meticulous man, attentive to tiny detail as much in his ethics as in his professional speciality. This was an unofficial search undertaken out of compassion for a troubled friend, so it couldn't be done on company time. A private matter had to be settled privately. So he got out of bed at 6, watching the faint red glow of tropical dawn starting beyond the mountains. He made coffee and dressed by 6:30. He was in his office. He figured he would give it 2 hours. Then he would have breakfast in the mess and start his proper work on time at 9. He rolled open a desk drawer and lifted out Victor Hobie's medical records. Leon Garber had assembled them after patient inquiries in doctors' and dentists' offices in Putnam County. He had bundled them into an old military police folder and secured it shut with an old canvas strap. The strap had been red, but age had faded it to dusty pink. There was a fiddly metal buckle. He undid the buckle, opened the folder. The top sheet was a release signed by both the Hobie parents in April. Underneath it was ancient history. He had scanned thousands of files similar to this one, and he could effortlessly place the boys they referred to in terms of their age, their geographic location, their parents' income, their ability at sports, all the numerous factors that affect a medical history. Age and location worked together. A new dental treatment might start out in California and sweep the country like a fashion, so the 13-year-old boy getting it in Des Moines had to have been born 5 years later than the 13-year-old boy getting it in Los Angeles. Their parents' income dictated whether they got it at all. The high school football stars had treatment for torn shoulders. The softball players had cracked wrists. The swimmers had chronic ear infections. Victor Truman Hobie had very little at all. Newman read between the lines and pictured a healthy boy, properly fed, conscientiously cared for by dutiful parents. His health had been good. There had been colds and flu, and a bout of bronchitis at the age of 8. No accidents, no broken bones. Dental treatment had been very thorough. The boy had grown up through the era of aggressive dentistry. In Newman's experience, it was absolutely typical of any he had seen from the New York metropolitan area in the 50s and early 60s. Dentistry through that era consisted of a war on cavities. Cavities had to be hunted down. They were hunted with powerful X-rays, and when they were found, they were enlarged with the drill and filled with amalgam. The result was a lot of trips to the dentist's office, which no doubt had been miserable for the young Victor Hobie, but from Newman's point of view, the process had left him with a thick sheaf of films of the boy's mouth. They were good enough and clear enough and numerous enough to be potentially definitive. He stacked the films and carried them out into the corridor, unlocked the plain door in the cinder block wall, and walked past the aluminum caskets to the alcove at the far end. There was a computer terminal on a wide shelf. Out of sight around a corner, he booted it up and clicked on the search menu. The screen scrolled down and revealed a detailed questionnaire. Filling out the questionnaire was a matter of simple logic. He clicked on all bones and entered no childhood breaks, potential adult breaks. The kid didn't break his leg playing football in high school, but he might have broken it later in a training accident. Service medical records were sometimes lost. He spent a lot of time on the dental section of the questionnaire. He entered a full description of each tooth as last recorded. He marked the filled cavities, and against each good tooth, he entered potential cavity. It was the only way to prevent mistakes, Simple logic. A good tooth can go bad later and need treatment, but a filled cavity can't ever disappear. He stared at the x-rays, and against spacing he entered even, and against size he entered even again. The rest of the questionnaire he left blank. Some diseases show up in the skeleton, but not colds and flu and bronchitis. He reviewed his work, and at 7 o'clock exactly he hit search. The hard disk whirred and chattered in the morning silence, and the software started its patient journey through the database. They landed 10 minutes ahead of schedule, just before the peak of noon, East Coast time. They came in low over the glittering waters of Jamaica Bay and put down facing east before turning back and taxiing slowly to the terminal. Jody reset her watch and was on her feet before the plane stopped moving, which was a transgression they don't chide you for in first class. "Let's go," she said. "I'm real tight for time." They were lined up by the door before it opened. Reacher carried her bag out into the jetway, and she hurried ahead of him all the way through the terminal and outside. The Lincoln Navigator was still there in the short-term lot, big and black and obvious, and it cost 58 of Rudder's dollars to drive it out. "Do I have time for a shower?" she asked herself. Reacher put his comment into hustling faster than he should along the Van Wyck. The Long Island Expressway was moving freely west to the tunnel. They were in Manhattan within 20 minutes of touching down and heading south on Broadway near her place within 30. "I'm still going to check it out," he told her. Shower or no shower. She nodded. Being back in the city had brought back the worry. "Okay, but be quick." He limited it to stopping on the street outside her door and making a visual check of the lobby. Nobody there. They dumped the car and went up to 5 and down the fire stairs to 4. The building was quiet and deserted. The apartment was empty and undisturbed. The Mondrian copy glowed in the bright daylight. 12:30 in the afternoon. "10 minutes," she said. "Then you can drive me to the office, okay?" "How will you get to the meeting?" "We have a driver," she said. "He'll take me." She ran through the living room to the bedroom, shedding clothes as she went. "You need to eat," Reacher called after her. "No time," she called back. She spent 5 minutes in the shower and 5 minutes in the closet. She came out with a charcoal dress and a matching jacket. "Find my briefcase, okay?" she yelled. She combed her hair and used a hair dryer on it. Limited her makeup to a touch of eyeliner and lipstick, checked herself in the mirror, and ran back to the living room. He had her briefcase waiting for her. He carried it down to the car. "Take my keys," she said. "Then you can get back in. I'll call you from the office and you can come pick me up." It took 7 minutes to get opposite the little plaza outside her building. She slid out of the car at 5 minutes to 1. "Good luck," Reacher called after her. "Give them hell." She waved to him and skipped across to the revolving door. The security guys saw her coming and nodded her through to the elevator bank. She was upstairs in her office before 1 o'clock. Her secretary followed her inside with a thin file in his hand. "There you go," he said ceremoniously. She opened it up and flipped through 8 sheets of paper. "Hell is this?" she said. "They were thrilled about it at the partners' meeting," the guy said. She went back through the pages in reverse order. "I don't see why. I never heard of either of these corporations, and the amount is trivial. That's not the point, though, is it?" the guy said. She looked at him. "So what is the point?" "It's the creditor who hired you," he said. "Not the guy who owes all the money? It's a preemptive move, isn't it? Because word is getting around? The creditor knows if you get alongside the guy who owes him money, you can cause him a big problem. So he hired you first to keep that from happening. It means you're famous. That's what the partners are thrilled about. You're a big star now, Mrs. Jacob." 16 Reacher drove slowly back to Lower Broadway. He bumped the big car down the ramp to the garage, parked it in Jody's slot, and locked it. He didn't go upstairs to the apartment. He walked back up the ramp to the street and headed north in the sun to the espresso bar. He had the counter guy put 4 shots in a cardboard cup and sat at the chromium table Jody had used when he was checking the apartment the night he had gotten back from Brighton. He had walked back up Broadway and found her sitting there, staring at Rudder's faked photograph. He sat down in the same chair she had used and blew on the espresso foam and smelled the aroma and took the first sip. What to tell the old folks? The only humane thing to do would be to go up there and tell them nothing at all. Just tell them he had drawn a blank. Just leave it completely vague. It would be a kindness. Just go up there, hold their hands, break the news of Rutter's deception, refund their money, and then describe a long and fruitless search backward through history that ended up absolutely nowhere. Then plead with them to accept he must be long dead, and beg them to understand nobody would ever be able to tell them where or when or how, then disappear and leave them to live out the short balance of their lives with whatever dignity they could find in being just two out of the tens of millions of parents who gave up their children to the night and the fog swirling through a ghastly century. He sipped his way through the coffee with his left hand clenched on the table in front of him. He would lie to them, but out of kindness. Reacher had no great experience of kindness. It was a virtue that had always run parallel to his life. He had never been in the sort of position where it counted for anything. He had never drawn duty breaking bad news to relatives. Some of his contemporaries had. After the Gulf duty squads had been formed, a senior officer from the unit concerned teamed up with a military policeman, and they had visited the families of the casualties, walking up long, lonely driveways, walking upstairs in apartment houses, breaking the news that their formal uniformed arrival had already announced in advance. He guessed kindness counted for a lot during that type of duty, but his own career had been locked tight inside the service itself, where things were always simple, either happening or not happening, good or bad, legal or not legal. Now, 2 years after leaving the service, kindness was suddenly a factor in his life, and it would make him lie. But he would find Victor Hobie, he unclenched his hand and touched the burn scar through his shirt. He had a score to settle. He tilted the cup until he felt the espresso mud on his teeth and tongue. Then he dropped the cup in the trash and stepped back out to the sidewalk. The sun was full on Broadway, coming slightly from the south and west of directly overhead. He felt it on his face and turned toward it and walked down to Jody's building. He was tired. He had slept only 4 hours on the plane. 4 hours out of more than 24. He remembered reclining the enormous first-class seat and falling asleep in it. He had been thinking about Hobie then, like he was thinking about him now. Victor Hobie had Costello killed so he could stay hidden. Crystal floated into his memory, the stripper from the Keys. He shouldn't be thinking about her again, but he was saying something to her in the darkened bar. She was wearing a t-shirt and nothing else. Then Jody was talking to him in the dim study at the back of Leon's house, his house. She was saying the same thing he was saying to Crystal. He was saying he must have stepped on some toes up north, given somebody a problem. She was saying he must have tried some kind of a shortcut, got somebody alerted. He stopped dead on the street with his heart thumping. Leon Costello. Leon and Costello together talking. Costello had gone up to Garrison and talked with Leon just before he died. Leon had run down the problem for him. Find a guy called Jack Reacher because I want him to check on a guy called Victor Hobie, Leon must have said. Costello, calm and businesslike, must have listened well. He had gone back to the city and scoped out the job. He had thought hard and tried a shortcut. Costello had gone looking for the guy called Hobie before he had gone looking for the guy called Reacher. He ran the last block to Jody's parking garage, then lower Broadway to Greenwich Avenue was 2 3/4 miles, and he got there in 11 minutes by slipstreaming behind the taxis heading up to the west side of Midtown. He dumped the Lincoln on the sidewalk in front of the building and ran up the stone steps into the lobby. He glanced around and pressed 3 random buttons. UPS, he called. The inner screen buzzed open, and he ran up the stairs to Suite 5. Costello's mahogany door was closed. Just as he had left it 4 days ago, he glanced around the hallway and tried the knob. The door opened. The lock was still latched back, open for business. The pastel reception area was undisturbed. The impersonal city. Life swirled on, busy and oblivious and uncaring. The air inside felt stale. The secretary's perfume had faded to a trace, but her computer was still turned on. The watery screensaver was swirling away, waiting patiently for her return. He stepped to her desk and nudged the mouse with his finger. The screen cleared and revealed the database entry for Spencer, Gutman, Ricker, and Talbot, which was the last thing he had looked at before calling them. Back when he had never heard of anybody called Mrs. Jacob, He exited the entry and went back to the main listing without any real optimism. He had looked for Jacob on it and gotten nowhere. He didn't recall seeing Hobie there either, and H and J are pretty close together in the alphabet. He spooled it up from bottom to top and back again, but there was nothing in the main listing. No real names in it at all, just acronyms for corporations. He stepped out from behind the desk and ran through to Costello's own office. No papers on the desk. He walked around behind it and saw a metal trash can in the knee-hole space. There were crumpled papers in it. He squatted down and spilled them out on the floor. There were opened envelopes and discarded forms, a greasy sandwich wrapper. Some sheets of lined paper torn out from a perforated book. He straightened them on the carpet with his palm. Nothing hit him in the eye, but they were clearly working notes. They were the kind of jottings a busy man makes to help him organize his thoughts, but they were all recent. Costello was clearly a guy who emptied his trash on a regular basis. There was nothing from more than a couple of days before he died in the Keys. Any shortcuts involving Hobie, he would have taken them 12 or 13 days ago, right after talking with Leon, right at the outset of the investigation. Reacher opened the desk drawers, each one in turn, and found the perforated book in the top on the left-hand side. It was a supermarket notebook, partly used up, with a thick backbone on the left and half the pages remaining on the right. He sat down in the crushed leather chair and leafed through the book. 10 pages in, he saw the name Leon Garber. It leapt out at him from a mess of penciled notes. He saw Mrs. Jacob, SGR&T. He saw Victor Hobie. That name was underlined twice, with the casual strokes a pensive man uses while he is thinking hard. It was circled lightly with overlapping oval shapes like eggs. Next to it, Costello had scrawled CCT. There was a line running away across the page from CCT to a note saying 9 a.m. 9 a.m. was circled, too, inside more oval scrawlings. Reacher stared at the page and saw an appointment with Victor Hobie at a place called CCT at 9 o'clock in the morning. Presumably, at 9 o'clock in the morning of the day he was killed. He bounced the chair backward and scrambled around the desk. Ran back to the computer. The database listing was still there. The screensaver had not cut in. He scrolled the list to the top and looked at everything between B and DCCT was right there, jammed between CCR and W and CDAGAIN. He moved the mouse and clicked on it. The screen scrolled down and revealed an entry for Cayman Corporate Trust. There was an address listed in the World Trade Center. There were telephone and fax numbers. There were notes listing inquiries from law firms. The proprietor was listed as Mr. Victor Hobie. Reacher stared at the display and the phone started ringing. He tore his eyes from the screen and glanced at the console on the desk. It was silent. The ringing was in his pocket. He fumbled Jody's mobile out of his jacket and clicked the button. "Hello," he said. "I've got some news," Nash Newman replied. "News about what? About what? What the hell do you think?" "I don't know," Reacher said. "So tell me," so Newman told him. Then there was silence, just a soft hiss from the phone, representing 6,000 miles of distance, and a soft whirring from the fan inside the computer. Reacher took the phone away from his ear and stared between it and the screen, left and right, dazed. "You still there?" Newman asked. It came through faint and electronic, just a faraway squawk from the earpiece. Reacher put the phone back to his face. "You sure about this?" he asked. "I'm sure," Newman said. 100% certain. It's totally definitive. Not one chance in a billion that I'm wrong. No doubt about it. You sure?" Reacher asked again. "Positive," Newman said. "Totally, utterly positive." Reacher was silent. He just stared around the quiet, empty office. Light blue walls where the sun was coming through the pebbled glass of the window, light gray where it wasn't. "You don't sound very happy about it," Newman said. "I can't believe it," Reacher said. "Tell me again." So Newman told him again. "I can't believe it," Reacher said. "You're absolutely, totally sure about this." Newman repeated it all. Reacher stared at the desk blankly. "Tell me again," he said. "One more time, Nash." So Newman went through it all for the 4th time. "There's absolutely no doubt about it," he added. "Have you ever known me to be wrong?" "Shit," Reacher said. "Shit. You see what this means? You see what happened? You see what he did? I've got to go, Nash. I need to get back to St. Louis right now. I need to get into the archive again. You do indeed, don't you? Newman said, St. Louis would certainly be my first port of call, as a matter of considerable urgency, too. Thanks, Nash, Reacher said, vaguely. He clicked the phone off and jammed it back in his pocket. Then he stood up and wandered slowly out of Costello's office suite to the stairs. He left the mahogany door standing wide open behind him. Tony came into the bathroom carrying the Savile Row suit on a wire hanger inside a dry cleaner's bag. The shirt was starched and folded in a paper wrapper jammed under his arm. He glanced at Marilyn and hung the suit on the shower rail and tossed the shirt into Chester's lap. He went into his pocket and came out with the tie. He pulled it out along its whole length like a conjurer performing a trick with a concealed silk scarf. He tossed it after the shirt. "Showtime," he said. "Be ready in 10 minutes." He went back out and closed the door. Chester sat on the floor, cradling the packaged shirt in his arms. The tie was draped across his legs where it had fallen. Marilyn leaned down and took the shirt from him. "Nearly over," she said, like an incantation. He looked at her neutrally and stood up, took the shirt from her, and pulled it on over his head. She stepped in front of him and snapped the collar up and fixed his tie. "Thanks," he said. She helped him into the suit and came around in front of him and tweaked the lapels. "Your hair," she said. He went to the mirror and saw the man he used to be in another life. He used his fingers and smoothed his hair into place. The bathroom door opened again and Tony stepped inside. He was holding the Mont Blanc fountain pen. "We'll lend this back to you so you can sign the transfer." Chester nodded and took the pen and slipped it into his jacket. "And this, we need to keep up appearances, right? All these lawyers everywhere, it was the platinum Rolex." Chester took it from him and latched it on his wrist. Tony left the room and closed the door. Marilyn was at the mirror, styling her hair with her fingers. She put it behind her ears and pursed her lips together like she'd just used lipstick. Although she hadn't, she had none to use. It was just an instinct. She stepped away to the middle of the floor and smoothed her dress down over her thighs. "You ready?" she asked. Chester shrugged. "For what are you?" "I'm ready," she said. Spencer Gutman Ricker and Talbot's driver was the husband of one of the firm's longest-serving secretaries. He had been a Deadwood clerk somewhere who hadn't survived his company's amalgamation with a lean and hungry competitor. 59 and unemployed with no skills and no prospects, he had sunk his payoff into a used Lincoln Town car, and his wife had written a proposal showing it would be cheaper for the firm to contract him exclusively rather than keep a car service account. The partners had turned a blind eye to the accounting mistakes in the proposal and hired him anyway, looking at it somewhere halfway between pro bono and convenience. Thus, the guy was waiting in the garage with the motor running and the air on high when Jody came out of the elevator and walked over to him. He buzzed his window down and she bent to speak. "You know where we're going?" she asked. He nodded and tapped the clipboard lying on the front passenger seat. "I'm all set," he said. She got in the back. By nature, she was a democratic person who would have preferred to ride in front with him, but he insisted passengers take a rear seat. It made him feel more official. He was a sensitive old man, and he had caught the whiff of charity around his hiring. He felt that to act very properly would raise his perceived status. He wore a dark suit and a chauffeur's cap he had found in an outfitter's in Brooklyn. As soon as he saw in the mirror that Jody was settled, he moved away around the garage and up the ramp and outside into the daylight. The exit was at the back of the building, and it put him on Exchange Place. He made the left onto Broadway and worked across the lanes in time for the right into the Trinity Street dogleg. He followed it west and turned, coming up on the World Trade Center from the south. Traffic was slow past Trinity Church because 2 lanes were blocked by a police tow truck stopped alongside an NYPD cruiser parked at the curb. Cops were peering into the windows as if they were unsure about something. He eased past and accelerated, slowed and pulled in again alongside the plaza. His eyes were fixed at street level, and the giant towers loomed over him unseen. He sat with the motor running, silent and deferential. "I'll be waiting here," he said. Jody got out of the car and paused on the sidewalk. The plaza was wide and crowded. It was 5 minutes to 2, and the lunch crowd was returning to work. She felt unsettled. She would be walking through a public space without Reacher watching over her for the first time since things went crazy. She glanced around and joined a knot of hurrying people and walked with them all the way to the South Tower. The address in the file was the 88th floor. She joined the line for the express elevator behind a medium-sized man in an ill-fitting black suit. He was carrying a cheap briefcase upholstered with brown plastic stamped to make it look like crocodile skin. She squeezed into the elevator behind him. The car was full and people were calling their floor numbers to the woman nearest the buttons. The guy in the bad suit asked for 88. Jody said nothing. The car stopped at most floors in its zone and people jostled out. Progress was slow. It was dead on 2 o'clock when the car arrived on 88. Jody stepped out, the guy in the bad suit stepped out behind her. They were in a deserted corridor. Undistinguished closed doors led into office suites. Jody went one way, and the guy in the suit went the other, both of them looking at the plates fixed next to the doors. They met up again in front of an oak slab marked Cayman Corporate Trust. There was a wired glass porthole set off center in it. Jody glanced through it, and the guy in the suit leaned past her and pulled it open. "We in the same meeting?" Jody asked. Surprised, she followed him inside to a brass and oak reception area. There were office smells, hot chemicals from copying machines, stewed coffee somewhere. The guy in the suit turned back to her and nodded. "I guess we are," he said. She stuck out her hand as she walked. "I'm Jody Jacobs," she said, "Spencer Gutman for the creditor." The guy walked backward and juggled his plastic briefcase into his left and smiled and shook hands with her. "I'm David Forster," he said. "Forster and Abelstein." They were at the reception counter. She stopped and stared at him. "No, you're not," she said blankly. "I know David very well." The guy looked suddenly tense. The lobby went silent. She turned the other way and saw the guy she had last seen clinging to the door handle of her Bravada as Reacher hauled away from the collision on Broadway. He was sitting there calmly behind the counter, looking straight back at her. His left hand moved and touched a button. In the silence, she heard a click from the entrance door. Then his right hand moved. It went down empty and came back up with a gun the color of dull metal. It had a wide barrel like a tube and a metal hand grip. The barrel was more than a foot long. The guy in the bad suit dropped his plastic case and jerked his hands in the air. Jody stared at the weapon and thought, "But that's a shotgun." The guy holding it moved his left hand again and hit another button. The door to the inner office opened. The man who had crashed the Suburban into them was standing there, framed in the doorway. He had another gun in his hand. Jody recognized the type from movies she'd seen. It was an automatic pistol. On the cinema screen, it fired loud bullets that smashed you 6 feet backward. The Suburban driver was holding it steady on a point to her left and the other guy's right, like he was ready to jerk his wrist either way. The guy with the shotgun came out from behind the counter and pushed past Jody, went up behind the guy with the bad suit and rammed the shotgun barrel into the small of his back. There was a hard sound, metal on metal, muffled by cloth. The guy with the shotgun put his hand up under the jacket and came out with a big chromium revolver. He held it up like an exhibit. "Unusual accessory for a lawyer," the man in the doorway said. "He's not a lawyer," his partner said. "The woman says she knows David Forster very well, and this ain't him." The man in the doorway nodded. "My name is Tony," he said. "Come inside, both of you, please." He stepped to one side and covered Jody with the automatic pistol, while his partner pushed the guy claiming to be Forster in through the open door. Then he beckoned with a gun, and Jody found herself walking toward him. He stepped close and pushed her through the door with a hand flat on her back. She stumbled once and regained her balance. Inside was a big office, spacious and square, dim light from shaded windows. There was living room furniture arranged in front of a desk. 3 identical sofas with lamp tables. A huge brass and glass coffee table filled the space between the sofas. There were 2 people sitting on the left-hand sofa, a man and a woman. The man wore an immaculate suit and tie. The woman wore a wrinkled silk party dress. The man looked up blankly. The woman looked up in terror. There was a man at the desk. He was sitting in the gloom in a leather chair. He was maybe 55 years old. Jody stared at him. His face was divided roughly in 2. like an arbitrary decision, like a map of the western states. On the right was lined skin and thinning gray hair. On the left was scar tissue, pink and thick and shiny like an unfinished plastic model of a monster's head. The scars touched his eye, and the lid was a ball of pink tissue like a mangled thumb. He was wearing a neat suit which fell over broad shoulders and a wide chest. His left arm was laid comfortably on the desk. There was the cuff of a white shirt, snowy in the gloom, and a manicured hand, palm down, the fingers tapping an imperceptible rhythm on the desktop. His right arm was laid exactly symmetrical with his left. There was the same fine summer-weight wool of the suit coat, and the same snowy white shirt cuff, but they were collapsed and empty. There was no hand, just a simple steel hook, protruding at a shallow angle, resting on the wood. It was curved and polished like a miniature version of a sculpture from a public garden. "Hobie," she said. He nodded slowly, just once, and raised the hook like a greeting. "Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Jacob. I'm just sorry it took so long." Then he smiled, "And I'm sorry our acquaintance will be so brief." He nodded again, this time to the man called Tony, who maneuvered her alongside the guy claiming to be Forster. They stood side by side, waiting. "Where's your friend Jack Reacher?" Hobie asked her. She shook her head. "I don't know." Hobie looked at her for a long moment. "Okay," he said. "We'll get to Jack Reacher later. Now sit down." He was pointing with the hook to the sofa opposite the staring couple. She stepped over and sat down, dazed. "This is Mr. and Mrs. Stone," Hobie said to her. "Chester and Marilyn, to be informal. Chester ran a corporation called Stone Optical. He owes me more than $17 million. He's going to pay me in stock." Jody glanced at the couple opposite. They both had panic in their eyes, like something had just gone terribly wrong. "Put your hands on the table," Hobie called. "All three of you lean forward and spread your fingers. Let me see 6 little starfish." Jody leaned forward and laid her palms on the low table. The couple opposite did the same thing, automatically. "Lean forward more," Hobie called. They all slid their palms toward the center of the table until they were leaning at an angle. It put their weight on their hands and made them immobile. Hobie came out from behind the desk and stopped opposite the guy in the bad suit. "Apparently you're not David Forster," he said. The guy made no reply. "I would have guessed, you know," Hobie said in an instant. "A suit like that? You've really got to be kidding. So who are you?" Again, the guy said nothing. Jody watched him with her head turned sideways. Tony raised his gun and pointed it at the guy's head. He used both hands and did something with the slide that made a menacing metallic sound in the silence. He tightened his finger on the trigger. Jody saw his knuckle turn white. "Curry?" the guy said quickly. "William Curry? I'm a private detective working for Forster." Hobie nodded slowly. "Okay, Mr. Curry." He walked back behind the stones, stopped directly behind the woman. "I've been misled, Marilyn," he said. He balanced himself with his left hand on the back of the sofa and leaned all the way forward and snagged the tip of the hook into the neck of her dress. He pulled back against the strength of the fabric and hauled her slowly upright. Her palms slid off the glass and left damp shapes where they had rested. Her back touched the sofa, and he slipped the hook around in front of her and nudged her lightly under the chin like a hairdresser adjusting the position of her head before starting work. He raised the hook and brought it back down gently and used the tip to comb through her hair, lightly front to back. Her hair was thick and the hook plowed through it, slowly, front to back, front to back. Her eyes were screwed shut in terror. "You deceived me," he said. "I don't like being deceived, especially not by you. I protected you, Marilyn. I could have sold you with the cars. Now, maybe I will. I had other plans for you, but I think Mrs. Jacob just usurped your position in my affections." Nobody told me how beautiful she was. The hook stopped moving, and a thin thread of blood ran down out of Marilyn's hair onto her forehead. Hobie's gaze shifted across to Jody. His good eye was steady and unblinking. "Yes," he said to her. "I think maybe you're New York's parting gift to me." He pushed the hook hard against the back of Marilyn's head until she leaned forward again and put her hands back on the table. Then he turned around. "You armed, Mr. Curry?" Curry shrugged. You know that. You took it. The guy with the shotgun held up the shiny revolver. Hobie nodded. Tony started patting him down across the tops of his shoulders under his arms. Curry glanced left and right, and the guy with the shotgun stepped close and jammed the barrel into his side. Stand still, he said. Tony leaned forward and smoothed his hands over the guy's belt area and between his legs. Then he slid them briskly downward, and Curry twisted violently sideways and tried to knock the shotgun away with his arm, but the guy holding it was firmly grounded with his feet well apart, and he stopped Curry short. He used the muzzle like a fist and hit him in the stomach. Curry's breath coughed out, and he folded up, and the guy hit him again on the side of the head, hard with the stock of the shotgun. Curry went down on his knees, and Tony rolled him over with his foot. "Asshole," he sneered. The guy with the shotgun leaned down one-handed and rammed the muzzle into Curry's gut with enough weight on it to hurt. Tony squatted and fiddled under the legs of the pants and came back up with two identical revolvers. His left forefinger was threaded through the trigger guards, and he was swinging them around. The metal clicked and scratched and rattled. The revolvers were small. They were made from stainless steel. Like shiny toys, they had short barrels, almost no barrels at all. "Stand up, Mr. Curry," Hobie said. Curry rolled onto his hands and knees. He was clearly dazed from the blow to the head. Jody could see him blinking, trying to focus, shaking his head. He reached out for the back of the sofa and hauled himself upright. Hobie stepped a yard closer and turned his back on him. He looked at Jody and Chester and Marilyn like they were an audience. He held his left palm flat and started butting the curve of the hook into it. He was butting with the right and slapping with the left, and the impacts were building. "A simple question of mechanics," he said. "The impact on the end of the hook transfers up to the stump. The shock waves travel. They dissipate against what's left of the arm. Naturally, the leatherwork was built by an expert, so the discomfort is minimized. But we can't beat the laws of physics, can we? So in the end, the question is, who does the pain get to first, him or me?" He spun on the ball of his foot and punched Curry full in the face with the blunt outside curve of the hook. It was a hard punch thrown all the way from the shoulder, and Curry staggered back and gasped. "I asked you if you were armed," Hobie said quietly. "You should have told the truth. You should have said, 'Yes, Mr. Hobie, I've got a revolver on each ankle.' But you didn't. You tried to deceive me, and like I told Marilyn, I don't like to be deceived." The next punch was a jab to the body, sudden and hard. "Stop it!" Jody screamed. She pushed back and sat upright. "Why are you doing this? What the hell happened to you?" Curry was bent over and gasping. Hobie turned away from him to face her. "What happened to me?" he repeated. "You were a decent guy. We know all about you." He shook his head slowly. "No, you don't," he said. Then the buzzer sounded at the door out to the elevator lobby. Tony glanced at Hobie and slipped his automatic into his pocket. He took Curry's two small revolvers off his finger and stepped over and pressed one of them into Hobie's left hand. Then he leaned in close and slipped the other into the pocket of Hobie's jacket. It was a curiously intimate gesture. Then he walked out of the office. The guy with the shotgun stepped back and found an angle to cover all four prisoners. Hobie moved in the opposite direction and triangulated his aim. "Be very quiet, everybody," he whispered. They heard the lobby door open. There was the low sound of conversation, and then it closed again. A second later, Tony walked back into the gloom with a package under his arm and a smile on his face. "Messenger from Stone's old bank, 300 stock certificates." He held up the package.
Open it.
Hobie said. Tony found the plastic thread and tore open the envelope. Jody saw the rich engraving of equity holdings. Tony flicked through them. He nodded. Hobie stepped back to his chair and laid the small revolver on the desktop. "Sit down, Mr. Curry," he said next to your legal colleague. Curry dropped heavily into the space next to Jody. He slid his hands across the glass and leaned forward like the others. Hobie used the hook in a circular gesture. "Take a good look around, Chester," he said. "Mr. Curry, Mrs. Jacob, and your dear wife, Marilyn. Good people all, I'm sure. 3 lives full of their own petty concerns and triumphs. 3 lives, Chester, and now they're entirely in your hands." Stone's head was up, moving in a circle as he looked at the other 3 at the table. He ended up looking straight across the desk at Hobie. Go get the rest of the stock, Hobie said to him. Tony will accompany you. Straight there, straight back, no tricks, and these 3 people will live. Anything else, they'll die. You understand that? Stone nodded silently. Pick a number, Chester, Hobie said to him. 1, Stone said back. Pick 2 more numbers, Chester. 2 and 3, Stone said. Okay, Marilyn gets the 3, Hobie said. If you decide to be a hero, I'll get the stock, Stone said. Hobie nodded. I think you will, he said, but you need to sign the transfer first. He rolled open a drawer and swept the small, shiny revolver into it. Then he pulled out a single sheet of paper, beckoned to Stone, who slid himself upright and stood shakily. He threaded around the desk and signed his name with the Mont Blanc pen from his pocket. Mrs. Jacob can be the witness, Hobie said. She's a member of the New York State Bar after all. Jody sat still for a long moment. She stared left at the guy with the shotgun and straight ahead at Tony, and then right at Hobie behind the desk. She pulled herself upright, stepped to the desk, and reversed the form and took Stone's pen from him, signed her name and wrote the date on the line next to it. Thank you, Hobie said. Now sit down again and keep completely still. She went back to the sofa and leaned forward over the table. Her shoulders were starting to hurt. Tony took Stone's elbow and moved him toward the door. 5 minutes there, 5 back, Hobie called. Don't be a hero, Chester. Tony led Stone out of the office and the door closed gently behind them. There was the thump of the lobby door and the faraway whine of the elevator, and then there was silence. Jody was in pain. The grip of the glass on her clammy palms was pulling the skin away from under her fingernails. Her shoulders were burning, her neck was aching. She could see on their faces the others were suffering too. There were sudden breaths and gasps, the beginnings of low moans. Hobie gestured to the guy with the shotgun and they changed places. Hobie strolled nervously around the office and the shotgun guy sat at the desk with the weapon resting on its grips, swiveling randomly left and right like a prison searchlight. Hobie was checking his wristwatch, counting the minutes. Jody saw the sun slipping southwest, lining up with the gaps in the window blinds and shooting steep angled beams into the room. She could hear the ragged breathing of the 2 others near her, and she could feel the faint shudder of the building coming through the table under her hands. 5 minutes there and 5 back add up to 10, but at least 20 minutes passed. Hobie paced and checked his watch a dozen times. Then he walked through into reception, and the guy with the shotgun followed him to the office door. He kept the weapon pointed into the room, but his head was turned, watching his boss. Is he planning to let us go? Curry whispered. Jody shrugged and lifted up onto her fingertips, hunching her shoulders and ducking her head to ease the pain. I don't know, she whispered back. Marilyn had her forearms pinched tight together. With her head resting on them, she looked up and shook her head. He killed 2 cops, she whispered. We were witnesses. Stop talking, the guy called from the door. They heard the whine of the elevator again and the faint bump through the floor as it stopped. There was a moment's quiet, and then the lobby door opened, and suddenly there was noise in reception, Tony's voice, and then Hobie's, loud and fueled with relief. Hobie came back into the office carrying a white package and smiling with the mobile half of his face. He clamped the package under his right elbow and tore it open. As he walked, and Jody saw more engraving on thick parchment. He took the long way around to the desk and dumped the certificates on top of the 300 he already had. Stone followed Tony like he had been forgotten and stood gazing at the life's work of his ancestors piled casually on the scarred wood. Marilyn looked up and walked her fingers backward across the glass, jacking herself upright with her hands because she had no strength left in her shoulders. Okay, you got them all, she said quietly. Now you can let us go, Hobie smiled. Marilyn, what are you, a moron? Tony laughed. Jody looked from him to Hobie. She saw they were very nearly at the end of some long process. Some goal had been in sight, and now it was very close. Tony's laughter was about release after days of strain and tension. Reacher is still out there, she said quietly, like a move in a game of chess. Hobie stopped smiling. He touched the hook to his forehead and rubbed it across his scars and nodded. Reacher, he said. Yes, the last piece of the puzzle. We mustn't forget about Reacher, must we? He's still out there, but out where exactly? She hesitated. I don't know exactly, she said. Then her head came up defiant. But he's in the city, she said. And he'll find you? Hobie met her gaze, stared at her, contempt in his face. You think that's some kind of threat? He sneered. Truth is, I want him to find me because he has something I require, something vital. So help me out, Mrs. Jacob. Call him and invite him right over. She was silent for a moment. I don't know where he is, she said. Try your place, Hobie said back. We know he's been staying there. He's probably there right now. You got off the plane at 11:50, right? She stared at him. He nodded complacently. We check these things. We own a boy called Simon, who I believe you've met. He put you on the 7 o'clock flight from Honolulu, and we called JFK, and they told us it landed at 11:50. Exactly. Old Jack Reacher was all upset in Hawaii, according to our boy Simon, so he's probably still upset and tired. Like you are, you look tired, Mrs. Jacob, you know that? But your friend Jack Reacher is probably in bed at your place sleeping it off while you're here having fun with the rest of us, so call him. Tell him to come over and join you. She stared down at the table, said nothing. Call him. Then you can see him one more time before you die. She was silent. She stared down at the glass. It was smeared with her handprints. She wanted to call him. She wanted to see him. She felt like she had felt 1,000,000 times over 15 long years. She wanted to see him again. His lazy, lopsided grin, his tousled hair, his arms so long they gave him a greyhound's grace, even though he was built like the side of a house, his eyes cold, icy blue like the Arctic, his hands giant, battered mitts that bunched into fists the size of footballs. She wanted to see those hands again. She wanted to see them around Hobie's throat. She glanced around the office. The sunbeams had crawled an inch across the desk. She saw Chester Stone inert, Marilyn trembling, Curry white in the face and breathing hard next to her. The guy with the shotgun relaxed. Reacher would break him in half without even thinking about it. She saw Tony, his eyes fixed on hers, and Hobie caressing his hook with his manicured hand, smiling at her, waiting. She turned and looked at the closed door. She imagined it bursting open with a crash and Jack Reacher striding in through it. She wanted to see that happen. She wanted it more than she had ever wanted anything. Okay, she whispered. I'll call him. Hobie nodded. Tell him I'll be here a few more hours. But tell him if he wants to see you again, he better come quick, because you and I have a little date in the bathroom about 30 minutes from now. She shuddered and pushed off the glass table and stood upright. Her legs were weak and her shoulders were on fire. Hobie came around and took her elbow and led her to the door. Led her over behind the reception counter. This is the only telephone in the place, he said. I don't like telephones. He sat down in the chair and pressed 9 with the tip of his hook, handed the phone across to her. Come closer so I can hear what he says to you. Marilyn deceived me with the phone, and I'm not going to let that happen to me again. He made her stoop down and put her face next to his. He smelled of soap. He put his hand in his pocket and came out with the tiny revolver Tony had slipped in there. He touched it to her side. She held the phone at an angle with the earpiece upward between them. She studied the console. There was a mass of buttons, a speed dial facility for 911. She hesitated for a second and then dialed her own home number. It rang 6 times, 6 long, soft purrs. With each one, she willed him, be there, be there. But it was her own voice that came back to her from her machine. He's not there, she said blankly. Hobie smiled. That's too bad, he said. She was stooped over next to him, numb with shock. He's got my mobile, she said suddenly. I just remembered, okay, press 9 for a line. She dabbed the cradle and dialed 9 and then her mobile number. It rang 4 times, 4 loud, urgent electronic squawks. Each one, she prayed. Answer, 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 answer. Then there was a click in the earpiece. Hello, he said. She breathed out. Hi, Jack, she said. Hey, Jody, he said. What's new? Where are you? She realized there was urgency in her voice. It made him pause. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri, he said. Just flew down. I had to go to the NPRC again, where we were before. She gasped. St. Louis, her mouth went dry. You okay? He asked her. Hobie leaned across and put his mouth next to her ear. Tell him to come right back to New York, he whispered. Straight here as soon as he can. She nodded nervously, and he pressed the gun harder against her side. Can you come back? She asked. I sort of need you here as soon as possible. I'm booked on the 6 o'clock, he said. Gets me in around 8:30 East Coast time. Will that do? She could sense Hobie grinning next to her. Can you make it any time sooner? Like maybe right away? She could hear talking in the background. Major Conrad, she guessed. She remembered his office, dark wood, worn leather, the hot Missouri sun in the window. Sooner, he said. Well, I guess so. I could be there in a couple of hours, depending on the flights. Where are you? Come to the World Trade Center, South Tower, 88th floor, okay? Traffic will be bad. Call it 2.5 hours, I'll be there. Great, she said. You okay? He asked again. Hobie brought the gun around into her view. I'm fine, she said. I love you. Hobie leaned over and hit the cradle with the tip of his hook. The earpiece clicked and filled with dial tone. She put the phone down slowly and carefully onto the console. She was shattered with shock and disappointment. Numb, still stooped over the counter, one hand laid flat on the wood, propping her weight. The other hand shaking in the air an inch above the phone. 2.5 hours, Hobie said to her with exaggerated sympathy. Well, it looks like the cavalry ain't going to arrive in time for you, Mrs. Jacob. He laughed to himself and put the gun back in his pocket, got out of the chair and caught the arm that was supporting her weight. She stumbled and he dragged her toward the Vera Feist door. She caught the edge of the counter and held on tight. He hit her, backhanded with the hook. The curve caught her high on the temple, and she lost her grip on the counter. Her knees gave way, and she fell, and he dragged her to the door by the arm. Her heels scuffed and kicked. He swung her around in front of him and straight-armed her back into the office. She sprawled on the carpet, and he slammed the door. Back on the sofa, he snarled. The sunbeams were off the desk. They were inching around the floor and creeping across the table. Marilyn Stone's splayed fingernails were vivid in their light. Jody crawled to her hands and knees and pulled herself up on the furniture and staggered all the way back to her place alongside Curry. She put her hands back where they had been before. There was a narrow pain in her temple. It was an angry throb, hot and alien, where the metal had thumped against bone. Her shoulder was twisted. The guy with the shotgun was watching her. Tony was watching her, the automatic pistol back in his hand. Reacher was far away from her, like he had been most of her life. Hobie was back at the desk, squaring the stack of equity certificates into a pile. They made a brick 4 inches tall. He butted each side in turn with the hook. The heavy engraved papers slid neatly into place. UPS will be here soon, he said happily. Then the developers get their stock, and I get my money, and I've won again about half an hour probably, and then it's all over, for me and for you. Jody realized he was talking to her alone. He had selected her as a conduit for information. Curry and the Stone couple were staring at her, not him. She looked away and gazed down through the glass at the rug on the floor. It had the same pattern as the faded old item in DeWitt's office in Texas, but it was much smaller and much newer. Hobie left the brick of paper where it was and walked around behind the square of furniture and took the shotgun away from the guy holding it. Go bring me some coffee, he said to him. The guy nodded and walked out to the lobby, closed the door gently behind him. The office went silent. There was just tense breathing and the faint rumble of the building underneath it. The shotgun was in Hobie's left hand. It was pointing at the floor, swinging gently back and forth through a tiny arc, a loose grip. Jody could hear the rub of metal on the skin of his hand. She saw Curry glancing around. He was checking Tony's position. Tony had stepped back a yard. He had put himself outside the shotgun's field of fire, and he was aiming directly across it at a right angle. His automatic was raised. Jody felt Curry testing the strength in his shoulders. She felt him moving. She saw his arms bunching. She saw him glance ahead at Tony, maybe 12 feet in front of him. She saw him glance left at Hobie, maybe 8 feet to the side. She saw the sunbeams, exactly parallel with the brass edges of the table. She saw Curry push up onto his fingertips. No, she breathed. Leon had always simplified his life with rules. He had a rule for every situation. As a kid, they had driven her crazy. his catch-all rule for everything from her term papers to his missions to legislation in Congress was do it once and do it right. Curry had no chance of doing it right. No chance at all. He was triangulated by two powerful weapons. His options were non-existent. If he jumped up and hurdled the table and headed for Tony, he would catch a bullet in the chest before he was even halfway there, and probably a shotgun blast in the side as well, which would kill the Stone couple along with himself. And if he headed for Hobie first, then maybe Tony wouldn't fire for fear of hitting his boss, but Hobie would fire for sure, and the shotgun blast would shred Curry into 100 small pieces, and she was in a direct line right behind him. Another of Leon's rules was hopeless, is hopeless, and don't ever pretend it ain't. Wait, she breathed. She felt a fractional nod from Curry, and she saw his shoulders go slack again. They waited. She stared down through the glass at the rug and fought the pain. Minute by minute, her torn shoulder was shrieking against her weight. She folded her fingers and rested on her knuckles. She could hear Marilyn Stone breathing hard opposite her. She looked defeated. Her head was resting sideways on her arms and her eyes were closed. The sunbeams had moved away from parallel and were creeping toward her edge of the table. What the hell is that guy doing out there? Hobie muttered. How long does it take to fetch me a damn cup of coffee? Tony glanced at him, but he made no reply. Just kept the automatic held forward, favoring Curry more than anybody. Jody turned her hands and leaned on her thumbs. Her head throbbed and burned. Hobie kicked the shotgun up and rested the muzzle on the back of the sofa in front of him. He brought the hook up and rubbed the flat of the curve over his scars. Christ, he said. What's taking so long? Go give him a hand, okay? Jody realized he was looking straight at her. Me? Why not? Make yourself useful. Coffee is woman's work after all. She hesitated. I don't know where it is, she said. Then I'll show you. He was staring at her, waiting. She nodded, suddenly glad to get a chance just to move a little. She straightened her fingers and eased her hands backward and pushed herself upright. She felt weak and she stumbled once and caught her shin on the table's brass frame. She walked uneasily through Tony's field of fire up close. His automatic was huge and brutal. He tracked her with it all the way as she approached Hobie back there. She was beyond the reach of the sunbeams. Hobie led her through the gloom and juggled the shotgun up under his arm and grasped the handle and pulled the door open. Checked the outer door first and then the telephone. That was what she had been rehearsing as she walked. If she could get out into the public corridor, she might have a chance. Failing that, there was the 911 speed dial. Knocked the handset out of the cradle, hit the button, and even if she got no opportunity to speak, the automatic circuitry would give the cops a location. The door or the phone. She rehearsed looking ahead at the door, looking left at the phone, the precise turn of her head in between. But when it came to it, she looked at neither thing. Hobie stopped dead in front of her, and she stepped alongside him and just looked at the guy who had gone to fetch the coffee. He was a thick-set man, shorter than Hobie or Tony, but broad. He was wearing a dark suit. He was lying on his back on the floor, precisely centered in front of the office door. His legs were straight, his feet were turned out. His head was propped at a steep angle on a stack of phone books. His eyes were wide open. They stared forward sightlessly. His left arm was dragged up and back, and the hand was resting palm out on another stack of books in a grotesque parody of greeting. His right arm was pulled straight at a shallow angle away from his body. His right hand was severed at the wrist. It was lying on the carpet 6 inches away from his shirt cuff, arranged in a precise straight line with the arm it had come from. She heard Hobie making a small sound in his throat and turned to see him dropping the shotgun and clutching at the door with his good hand. The burn scars were still vivid pink, but the rest of his face was turning a ghastly white. 17 Reacher had been named Jack by his father, who was a plain New Hampshire Yankee with an implacable horror of anything fancy. He had walked into the maternity ward one late October Tuesday, the morning after the birth, and he had handed his wife a small bunch of flowers and told her, "We'll call him Jack." There was no middle name. Jack Reacher was the whole of it, and it was already on the birth certificate because he had visited the company clerk on his way to the infirmary, and the guy had written it down and reported it by telex to the Berlin embassy. Another United States citizen born overseas to a serving soldier, name of Jack Nunn Reacher. His mother made no objection. She loved her husband for his ascetic instincts because she was French, and they gave him a kind of European sensibility that made her feel more at home with him. She had found an enormous gulf between America and Europe in those post-war decades. The wealth and excess of America contrasted uneasily with the exhaustion and poverty of Europe. But her very own New Hampshire Yankee had no use for wealth and excess, no use at all. Plain simple things were what he liked, and that was absolutely fine with her, even if it did extend all the way to her baby's names. He had called her firstborn Joe, not Joseph, just Joe. No middle name. She loved the boy, of course, but the name was hard for her. It was very short and abrupt, and she struggled with the initial J because of her accent. It came out like Z, like the boy was called Joe. Jack was much better. Her accent made it sound like Jacques, which was a very traditional old French name translated. It meant James privately. She always thought of her second boy as James. But paradoxically, nobody ever called him by his first name. Nobody knew how it came about, but Joe was always called Joe, and Jack was always called Reacher. She did it herself all the time. She had no idea why. She would stick her head out of some service bungalow window and yell, "Joe, come get your lunch and bring Reacher with you." And her two sweet little boys would come running inside for something to eat. The exact same thing happened in school. It was Reacher's own earliest memory. He was an earnest, serious boy, and he was puzzled why his names were backward. His brother was called by his first name first and his last name last, not him. There was a schoolyard softball game, and the kid who owned the bat was choosing up sides. He turned to the brothers and called out, "I'll have Joe and Reacher." All the kids did the same thing. The teachers, too, they called him Reacher even in kindergarten. And somehow it traveled with him. Like any Army kid, he changed elementary schools dozens of times. First day in some new place somewhere, maybe even on a new continent, some new teacher would be yelling, "Come here, Reacher." But he got used to it fast and had no problem living his whole life behind a one-word name. He was Reacher, always had been, always would be, to everybody. The first girl he ever dated was a tall brunette who sidled shyly up to him and asked, "What's your name?" "Reacher," he replied. The loves of his life had all called him that. Reacher, I love you," they had whispered in his ear. All of them. Jody herself had done the exact same thing. He had appeared at the top of the concrete steps in Leon's yard, and she had looked up at him and said, "Hello, Reacher." After 15 long years, she still knew exactly what he was called, but she hadn't called him Reacher on the mobile. He had clicked the button and said hello, and she had said, "Hi, Jack." It went off in his ear like a siren. Then she had asked, "Where are you?" And she had sounded so tense about it, he panicked and his mind started racing, and for a second he missed exactly what she meant. His given name, just a lucky chance. "Hi, Jack," meant "Hi, Jack." It took him a second to catch on. She was in trouble. Big trouble. But she was still Leon's daughter, smart enough to think hard and warn him with 2 little syllables at the start of a desperate phone call. "Hi, Jack," an alert, a combat warning. He blinked once and crushed down the fear and went to work. First thing he did was lie to her. Combat is about time and space and opposing forces, like a huge 4-dimensional diagram. First step is misinform the enemy. Let him think your diagram is a completely different shape. You assume all communications are penetrated, and then you use them to spread lies and deceit. You buy yourself an advantage. He wasn't in St. Louis. Why should he be? Why fly himself all the way down there when there were telephones in the world and he had already built a working relationship with Conrad? He called him from the Greenwich Avenue sidewalk and told him what he needed, and Conrad called back just 3 minutes later because the file in question was right there in the A section nearest the harassed runner's desk. He listened with the pedestrians swirling around him, and Conrad read the file aloud, and 12 minutes later he clicked the phone off with all the information he was ever going to need. Then he hustled the Lincoln South on 7th and dumped it in a garage a block north of the Twin Towers. He hurried down and crossed the plaza, and he was already inside the South Tower's lobby when Jody called, just 88 floors below her. He was talking to the security guy at the desk, which was the voice she heard in the background. His face went blank with panic, and he clicked the phone off and took the express elevator to 89. He stepped out and breathed hard and forced himself to calm down. Stay calm and plan. His guess was 89 would be laid out the same as 88. It was quiet and empty. Corridors ran around the elevator cores, narrow, lit by bulbs in the ceiling. There were doors opening into the individual office suites. They had rectangular wired glass portholes set off center at a short person's eye level. Each suite door had a metal plate listing the name of the occupant and a buzzer to press for entry. He found the fire stairs and ran down one level. The stairwell was utilitarian, no finesse in the decor, just plain, dusty concrete with metal handrails. Behind every fire door was an extinguisher. Above the extinguisher was a bright red cabinet with a red-painted axe clipped into place behind glass. On the wall next to the cabinet was a giant stencil in red, marking the floor number. He came out into the 88th floor corridor. It was equally quiet. Identical narrow width, identical lighting, same layout, same doors. He ran the wrong way and came around to CCT last. It had a light oak door with a brass plate next to it, and a brass push button for the buzzer. He pulled the door gently. It was locked tight. He stooped and looked in through the wired glass porthole. He saw a reception area, bright lights, brass and oak decor, a counter to his right. Another door straight ahead. That door was shut, and the reception area was deserted. He stood and stared through at the closed inner door and felt panic rising in his throat. She was in there. She was in the inner office. He could feel it. She was in there alone, a prisoner, and she needed him. She was in there, and he should be in there with her. He should have gone with her. He stooped down and put his forehead against the cold glass and stared through at the office door. Then he heard Leon in his head, starting up with another of his golden rules. Don't worry about why it went wrong, just damn well put it right. He stepped back and glanced left and right along the corridor, put himself underneath the light nearest the door, reached up and unscrewed the bulb until it went out. The hot glass burned his fingers. He winced and stepped back to the door and checked again, a yard from the porthole well out in the corridor. The reception area was brightly lit and the corridor was now dark. He could see in, but nobody would see out. You can see from a dark place into a light place, but you can't see from a light place into a dark place, a crucial difference. He stood and waited. The inner door opened and a thick-set guy stepped out of the office into reception. Closed the door gently behind him, a thick-set guy in a dark suit. The guy he'd pushed down the stairs in the Key West bar. The guy who had fired the Beretta up in Garrison. The guy who had clung to the Bravada's door handle. He walked through reception and disappeared from view. Reacher stepped forward again and studied the inner door through the glass. It stayed closed. He knocked gently on the outer door. The guy came to the porthole and peered through. Reacher stood up straight and turned his shoulders so his brown jacket filled the view. UPS, he said softly. It was an office building, and it was dark, and it was a brown jacket. And the guy opened the door. Reacher stepped around the arc of its swing and shot his hand in and caught the guy by the throat. Do it fast enough and hard enough and you numb the guy's voice box before he can get going with any sounds. Then you dig your fingers in and keep him from falling over. The guy went heavy against his grip and Reacher ran him all the way along the corridor to the fire door and threw him backward into the stairwell. The guy bounced off the far wall and went down on the concrete with a cracked, rasping sound coming from his throat. Time to choose, Reacher whispered. You help me, or you die. A choice like that, there's only one sensible thing to do, but the guy didn't do it. He struggled up to his knees and made like he was going to fight it out. Reacher tapped him on the top of the head, just enough to send some shock down through his neck bones, and then stepped back and asked him again. Help me out, he said, or I'll kill you. The guy shook his head to clear it and launched himself across the floor. Reacher heard Leon say, ask once, ask twice, if you must, but for God's sake, don't ask 3 times. He kicked the guy in the chest and spun him around backward and wedged his forearm across the top of his shoulders and put a hand under his chin and wrenched once and broke his neck. One down, but he was down without releasing any information, and in combat information is king. His gut still told him this was a small operation, but 2 guys or 3 or 5 could equally be called small, and there was a hell of a big difference between going in blind against 2 or 3 or 5 opponents. He paused in the stairwell and glanced at the fire axe in the red cabinet. Next best thing to solid information is some kind of an arresting diversion, something to make them worried and unsettled, something to make them pause. He did it as quietly as he could and checked the corridor was truly empty before dragging the body back. He swung the door open soundlessly and got the guy arranged in the middle of the lobby floor. Then he closed the door again and dodged down behind the reception counter. It was chest high and more than 10 feet long. He lay on the floor behind it and eased the silent stire out of his jacket and settled down to wait. It felt like a long wait. He was pressed to the thin office carpet and he could feel the unyielding concrete under it, alive with the tiny vibrations of a giant building at work. He could feel the faint bass shudder of the elevators stopping and starting. He could feel the tingle of the tension in their cables. He could feel the hum of air conditioning and the tremor of the wind. He hooked his toes back against the resistance of the nylon pile and bunched his legs against them ready for action. He felt the fall of footsteps a second before he heard the click of the latch. He knew the inner door had opened because he heard the change in the acoustic. The reception area was suddenly open to a larger space. He heard 4 feet on the carpet, and he heard them stop like he knew they would. He waited, present somebody with an astonishing sight, and it takes about 3 seconds for the maximum effect to develop. That was Reacher's experience. They look at it, they see it, their brain rejects it, their eyes bounce it back again, and it sinks in. 3 whole seconds beginning to end. He counted silently 1, 2, 3, and pushed out at the base of the counter, pressed to the floor, leading with the long black silencer on the end of the stire. He got his arms out, then his shoulders, then his eyes. What he saw was a disaster. The guy with the hook and the burned face was dropping a weapon and gasping and clutching at the doorframe, but he was on the wrong side of Jody. The far side, he was on Jody's right, and the reception counter was on her left. She was a foot nearer than he was. She was much shorter, but Reacher was down on the floor looking up at an angle that put her head directly in front of his head, her body directly in front of his body. There was no clear shot. No clear shot anywhere. Jody was in the way. The guy with the hook and the face was making sounds in his throat, and Jody was staring down at the floor. Then there was a second guy behind them in the open doorway. The suburban driver. He stopped behind Jody's shoulder and stared. He was carrying a Beretta in his right hand. He stared forward and down at the floor, and then he stepped alongside Jody and pushed his way past her. He stepped a yard into the room. He stepped into clear air. Reacher squeezed the trigger. 14 whole pounds of pressure, and the silencer banged loud, and the guy's face blew apart. It took the 9mm bullet in the exact center and exploded. Blood and bone hit the ceiling and sprayed the far wall behind him. Jody froze in direct line with the guy with the hook, and the guy with the hook was very fast, faster than he should have been for a crippled 50-year-old. He went one way with his left arm and scooped the shotgun off the floor. He went the other way with his right arm and folded it around Jody's waist. The steel hook was bright against her suit. He was moving her before the other guy had even hit the floor. He clamped his right arm hard around her and lifted her off her feet and dragged her backward. The crash of the shot from the stair was still rumbling. "How many?" Reacher screamed. She was as fast as Leon ever was. 2 down, 1 up, she screamed back. So the guy with the hook was the only one, but he was already swinging the shotgun around it, arched up through the air, and he used the momentum to crunch the pump. Reacher was caught half exposed, low down, scrambling out from behind the counter. It was only a tiny, fractional opportunity, but the guy went right ahead and took it. He fired low, and the gun flashed and boomed, and the reception counters splintered into 10,000 pieces. Reacher ducked his head, but sharp needles of wood and metal and hot stray pellets smashed him in the side of the face like a blow from a sledgehammer, all the way from his cheek to his forehead. He felt the dull crump and the sharp, agonizing sting of serious injury. It was like falling from a window and hitting the ground head first. He rolled up dazed, and the guy was hauling Jody backward through the doorway, crunching the pump once more against the shotgun's weight as it moved. Reacher was dull and motionless against the back wall, and the muscle was coming up on him. His forehead was numb and icy. There was terrible pain there. He raised the stare. The silencer pointed straight at Jody. He jerked it a fraction left and right. It still pointed at Jody. The guy was making himself small behind her. He was craning around with his left hand, leveling the shotgun. His finger was tightening on the trigger. Reacher was immobile against the wall. He stared at Jody, fixing her face in his mind before he died. Then a fair-haired woman was suddenly behind her, shouldering desperately into the guy's back, pushing him off balance. He staggered and whirled and clubbed at her with the shotgun barrel. Reacher caught a glimpse of a pink dress as she went down. Then the shotgun was swinging back toward him, but Jody was bouncing and wrestling against the guy's arm. She was stamping and kicking. The guy was staggering around against her energy. He blundered with her all the way back out into the reception area and tripped against the suburban driver's legs. He fell with Jody, and the shotgun fired against the corpse. There was deafening sound and smoke and the obscene bloom and spray of dead blood and tissue. The guy came up on his knees, and Reacher tracked him all the way with the stire. The guy dropped the shotgun and went for his pocket and came back with a shiny short-barrel revolver. He thumbed the hammer. The click was loud. Jody was heaving left and right against his arm, tight around her waist, left and right, furiously, randomly. Reacher had no clear shot. Blood was pouring into his left eye. His forehead was pounding and bleeding. He closed the useless eye against the wetness and squinted with the right. The shiny revolver came all the way up and jammed hard into Jody's side. She gasped and stopped moving, and the guy's face came out from behind her head, smiling savagely. "Drop the gun, asshole!" he panted. Reacher kept the stire exactly where it was. One eye open, one eye closed. Jagged bolts of pain hammering in his head, the length of the silencer trained on the guy's distorted grin. "I'll shoot her," the guy snarled. "Then I'll shoot you," Reacher said. "She dies, you die?" The guy stared. Then he nodded. "Impasse," he said. Reacher nodded back. It looked that way. He shook his head to clear it. It just made the pain worse. Stalemate. Even if he could fire first, the guy might still get a shot off. With his finger tense on the trigger like that, and the gun hard in her side, the pulse of death would probably be enough to do it. It was too much to risk. He kept the stire where it was, and stood up slowly and pulled his shirt tail out and wiped his face with it, all the time squinting one-eyed down the barrel. The guy took a breath and stood up, too, hauling Jody with him. She tried to ease away from the pressure of the gun, but he kept her pulled in tight with his right arm. He turned his elbow outward, and the hook pivoted, and the point dug in against her waist. "So we need to deal," he said. Reacher stood and mopped his eye and said nothing. His head was buzzing with pain, buzzing and screaming. He was beginning to understand, and he was in serious trouble. "We need to deal," the guy said again. "No deal," Reacher replied. The guy twisted the hook a little more and jammed the revolver in a little harder. Jody gasped. It was a Smith & Wesson Model 60. 2-inch barrel, stainless steel, .38 caliber, 5 shots in the cylinder. The sort of thing a woman carries in her purse or a man conceals on his body. The barrel was so short, and the guy was digging it in so hard his knuckles were hard up against Jody's side. She was hanging forward against the pressure of his arm. Her hair was falling over her face. Her eyes were looking up straight at Reacher, and they were the loveliest eyes he had ever seen. "Nobody says no deal to Victor Hobie," the guy snarled. Reacher fought the pain and kept the stire steady and level on the guy's forehead, right where the pink scars met the gray skin. "You're not Victor Hobie," he said. "You're Carl Allen, and you're a piece of shit." There was silence. Pain was hammering in his head. Jody was staring harder at him, questions in her eyes. "You're not Victor Hobie," he said again. "You're Carl Allen." The name hung in the air, and the guy seemed to recoil away from it. He dragged Jody backward, stepping over the corpse of the thick-set guy, turning her to keep her body between himself and Reacher, walking slowly backward into the dark office. Reacher followed unsteadily with the stire held high and level. There were people in the office. Reacher saw dimmed windows and living room furniture and 3 people milling around. the fair-haired woman in the silk dress, and two men in suits. They were all staring at him, staring at his gun and the silencer in his forehead and the blood pouring down onto his shirt. Then they were regrouping themselves like automatons and moving toward a tight square group of sofas. They threaded their separate ways inside and sat down and placed their hands on the glass coffee table, which was filling the space. 6 hands on the table, 3 faces turned toward him, expressions of hope and fear and astonishment visible on each of them. "You're wrong," the guy with the hook said. He backed away with Jody in a wide circle until he was behind the farthest sofa. Reacher moved with them all the way and stopped opposite. His star was leveled right over the heads of the 3 cowering people leaning on the coffee table. His blood was dripping off his chin onto the back of the sofa below him. "No, I'm right," he said. "You're Carl Allen, born April 18th, 1949, south of Boston, some leafy suburb. Normal little family, going nowhere. You got drafted in the summer of 1968. Private soldier capabilities rated below average in every category. Sent to Vietnam as an infantryman, a grunt, a humble foot soldier. War changes people, and when you got there, you turned into a real bad guy. You started scamming, buying and selling, trading drugs and girls and whatever else you could get your filthy hands on. Then you started lending money. You turned really vicious. You bought and sold favors. You lived like a king for a long time. Then somebody got wise, pulled you out of your cozy little situation and put you in country, the jungle, the real war, a tough unit with a tough officer riding you. It pissed you off. First chance you got, you fragged the officer and then his sergeant. But the unit turned you in, very unusual. They didn't like you, did they? Probably owed you money. They called it in and 2 cops called Gunston and Zabrinsky came out to pick you up. You want to deny anything yet?" The guy said nothing. Reacher swallowed. His head was hurting badly. There was real pain digging in deep behind the cuts, real serious pain. "They came in a Huey," he said. "A decent young kid called Kaplan was flying it. Next day, he came back, flying co-pilot for an ace named Victor Hobie. Gunston and Zabrinsky had you ready and waiting on the ground, but Hobie's Huey was hit on takeoff. It went down again 4 miles away. He was killed along with Kaplan and Gunston and Zabrinsky and 3 other crew called Bamford and Tardelli and Soper. But you survived? You were burned and you lost your hand. But you were alive and your evil little brain was still ticking over. You swapped dog tags with the first guy you got to. Happened to be Victor Hobie. You crawled away with his tags around your neck, left yours on his body. Right then and there, Carl Allen and his criminal past ceased to exist. You made it to a field hospital, and they thought they were treating Hobie. They wrote his name down in their records. Then you killed an orderly and got away. You said, 'I'm not going back,' because you knew as soon as you arrived anywhere somebody would realize you weren't Hobie. They'd find out who you were, and you'd be back in the shit, so you just disappeared. A new life, a new name, a clean slate. You want to deny anything yet?" Allen tightened his grip on Jody. "It's all bullshit," he said. Reacher shook his head, pain flashed in his eye like a camera. "No, it's all true," he said. "Nash Newman just identified Victor Hobie's skeleton. It's lying in a casket in Hawaii with your dog tags around its neck." "Bullshit," Allen said again. "It was the teeth," Reacher said. "Mr. and Mrs. Hobie sent their boy to the dentist 35 times to give him perfect teeth. Newman says they're definitive. He spent an hour with the X-rays programming the computer. Then he recognized the exact same skull when he walked back past the casket. Definitive match." Allen said nothing. "It worked for 30 years, Reacher said, until those 2 old people finally made enough noise and somebody poked around, and now it's not going to work any longer because you've got me to answer to." Allen sneered. It made the unmarked side of his face as ugly as the burns. "Why the hell should I answer to you?" Reacher blinked the blood out of his eye over the unwavering stare. "A lot of reasons," he said quietly. "I'm a representative. I'm here to represent a lot of people like Victor Truman Hobie. He was a hero, but because of you, he was written off as a deserter and a murderer. His folks have been in agony 30 long years. I represent them, and I represent Gunston and Zabrinsky, too. They were both MP lieutenants, both 24 years old. I was an MP lieutenant when I was 24. They were killed because of what you did wrong. That's why you're going to answer to me, Alan? Because I'm them scum like you gets people like me killed. Alan's eyes were blank. He shifted Jody's weight to keep her directly in front of him, twisted the hook and jammed the gun in harder. He nodded, just a fractional movement of his head. Okay, I was Carl Allen, he said. I admit it, smart guy. I was Carl Allen, and then that was over. Then I was Victor Hobie. I was Victor Hobie for a real long time, longer than I was ever Carl Allen. But I guess that's over now, too, so now I'm going to be Jack Reacher. What? That's what you've got, Allen said. That's the deal. That's your trade, your name for this woman's life. What? Reacher said again. I want your identity, Allen said. I want your name. Reacher just stared at him. You're a drifter, no family, Allen said. Nobody will ever miss you. Then what? Then you die, Allen said. We can't have two people with the same name running around, can we? It's a fair trade. Your life for the woman's life. Jody was staring straight at Reacher, waiting. No deal, Reacher said. I'll shoot her, Allen said. Reacher shook his head again. The pain was fearsome. It was building stronger and spreading behind both his eyes. You won't shoot her, he said. Think about it, Allen. Think about yourself. You're a selfish piece of shit. The way you are, you're always number one. You shoot her, I'll shoot you. You're 12 feet away from me. I'm aiming at your head. You pull your trigger, I pull mine. She dies. You die 1/100th of a second later. You won't shoot me either, because you start to line up on me. You go down before you're even halfway there. Think about it. Impasse. He stared him down through the pain and the gloom. A classic standoff. But there was a problem, a serious flaw in his analysis. He knew that. It came to him in a cold flash of panic. It came to Allen at the exact same moment. Reacher knew that, too, because he saw it settle in his eyes complacently. You're miscalculating, Allen said. You're missing something. Reacher made no response. Right now it's a stalemate, Allen said, and it always will be as long as I'm standing here and you're standing there. But how long are you going to be standing there? Reacher swallowed against the pain. It was hammering at him. I'll be standing here as long as it takes, he said. I've got plenty of time. Like you figured, I'm a drifter. I don't have any pressing appointments to get to. Allen smiled. Brave words, he said, but you're bleeding from the head. You know that? You've got a piece of metal sticking in your head. I can see it from here. Jody nodded desperately, eyes full of terror. Check it out, Mr. Curry, Allen said. Tell him. The guy on the sofa underneath the stire crabbed around and knelt up. He kept well away from Reacher's gun arm and craned his head around to look. Then his face creased in horror. It's a nail, he said. A woodworking nail. You've got a nail in your head? From the reception desk, Allen said. The guy called Curry ducked down again, and Reacher knew it was true. As soon as the words were spoken, the pain doubled and quadrupled and exploded. It was a piercing agony centered in his forehead, an inch above his eye. The adrenaline had masked it for a long time. But adrenaline doesn't last forever. He forced his mind away from it with all the power of his will, but it was still there. Bad pain, razor-sharp and nausea-dull all at the same time, booming and throbbing through his head, sending brilliant lightning strikes into his eyes. The blood had soaked his shirt, all the way down to his waist. He blinked and saw nothing at all with his left eye. It was full of blood, was running down his neck and left arm and dripping off his fingertips. I'm fine, he said. Don't anybody worry about me. Brave words, Allen said again. But you're in pain and you're losing a lot of blood. You won't outlast me, Reacher. You think you're tough, but you're nothing next to me. I crawled away from that helicopter with no hand, severed arteries. I was on fire. I survived 3 weeks in the jungle like that. Then I got myself home free. Then I lived with danger for 30 years. So I'm the tough guy here. I'm the toughest guy in the world, mentally and physically. You couldn't outlast me even if you didn't have a nail in your damn head. So don't kid yourself, okay? Jody was staring at him. Her hair was golden in the faint diffused light from the window blinds. It was hanging forward over her face, parted by the sweep of her brow. He could see her eyes, her mouth, the curve of her neck, her slim, strong body tense against Alan's arm, the hook shining against the color of her suit. The pain was hammering in his head. His soaked shirt was cold against his skin. There was blood in his mouth. It tasted metallic, like aluminum. He was feeling the first faint tremors in his shoulder. The stire was starting to feel heavy in his hand. "And I'm motivated," Alan said. "I've worked hard for what I've got. I'm going to keep it. I'm a genius and a survivor. You think I'm going to let you take me down? You think you're the first person who ever tried?" Reacher swayed against the pain. "Now let's up the stakes a little," Alan called to him. He forced Jody upward with all the strength in his arm, jammed the gun in so hard she bent away from it, folding forward against the arm and sideways against the gun. He hauled her up so he was invisible behind her. Then the hook moved. The arm came up from crushing her waist to crushing her chest. The hook plowed over her breasts. She gasped in pain. The hook moved up until the arm was at a steep angle, crushing her body, and the hook was resting on the side of her face. Then the elbow turned out, and the steel tip dug into the skin of her cheek. "I could rip her open," Alan said. "I could tear her face off, and there's nothing you could do about it except feel worse. Stress makes it worse, right? The pain, you're starting to feel faint, right? You're on your way out, Reacher. You're going down. And when you're down, the stalemate is over, believe me." Reacher shuddered. Not from the pain, but because he knew Alan was right. He could feel his knees. They were there, and they were strong. But a fit man never feels his knees. They're just a part of him. Feeling them valiantly holding up 250 pounds of body weight means that pretty soon they won't be. It's an early warning. "You're going down, Reacher," Alan called again. "You're shaking. You know that. You're slipping away from us. Couple of minutes. I'll walk right over and shoot you in the head, all the time in the world." Reacher shuddered again and scoped it out. It was hard to think. He was dizzy. He had an open head wound. His skull was penetrated. Nash Newman flashed into his mind, holding up bones in a classroom. Maybe Nash would explain it. Many years in the future, a sharp object penetrated the frontal lobe here and pierced the meninges and caused a hemorrhage. His gun hand was shaking. Then Leon was there scowling and muttering, "If Plan A doesn't work, move on to Plan B." Then the Louisiana cop was there, the guy from years ago in another life, talking about his .438 caliber revolvers, saying you just can't rely on them to put a guy down, not if he's coming at you all pumped up on angel dust. Reacher saw the guy's unhappy face. You can't rely on a .438 to put a man down, and a short barrel .38, worse still, hard to hit a target with a short barrel. And with a struggling woman in your arms, harder still, although her struggling might put the bullet dead center by accident. His head spun. It was being pounded by a giant with a jackhammer. His strength was draining out of him from the inside. His right eye was jacked open, and it was dry and stinging, like needles were in it. 5 more minutes maybe, he was thinking. Then I'm done for. He was in a rented car next to Jody driving back from the zoo. He was talking. It was warm in the car. There was sun and glass. He was saying the basis of any scam is show them what they want to see. The stare wobbled in his hand, and he thought, "Okay, Leon, here's Plan B. See how you like it." His knees buckled, and he swayed. He came back upright and brought the stare back to the only thin sliver of Alan's head he could make out. The muzzle wavered through a circle. A small circle at first, then a larger one as the weight of the gun overwhelmed the control in his shoulder. He coughed and pushed blood out of his mouth with his tongue. The stare was coming down. He watched the front sight dropping like a strong man was pulling on it. He tried to bring it up, but it wouldn't come. He forced his hand upward, but it just moved sideways, like an invisible force was deflecting it. His knees went again, and he jerked back upright like a spasm. The stare was miles away. It was hanging down to the right. It was pointing at the desk. His elbow was locked against its weight, and his arm was bending. Alan's hand was moving. He watched it one-eyed and wondered, is what I feel for Jody as good as being pumped up on angel dust? The barrel snagged out from a fold of cloth and came free of her jacket. Am I going to make it? His knees were going and he started shaking. Wait, just wait. Alan's wrist snapped forward. He saw it move. It was very quick. He saw the black hole in the stainless barrel. It was clear of her body. She smashed her head down and he whipped the stair back and got it pretty close to the target before Alan fired. It was within a couple of inches, that was all. A couple of lousy inches fast, he thought, but not fast enough. He saw the revolver hammer click forward, and then a flower of bright flame bloomed out from the barrel and a freight train hit him in the chest. The roar of the shot was completely lost behind the immense physical impact of the bullet hitting him. It was a blow from a giant hammer the size of a planet. It thumped and crashed and deafened him from the inside. There was no pain at all. Just a huge cold numbness in his chest and a silent vacuum of total calm in his mind. He thought hard for a split second and fought to stay firm on his feet, and he kept his eye wide open long enough to concentrate on the puff of soot coming from the Steyer's silencer. Then he moved his eye the last little fraction and watched Alan's head burst open 12 feet away. There was an explosion of blood and bone in the air, a cloud 3 or 4 feet wide, and it was spreading like a mist. He asked himself, is he dead now? And when he heard himself answer, surely he must be, he let himself go and rolled his eye up in his head and fell backward through perfect, still silent blackness that continued forever and ended nowhere. 18, he knew. He was dying because faces were coming toward him, and all of them were faces he recognized. They came in a long stream, unending, ones and twos together, and there were no strangers among them. He had heard it would be like this. Your life was supposed to flash before your eyes. Everybody said so, and now it was happening. So he was dying. He guessed when the faces stopped, that was it. He wondered who the last one would be. There were a number of candidates. He wondered who chose the order. Whose decision was it? He felt mildly irritated he wasn't allowed to specify, and what would happen next. When the last face was gone, what then? But something was going seriously wrong. A face loomed up who he didn't know. It was then he realized the army was in charge of the parade. It had to be. Only the army could accidentally include someone he had never seen before, a complete stranger in the wrong place at the wrong time. He supposed it was fitting. He had lived most of his life under the control of the army. He supposed it was pretty natural they would take charge of organizing this final part, and one mistake was tolerable, normal, even acceptable for the army. But this guy was touching him, hitting him, hurting him. He suddenly realized the parade had finished before this guy. This guy wasn't in the parade at all. He came after it. Maybe this guy was there to finish him off. Yes, that was it. Had to be that way. This guy was here to make sure he died on schedule. The parade was over, and the army couldn't let him survive it. Why should they go to all the trouble of putting it on and then have him survive it? That would be no good. No good at all. That would be a serious lapse in procedure. He tried to recall who had come before this guy, the second to last person who was really the last person. He didn't remember. He hadn't paid attention. He slipped away and died without remembering who had been the last face in his parade. He was dead, but he was still thinking, was that okay? Was this the afterlife? That would be a hell of a thing. He had lived nearly 39 years, assuming there was no afterlife. Some people had agreed with him, others had argued with him, but he'd always been adamant about it. Now he was right there in it. Somebody was going to come sneering up to him and say, "Told you so." He would if the boot was on the other foot. He wouldn't let somebody get away with being absolutely wrong about something, not without a little friendly ribbing at least. He saw Jody Garber. She was going to tell him, no, that wasn't possible. She wasn't dead. Only a dead person could yell at you in the afterlife. Surely, a live person couldn't do it. That was pretty obvious. A live person wasn't in the afterlife, and Jody Garber was a live person. He'd made certain of it. That had been the whole damn point. And anyway, he was pretty sure he had never discussed the afterlife with Jody Garber. Or had he? Maybe many years ago when she was still a kid. But it was Jody Garber, and she was going to speak to him. She sat down in front of him and pushed her hair behind her ears. Long blonde hair, small ears. "Hi, Reacher," she said. It was her voice, no doubt about it. No mistake. So maybe she was dead, maybe it had been an automobile accident. That would be a hell of an irony. Maybe she was hit by a speeding truck on Lower Broadway on her way home from the World Trade Center. "Hey, Jody," he said. She smiled. There was communication, so she was dead. Only a dead person could hear another dead person speak, surely, but he had to know. "Where are we?" he asked. "St. Vincent's," she said. St. Peter he had heard of. He was the guy at the gates. He had seen pictures. Well, not really pictures, but cartoons, at least. He was an old guy in a robe, with a beard. He stood at a lectern and asked questions about why you should be let in, but he didn't remember St. Peter asking him any questions. Maybe that came later. Maybe you had to go out again and then try to get back in. But who was St. Vincent? Maybe he was the guy who ran the place you stayed while you were waiting for St. Peter's questions, like the boot camp part. Maybe old Vincent ran the Fort Dix equivalent. Well, that would be no problem. He'd murdered boot camp. Easiest time he'd ever done. He could do it again, but he was annoyed about it. He'd finished up a major, for God's sake. He'd been a star. He had medals. Why the hell should he do boot camp all over again? And why was Jody here? She was supposed to be alive. He realized his left hand was clenching. He was intensely irritated. He'd saved her life because he loved her. So why was she dead now? What the hell was going on? He tried to struggle upright. Something was tying him down. What the hell? He was going to get some answers, or he was going to knock some heads together. "Take it easy," Jody said to him. "I want to see St. Vincent," he said, "and I want to see him right now. Tell him to get his sorry ass in this room inside 5 minutes, or I'm going to be seriously pissed off." She looked at him and nodded. "Okay," she said. Then she looked away and stood up. She disappeared from his sight, and he lay back down. This wasn't any kind of a boot camp. It was too quiet, and the pillows were soft, looking back. It should have been a shock, but it wasn't. The room just swam into focus, and he saw the decor and the shiny equipment, and he thought hospital. He changed from being dead to being alive with the same little mental shrug a busy man gives when he realizes he's wrong about what day it is. The room was bright with sun. He moved his head and saw he had a window. Jody was sitting in a chair next to it, reading. He kept his breathing low and watched her. Her hair was washed and shiny. It fell past her shoulders, and she was twirling a strand between her finger and thumb. She was wearing a yellow sleeveless dress. Her shoulders were brown with summer. He could see the little knobs of bone on top. Her arms were long and lean. Her legs were crossed. She was wearing tan penny loafers that matched the dress. Her ankles glowed brown in the sun. "Hey, Jody," he said. She turned her head and looked at him. Searched his face for something, and when she found it, she smiled. "Hey, yourself," she said. She dropped the book and stood up, walked 3 paces, and bent and kissed him gently on the lips. "St. Vincent's," he said. "You told me, but I was confused." She nodded. "You were full of morphine," she said. "They were pumping it in like crazy. Your bloodstream would have kept all the addicts in New York happy." He nodded. Glanced at the sun in the window. It looked like afternoon. "What day is it?" "It's July. You've been out 3 weeks." "Christ, I ought to feel hungry." She moved around the foot of the bed and came up on his left, laid her hand on his forearm. It was turned palm up, and there were tubes running into the veins of his elbow. "They've been feeding you," she said. "I made sure you got what you like, you know, lots of glucose and saline." He nodded. "Can't beat saline," he said. She went quiet. "What?" he asked. "Do you remember?" He nodded again. "Everything," he said. She swallowed. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "You took a bullet for me." "My fault?" he said. "I was too slow, is all. I was supposed to trick him and get him first, but apparently I survived it, so don't say anything. I mean it. Don't ever mention it. But I have to say thank you," she whispered. "Maybe I should say thank you," he said. "Feels good to know somebody worth taking a bullet for." She nodded, but not because she was agreeing. It was just random physical motion designed to keep her from crying. "So how am I?" he asked. She paused for a long moment. "I'll get the doctor," she said quietly. "He can tell you better than me." She went out, and a guy in a white coat came in. Reacher smiled. It was the guy the army had sent to finish him off at the end of his parade. He was a small, wide, hairy man who could have found work wrestling. You know anything about computers? He asked. Reacher shrugged and started worrying this was a coded lead-in to bad news about a brain injury, impairment, loss of memory, loss of function. Computers, he said? Not really. Okay, try this, the doctor said. Imagine a big Cray supercomputer humming away. We feed it everything we know about human physiology and everything we know about gunshot wounds, and then we ask it to design us a male person best equipped to survive a 38 in the chest. Suppose it hums away for a week. What does it come up with? Reacher shrugged again. I don't know. A picture of you, my friend, the doctor said. That's what? The damn bullet didn't even make it into your chest. Your pectoral muscle is so thick and so dense it stopped it dead, like a 3-inch Kevlar vest. It popped out the other side of the muscle wall and smashed a rib, but it went no farther. So why was I out 3 weeks? Reacher asked immediately. Not for a muscle wound or a broken rib. That's for damn sure. Is my head okay? The doctor did a weird thing. He clapped his hands and punched the air. Then he stepped closer, beaming all over his face. I was worried about it, he said. Real worried about it. Bad wound. I would have figured it for a nail gun until they told me it was shotgun debris from manufactured furniture. It penetrated your skull and was about an 1/8 inch into your brain. Frontal lobe, my friend, bad place to have a nail. If I had to have a nail in my skull, the frontal lobe would definitely not be my first choice. But if I had to see a nail in anybody else's frontal lobe, I'd pick yours, I guess, because you've got a skull thicker than Neanderthal man's anybody normal. That nail would have been all the way in, and that would have been thank you and good night. So am I okay? Reacher asked again. You just saved us $10,000 in tests, the doctor said happily. I told you the news about the chest, and what did you do, analytically? You compared it with your own internal database, realized it wasn't a very serious wound, realized it couldn't have needed 3 weeks of coma, remembered your other injury, put 2 and 2 together, and asked the question you asked immediately, no hesitation. Fast, logical thinking, assembly of pertinent information, rapid conclusion, lucid questioning of the source of a possible answer. Nothing wrong with your head, my friend. Take that as a professional opinion. Reacher nodded slowly. So when can I get out of here? The doctor took the medical chart off the foot of the bed. There was a mass of paper clipped to a metal board. He riffed it through. Well, your health is excellent in general, but we better watch you a while. Couple more days, maybe? Nuts to that, Reacher said. I'm leaving tonight. The doctor nodded. Well, see how you feel in an hour? He stepped close and stretched up to a valve on the bottom of one of the IV bags, clicked it a notch and tapped a tube with his finger, watched carefully and nodded and walked back out of the room. He passed Jody in the doorway. She was walking in with a guy in a seersucker jacket. He was about 50, pale, short gray hair. Reacher watched him and thought a buck gets 10. This is the Pentagon guy. Reacher, this is General Meade, Jody said. Department of the Army, Reacher said. The guy in the jacket looked at him surprised. Have we met? Reacher shook his head. No, but I knew one of you would be sniffing around soon as I was up and running. Meade smiled. We've been practically camped out here. To put it bluntly, we'd like you to keep quiet about the Carl Allen situation. Not a chance, Reacher said. Meade smiled again and waited. He was enough of an Army bureaucrat to know the steps. Leon used to say something for nothing. That's a foreign language, the Hobies, Reacher said. Fly them down to D.C. first class, put them up in a 5-star hotel, show them their boy's name on the wall, and make sure there's a shitload of brass in full-dress uniform saluting like crazy the whole time they're doing it. Then I'll keep quiet. Meade nodded. It'll be done, he said. He got up unbidden and went back outside. Jody sat down on the foot of the bed. Tell me about the police, Reacher said. Have I got questions to answer? She shook her head. Allen was a cop killer, she said. You stick around NYPD territory and you'll never get another ticket in your life. It was self-defense. Everybody's cool. What about my gun? It was stolen. No, it was Allen's gun. You wrestled it away from him. Room full of witnesses saw you do it. He nodded slowly. Saw the spray of blood and brains all over again as he shot him. A pretty good shot, he thought. Darkroom stress, a nail in his head. A .438 slug in his chest, bull's eye, pretty damn close to the perfect shot. Then he saw the hook again up at Jody's face, hard steel against the honey of her skin. "You okay?" he asked her. "I'm fine," she said. "You sure? No bad dreams?" "No bad dreams. I'm a big girl now." He nodded again. Recalled their first night together, a big girl. Seemed like a million years ago. "But are you okay?" she asked him back. "The doctor thinks so. He called me Neanderthal man." "No, seriously. How do I look?" "I'll show you," she said. She ducked away to the bathroom and came back with the mirror from the wall. It was a round thing, framed in plastic. She propped it on his legs and he steadied it with his right hand and looked. He still had a fearsome tan blue eyes, white teeth. His head had been shaved. The hair had grown back 1/8 of an inch. On the left of his face was a peppering of scars. The nail hole in his forehead was lost among the debris of a long and violent life. He could make it out because it was redder and newer than the rest, but it was no bigger than the mark a half-inch away where his brother Joe had caught him with a shard of glass in some long-forgotten childhood dispute over nothing in the same exact year Hobie's Huey went down. He tilted the mirror and saw Broad strapping over his chest, snowy white against the tan. He figured he had lost maybe 30 pounds back to 220. His normal weight, he handed the mirror back to Jody and tried to sit up. He was suddenly dizzy. "I want to get out of here," he said. "You sure?" she asked. He nodded. He was sure, but he felt very sleepy. He put his head back on the pillow, just temporarily. He was warm and the pillow was soft. His head weighed a ton and his neck muscles were powerless to move it. The room was darkening. He swiveled his eyes upward and saw the IV bags hanging in the far distance above him. He saw the valve the doctor had adjusted. He had clicked it. He remembered the plastic sound. There was writing on the IV bag. The writing was upside down. He focused on it, concentrated hard. The writing was green. It read morphine. "Shit," he whispered, and the room spun away into total darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had moved backward. It was earlier in the day, morning, not afternoon. Jody was sitting in her chair by the window reading, the same book. She was a half-inch farther through it. Her dress was blue, not yellow. "It's tomorrow," he said. She closed the book and stood up, stepped over and bent and kissed his lips. He kissed her back and clamped his teeth and pulled the IV needles out of his arm and dropped them over the side of the bed. They started a steady drip onto the floor. He hauled himself upright against the pillows and smoothed a hand over his bristly scalp. "How do you feel?" she asked. He sat still in the bed and concentrated on a slow survey up his body, starting with his toes and ending with the top of his head. "Fine," he said. "There are people here to see you," she said. "They heard you'd come around." He nodded and stretched. He could feel the chest wound. It was on the left. There was weakness there. He reached up with his left hand to the IV stand. It was a vertical stainless steel bar with a spiral curl at the top where the bag slipped on. He put his hand over the curl and squeezed hard. He felt bruising in his elbow where the needles had been and sensitivity in his chest where the bullet had been, but the steel spiral still flattened from round to oval. He smiled. "Okay, send them in," he said. He knew who they were before they got inside. He could tell by the sound. The wheels on the oxygen cart squeaked. The old lady stood aside and let her husband enter first. She was wearing a brand new dress. He was in the same old blue serge suit. He wheeled the cart past her and paused. He kept hold of the handle with his left hand and drew his right up into a trembling salute. He held it for a long moment, and Reacher replied with the same he threw his best parade ground move and held it steady, meaning every second of it. Then he snapped it down, and the old guy wheeled the cart slowly toward him with his wife fussing behind. They were changed people. Still old, still feeble, but serene. Knowing your son is dead is better than not knowing, he guessed. He tracked back to Newman's windowless lab in Hawaii and recalled Alan's casket with Victor Hobie's skeleton in it. Victor Hobie's old bones, he remembered them pretty well. They were distinctive. The smooth arch of the brow, the high round cranium, the even white teeth, the long, clean limbs. It was a noble skeleton. He was a hero, you know. The old man nodded. He did his duty. "Much more than that," Reacher replied. "I read his record. I talked with General DeWitt. He was a brave flyer who did more than his duty. He saved a lot of lives with his courage. If he'd lived, he'd have 3 stars now. He'd be General Victor Truman Hobie with a big command somewhere or a big job in the Pentagon. It was what they needed to hear, but it was still true. The old woman put her thin, pale hand over her husband's, and they sat in silence, eyes moist and focused, 11,000 miles away. They were telling themselves stories of what might have been. The past stretched away straight and uncomplicated, and now it was neatly amputated by a noble combat death, leaving only honest dreams ahead of it. They were recounting those dreams for the first time, because now they were legitimate. Those dreams were fortifying them, just like the oxygen hissing in and out of the bottle in time with the old man's ragged breathing. "I can die happy now," he said. Reacher shook his head. "Not yet, you can't," he said. "You have to go see the wall. His name will be there. I want you to bring me a photograph of it." The old man nodded, and his wife smiled a watery smile. "Miss Garber told us you might be living over in Garrison," she said. "You might be our neighbor." Reacher nodded. "It's possible," he said. "Miss Garber is a fine young woman. Yes, ma'am, she is." "Stop your nonsense," the old man said to her. Then they told him they couldn't stay because their neighbor had driven them down and had to get back. Reacher watched them all the way out to the corridor. Soon as they were gone, Jody came back in, smiling. "The doctor says you can leave, so can you drive me? Did you get a new car yet?" She shook her head. "Just a rental, no time for shopping. Hertz brought me a Mercury. It's got satellite navigation." He stretched his arms above his head and flexed his shoulders. They felt okay, surprisingly good. His ribs were fine, no pain. "I need clothes," he said. "I guess those old ones got ruined." She nodded. Nurses sliced them off with scissors. "You were here for that?" "I've been here all the time," she said. "I'm living in a room down the hall." "What about work? Leave of absence?" she said. "I told them agree or I quit." She ducked down to a laminate cupboard and came out with a stack of clothes. New jeans, new shirt, new jacket, new socks and shorts, all folded and piled together, his old shoes squared on top, army style. "They're nothing special," she said. "I didn't want to take too much time out. I wanted to be with you when you woke up. You sat around here for 3 weeks?" "Felt like 3 years," she said. "You were all scrunched up, comatose. You looked awful, in a real bad way." "This satellite thing?" he said. "Does it have Garrison on it? You going up there?" He shrugged. "I guess I need to take it easy, right? Country air might do me good." Then he looked away from her. "Maybe you could stay with me a while, you know, help me recover." He threw back the sheet and slid his feet to the floor, stood up, slow and unsteady, and started to dress while she held his elbow to keep him from falling.